It's a winner-take-all contest. In other words, you lose and you're through for the season. The Lions have been down this road for 11 consecutive years and know how the game is played. They have, however, only won one state championship title. Hopefully this year will duplicate the 1990 effort. Tonight, the Lions will face well-prepared and eager Slaton Tigers. The Lions have 8 wins, 2 losses for the season, while Slaton has 7 wins, 1 loss, and 1 tie during their 9-game schedule. The Lions defeated the Tigers 2 years ago in Sweetwater, 28-8, the final score in this same round of bi-district competition play. However, as you heard from Coach Colville earlier in our pregame shows, his team is better than 2 years ago. Well, tonight the Lions are wearing their white jerseys, their maroon numbers, their maroon pants, while the Tigers have on black jerseys, white numbers, black pants, and red helmets. The weather is from the winds are from the southerly direction, 10 to 15 miles per hour, and the field is in great condition despite this late season play, but great condition here tonight. As most of you know by now, the flip of the coin was lost by Coach Britton to determine the site of this contest, and that's the reason why we're in Slaton on their turf instead of in Vernon or on some neutral ground or site. Now, whether the Slaton home field advantage will be a factor, it does remain to be seen. One thing is for sure, the Lions know they can't afford to rest on reputation, past wins, or pregame confidence level alone. They must come out quick and strong to be winners here tonight. And we'll be back in just a moment to give you a little bit more information about the Vernon Lions and also about the Slaton Tigers. Right now, let's take this break. This is Vernon Lion Football.
If you're looking for an affordable, attractive community college with a motivated faculty, challenging instructional programs, and a variety of campus activities, then Vernon Regional Junior College is the right place for you. We offer a variety of strong academic and vocational programs to prepare you for immediate employment or for a successful transfer to a senior college or university. VRJC is a fully accredited 2-year college with a co-ed enrollment of approximately 1,900. Cross the bridge to a richer future at VRJC.
This portion of Vernon Lion Football sponsored by Right Brand Foods, a proud supporter of the Fighting Vernon Lions.
Welcome back to Tiger Stadium. I'm Mike Klappenbach. Tonight the Lions meet the Slaton Tigers in the bi-district competition playoff game, which will be the determining factor for next week's area competition. The winner will play the winner of the Amarillo River Road Littlefield game being played tomorrow night in Hereford, Texas. Assuming a win tonight by the Vernon Lions, our coaches will go to Hereford and we'll discuss the options for next week's outing. If it's Littlefield, the game will be played in Vernon, already predetermined. Well, this week the Lions have had a more focused than usual workout, according to Coach Leo Britton. However, 4 ankle injuries from the Breckenridge ball game have hampered workouts somewhat this week. Gerald Franks, Brandon Favors, Chris Dudson, and Shanton Fanner all suffered ankle twists, but are expected to play tonight. However, Fanner will not start in his linebacking position. It'll be Chris Kieschnick filling in the slot. He's seen a lot of playing time in games past. Now, all of the starters from games last week will be in their respective places. One new face, however, will be suited up tonight. That's Mark Allen. Allen suffered a knee injury last year and was told he would not play this year at all. However, last week the doctors gave him a clean bill of health, and Allen is suited up tonight. Whether he'll see action or not, time will tell on that. Now, before coming back, Coach Britton said, well, we needed a team meeting to make sure the players were agreeable to Mark coming back. They voted to have him back, and certainly he is here. We asked Coach Britton how he looked in practice this week, and with a twinkle in his eye, he said, good. So maybe the previous thought of a duo between Enlow and Allen is not just a myth. Maybe we'll see the strategy of passer to receiver sometime tonight. And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes to let you know a little bit more about the Slaton Tigers. Right now, let's take this break. This is Vernon Lion Football. Once again, back in Slaton, Texas, Mike Klappenbaugh, Dr. Mark Reynolds, and Gene Gooch, and we are getting ready for play-by-play action tonight, by-district competition, and certainly this is going to be an exciting ball game. Stick around as we give you play-by-play action. Well, out on the field, we have some pre-game activities, and while Dr. Mark Reynolds is telling us a little bit more about those Slaton Tigers, you'll hear some of that public announcer going on in the background. Good evening to you, Dr. Reynolds.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Again, the Slaton Tigers are the runner-up in District 2-3A. They are coached by Steve Colwell in his 4th season. Last year's Tiger team went 6-3. This year's team, we've already indicated, is 7-1-1 coming into this game. Let me give you the rundown of their opponents in the scores. They opened up with a tie against 2A Shallow Water. That score 14-14. Had a win over 2A Post. Won that one 41-19. Took on 3A Colorado City, beat them 43-7. Took on Lovington, New Mexico, defeated them 32-27. 5th week they had an open date. And then the 6th game they took on Brownfield, started the district competition with a loss, and lost 26-13. The next 4 games they won over Seminole 49-15, Denver City 23-6, Lubbock Roosevelt 49-0, and last week Lubbock Cooper defeated them 47-0. They have scored 311 points. That's an average of 34 per game. They returned 7 starters from last year's squad, and that includes 5 seniors, 5 juniors, and 1 sophomore starting tonight for them offensively. They're averaging 282 yards rushing per game, 134 yards passing per game. That's an average of about 416 yards total offense per game. They're expected to use a lot of I formation, pro I, slot I, different I's, tandem I, but also some one-back offense. Their line averages 218 pounds per man on the interior 5, and they're, of course, anchored by 281-pound senior Cedric Thomas at tackle. They're, excuse me. On the big guns on offensive, there are Oscar Solis. He's a 155-pound junior. He has 1,574 yards in 9 games, Mike. That averages out to 175 per game. Has a 7-yard per carry average, 17 touchdowns. The numbers are, and he's only a junior, and his numbers are very comparable. Last year as a sophomore, he had 1,507 yards in 9 games and 16 touchdowns. So you can see he's very consistent. His running back buddy is his fullback, 166-pound sophomore Charles Thomas. He has 522 yards rushing. Quarterback is Chris Hammond, not very big, 148-pound junior, but he's completed 73 of the 133 passes, only had 4 interceptions. For those 73 completions, he's got 1,189 yards and 14 touchdowns. His leading receiver is Roderick Ferris, another small guy and only a junior, 128 pounds. Has 374 yards on 17 receptions and 7 touchdowns. Defensively, they've allowed 114 points per game. That's just a little over 12 per game. They again returned 7 starters from last year's squad, and also expect 7 starters both way, offensively and defensively. I expect them to use mainly the even man front or a 4-3 defense. They've allowed about an average of 219 yards total offense per game. Their interior line front 4 averages 213 pounds. Again, one of those 2-way starters, 281-pound Cedric Thomas. Bart Jones is one of their defensive backs. He has 5 interceptions, Mike. Another defensive back, Whaley, has 6 interceptions. I've been told they have 17 interceptions for the team this season, spread out over those 9 games. Excuse me. Another thing about them is they're still pretty young also on the defensive side. I believe they start 4 seniors, 5 juniors, and 2 sophomores on defense. And again, a lot of these guys played as sophomores against Vernon 2 years ago in Sweetwater, so they think they've got a real good chance of winning this ball game. They've got a lot of talent offensively. I think they'll be putting Vernon's big defense up against their offense, and Vernon trying to keep them from scoring, and maybe Vernon can slip some points on the board and get out front early, and we maybe can control them.
Well, of course, Doc, we haven't talked about the crowd yet, but we do have a standing room only on the visitor side, and it's standing room only on the home side. A rather small stadium, but certainly people are here to see this bi-district championship game. One correction I do want to make that you called my attention to during the commercial break. Of course, we said Sean Tonfana was the injured player. It was Chad Thomas, and it's Clint Kiesnick in the place of Chad Thomas here tonight. But Thomas is suited up, and he will probably see some action sometime here before the game is over. We'll be back in 2 minutes to give you the probable starters for both teams. Right now, let's take this break. This is Vernon Lion Football. Welcome back to Slaton, Texas. Mike Klappenbaugh, Dr. Mark Reynolds, and Gene Gooch. We're about 5 minutes away from kickoff time tonight. The bi-district competition game on the line featuring the Vernon Lions and the Slaton Tigers. Let's look offensively at the Vernon Lions. Their starters at split in. It'll be number 19, Brandon Favors, a junior, 180 pounds. At left tackle, number 77, Jeff Garrett, a junior, 225 pounds. At left guard, number 52, Randall Winship, a junior, 195 pounds. Center tonight will be number 55, Brad Hester, a senior, 210 pounds. At right guard, number 63, Tommy Freeman, a junior, 235 pounds. And at right tackle, number 78, Justin Pierce, a junior, 230 pounds. At the tight end, it'll be Clayton Henry, number 83, a junior, 195 pounds. The cornerback tonight, Chris Enlow, number 18, a senior, 190 pounds. The fullback, Billy Gaines, number 22, a junior, 180 pounds. The tailback, Willie Cherry, number 40, a senior, 195 pounds. And the wing or wide receiver will be Gerald Frank, a junior, 160 pounds. Those are the players offensively for the Vernon Lions. As Doc Reynolds told you, the Slaton Tigers will come up with an even front, a four-man front. So the up-front tackles will be number 75, Cedric Thomas. Cedric Thomas is a senior, 281 pounds. The other one will be number 57, Adam DeLeon, a senior, 200 pounds even. The ends will be number 50, Jason Orr, a junior, 210 pounds, and number 85, Henry Bittencourt, a junior, 162 pounds. The middle linebacker will be Juan Munez, a junior, 160 pounds. The outside linebackers will be Gerald Williams, a junior, 191 pounds, and Charles Thomas, a sophomore, 166 pounds. The corners tonight will be Bart Jones, number 19, a senior, 153 pounds, and Michael Solis, and he is, by the way, not related, as I understand, to the big man, the tailback. From what I understand, no relationship there. Michael Solis will be a sophomore, 140 pounds. The safeties are number 81, Roderick Ferris. He goes by Rod Ferris, a junior, 128 pounds. He'll probably be the lightest player on either team tonight. And Daryl Whaley, he is a senior, 164 pounds. Those are the probable starters offensively for the Lions and defensively for the Slaton Tigers. Well, Gene Gooch is with us again tonight, and we have had an opportunity to get through the pregame activities. Gene, good evening to you. Your pregame comments.
Good evening, Mike. Boy, it's great to be here again tonight. High school football will be at its best, I hope, tonight. Looking across the stadium from us, we're sitting over on the east side above our fans. Looking over on the west side, they have got people all the way across. They've got folks standing, well, really between the stands and the fence, from about the 20 all the way down to one of the goal lines. On our side, I suspect the same thing's going to end up happening. This side stands are a little bit smaller than the other, so there's going to be fans everywhere tonight trying to watch this ball game. And I'm glad a bunch of y'all are at home listening to us. We could have used you here. The weather's great. It doesn't appear to be that cold. I was in Lubbock earlier eating supper, and they said that the low was supposed to be 49 tonight, so it could be a heck of a game for football. It doesn't appear as if the weather's going to be a factor. There's a little bit of wind, but that's not going to be really that big a factor, and it's not going to affect us on a crosswind standpoint. They just had the coin flip. Let me throw it back to one of y'all.
All right, and of course, the Vernon Lions did win the flip of the coin. They have elected to receive. They will be defending the north end of the playing field. Slaton Tigers will be kicking off, and they will defend the south end of the playing field. So it's the Lions on the offense and the Tigers on the defense. So we'll have first opportunity to score here tonight in the bi-district competition. Well, Doc Reynolds, your thoughts on the pregame activities. You watched both of them warm up. We have a much larger squad, which is a little bit more impressive, at least numbers-wise. Overall, what's your first impression here?
Well, Mike, again, I think what gets me is what Goose was really just saying. This kind of reminds me of Pennington Field, and not because of the size of the stadium, but the intimacy of the crowd. We've got a wall-to-wall crowd all around the field, and it makes for a very exciting football game when you have all the fans real down there close. There's not any empty seats and stuff. Both teams look real sharp warming up, Mike. I was watching the Solis out there, they were taking some snaps and running the ball, and he looks real shifty. Of course, you can't tell anything until he actually gets to run for real, but we're looking to a really exciting football game, Mike, and I think like a lot of teams that play Vernon this year, of course, they're always up for Vernon, but maybe since Vernon has a couple of little notches on the loss column, it makes people think that Vernon's real and they have an opportunity to beat them, and that may be a little bit of an edge for Slaton, but they may also take Vernon a little more lightly, thinking that, we might can get them this year. So we're going to have to see what happens on the field.
Another factor that will probably be to Vernon's advantage in the fourth quarter, Slaton using 7 starters both ways, and they've got to be in good shape in order to play. They have a small squad, so obviously they're going to be on some of the specialty team as well.
Well, they are, I'm sure, good shape because they've been doing this for 9 games, Mike, but still, nonetheless, if you've got 7 to 8 players going both ways, and Vernon just really has a couple or so doing that, we've got to, in the fourth quarter, it may tell off if it's a tight ball game.
All right, so the Vernon Lions are on the field. They're prepared to receive the kick, and of course we got Michael Lee, Willie Cherry back, as well as Billy Gaines. Those are the 3 deep backs to receive, and Cherry will be in the middle, standing back about the goal line.
We're expecting number 86, Dusty Smith, a 5'9", 164-pound junior, to kick off, Mike. And his range is usually about the 10-yard line. He does have a little breeze at his back, so maybe he might get a little bit deeper. We'd like to see Willie, catch it right down the middle and put some big yards, give us good field position on this first possession.
And, of course, the Vernon Lions are wearing their white jerseys, maroon numbers. The Slaton Tigers have on black jerseys, white numbers. So basically, it's the black against the white here tonight. Those black jerseys make them look a little bit larger.
Hey, look, he's teed the ball on his side, so he's not going to try to kick it straight to Willie Cherry. He's already going to do something different, so no telling what's going to happen. He's got the ball flat on the tee.
At the 40-yard line, by-district competition underway. Here's the kick, and it hits about the 30-yard line into the hands of Cherry around the 15s, up to the 20, the 25, the 30, pulls his way past the 30, up to the 35, crosses the 35 to the 36-yard line.
Well, it may have backfired just a little bit, Mike, because he got a perfect bounce, an AstroTurf bounce, maybe right back to Willie Cherry. The thing that they prevent was the big run back, but Vernon got the ball on the 36-yard line. Good field position to start off this first possession.
Maldonado in to make the stop for the Slaton Tigers. They come up in a even-man front. A four-man front as the Vernon Lions will set up their first offensive play in this by-district competition. Favors goes to the left side, wingback lined up on the right side, offset I formation as Chris Enlow comes up over the ball. A senior 190-pounder sends Frank in motion from right to left, almost fumbles the ball, gives it off to Cherry. Cherry tries the middle, goes to the outside, but the flags fly, the whistles sound really before this play got underway.
I believe they're going to call legal motion maybe on us, Mike. I believe maybe our motion man may have turned up, but some type of legal procedure, they're going to go ahead and call it, I think.
So we're just now getting this ball game underway. No score with 11:52 left to play in this first period. 5 yards marked off against the Lions.
So that won't even count as an offensive play. We'll start over again with first down and 15. They'll move the ball back now to the 31-yard line, and 15 yards needed for the first.
And, of course, the field, the press box is rather low, so it will be difficult to spot the ball. And once it gets inside the 15 or 20-yard line, we may have to budge and work over the chain game from time to time. Unfortunately, the chain game's on our side of the field, but that makes it a little bit more difficult. We have one wide receiver, Favors to the left, Frank goes to the right side, offside I formation to the back field. Enlow gives to kick a fumble, and Slaton to come up with the ball. It is 59.
Jason Orr coming up with a fumble recovery for the Slaton Tigers. It was an inside trap handoff to a fullback. Keck, not a good clean exchange at all. The ball went up on the ground. Keck, of course, very upset with himself. But Slaton gets the first big break of the ball game, Mike.
And, of course, the first play of the ball game, it was not a clean exchange between center and quarterback. Enlow had to break his timing, and 2 fumbles in a row. This one was costly. So it is Chris Hammonds, the quarterback for the Slaton Tigers, on the offense. Here is the give to the big man, Solis. He's around the right side, 30-yard line, 20 to the 15, and knocked out of bounds nearly at the 10, maybe inside the 10-yard line. Big pickup.
I believe they're going to mark it out about the 12-yard line, Mike, where he actually stepped out of bounds, maybe even 12 to 13-yard line. But nonetheless, a good pickup by Solis as he does get around the corner to the right side. Coach Britton talking to the referee, he thought that something happened, either to hold our defensive end or something. But anyway, here, big play.
Dusty Smith, wide receiver to the left side. Here's Hammonds, a quarterback. He gives to Solis again on the left side. Tries that left side, right defensive line. Gets a couple of yards, and that is all. He's hit by a big wall of white shirts. And to help make the stop was Shanton Fanner.
Also, Dunson getting up, and he's limping just a little bit. Of course, he has one of the sprained ankles from last week. Did not complete the game after being injured last week. And he gets up kind of limping just a little bit. And I believe we've got Jeff Kemp in now, Mike, number 74.
Second down, facing the Slaton Tigers. They're deep in Vernon territory. They send twin receivers to the right side. Split backfield for the Slaton Tigers in motion from right to left. Here is Hammond barking signals. Gives off to Solis on a pitch out. Goes to the right side, down to the 10. Inside the 10 to about the 7-yard line.
Michael Lee comes first to knock his feet out from under, and then Sean Tom Fanner and Clayton Henry to make the actual stop.
That brings up a third down. Third down facing the Slaton Tigers. And it is not a goal-to-goal situation. They can make a first down before they make the touchdown.
Got Tommy Freeman in, one of the defensive linemen by Kemp. We've got Detrick Morris out on the right side on defensive end right now.
Whaley is split to the left side. Wide receiver to the right side. Hammond sends a man in motion from right to left. Here's the give to Solis. No, it's a fake. It's a pass over on the left side. Almost intercepted. Oh, incomplete. Great play by number 56, Shanton Fanner.
Shanton Fanner saw the ball, Mike, from my vantage point. I thought they was going to dump it over his shoulder, but he cut in right at the right moment. But it looked like from this vantage point, he almost made the critical mistake of knocking it up in the air, and it looked like where the offensive player could have gotten the ball.
So it's a fourth down situation and a crucial play for the Slaton Tigers, a big play defensively for the Lions. They will send in a play, and they are going to go for it. No field goal, or is it? Yes, they're going to go for the field goal, and it will be Dusty Smith. 30. A 25-yard effort, according to Gene Gooch. 25-yard effort from Dusty Smith. He has kicked 1 of 2 this year. The kick is wide to the left, no good, and the score stands 0-0 with 10-12 left to play in the first period. That was a big defensive stand for the Lions.
Well, Mike, as they say, early in the game, we missed the bullet that time. We got good field position on the opening kickoff. The first offensive play, we get a 5-yard penalty. So then the next offensive play, which counts as the first, we fumble the ball and give them exit field position. They open up with a big run, and then Vernon stiffens up in the next 4 plays, doesn't let them make any yardage, and causes them to miss the field goal. So Vernon dodged the bullet that time, Mike.
The ball is at the 20-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Vernon Lions. They'll send Favors to the left side. Frank goes to the right side. They'll come up with offset I formation in the backfield. Chris Enlow up over the ball, takes the snap, gives off to Cherry, finds no running room up the middle, darts out to the left side. He's past the 20 up to the 22-yard line. Tackle made by Adam DeLeon.
Boy, you see him, he make some cuts, Mike. He saw the hole, like you say, up inside, busted outside, cut back inside again, and then cut it up. He was just a couple of steps away from breaking a big one. I don't think we have 25-second clocks here either, so that may be a little bit of a hindrance to Chris, because he's very accustomed to using them.
9:44 left to play in the first quarter. There is no score. They send Favors and Frank as twins to the left side. A single split. Actually, it's an offset I formation in the backfield. Enlow now gives to Cherry on a draw play. He goes to the left side, finds running room up to the 25, breaks to the 30, passes the 30 to the 31.
Yeah, ran a little delay draw to him, Mike. He found some good running behind. I believe Winship was blocking for him, found the open hole, busted up there for enough yardage, and they give just past the 30, and that's all they needed for the first down.
And we have 9:27 left to play in the first period. Enlow goes over the sideline to get his play in from the coaches. A 4-man front for the Slaton Tigers. DeLeon, Thomas, Orr, and Bittencourt make up the front 4. They will send Favors to the left side this time. Wingback lines up on the right side. That is Frank from right to left in motion. Enlow on a counter play up the middle and gets absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, hands off to Keck. That was very similar, at least the same motion that we fumbled on, Mike. And if I'm not mistaken, it looked like Keck ran a little bit tentative. He was going to make sure he had the ball that time. He wasn't going to make sure it wasn't on the ground. I'm not even sure that the fumble the first case was his fault, but nonetheless, he was really covering it up this time. But good defense by the Tigers. Second down and still a long 9.
I'm not sure we've seen Billy Gaines in the ball game tonight. And Keck may have started the game.
No, he's
the first play.
Yeah, no, he's played a little bit there. He was playing in that blocking back position at the offset I.
Well, Keck is in at the fullback at the present time. Here is Frank from right to left in motion. Enlow pitches a quick pitch to Cherry. Cherry on the right side. Breaks one tackle. 35. He's up to the 37. And he will get about 6 or 7 yards on that play. 6 yards.
Yeah, they just ran the sweep to the right side, Mike. And, of course, Willie Cherry's at his best there, where he's got his power and his speed, and give him a couple of blockers out there just to give him some help, and he can make some things happen.
8:07 left to play in the first quarter. No score in the ball game. Again, up front we have Brad Hester, Randall Winship, Tommy Freeman, Justin Pierce, and Jeff Garrett making up the front 5. Favors the split end. Clayton Henry the tight end. And they send Favors to the left side. Frank lines up as a wing on the right side. Keck remains the fullback. Cherry the tail. In motion is Frank from right to left. Long count this time by Enlow. Fakes the quick pitch, keeps the ball, rolls to his left, 35, 40. He's got the first down, rounds the corner up to the 43, 44-yard line.
Mike ran the naked bootleg, didn't have anybody pull out, no blocking whatsoever, but just used his speed, got to the corner. Really, when he got outside the corner, it looked like Slaton was in pretty good shape, and I bet they thought they were too, because they had 3 black shirts out there. But speed of Enlow, they're not too used to seeing quarterbacks run that fast, and he got around the corner quick and made the first down.
7-yard pickup, and the ball is spotted officially at the 44-yard line in Vernon territory with 7:37 left to play in this period. It'll be Favors lining up on the left side. Frank goes to the right as a wing. Keck remains the fullback. Tight end lines up on the right side. Here's the in-motion man from right to left. Enlow gives to Cherry, breaks. Oh, he does not break a tackle. A nice play by the big man, Cedric Thomas, 281-pound senior, for a loss of 5.
And I believe they had the proper stun on Mike, because as soon as they ran that little delay handoff to Cherry, Thomas was already there, and Cherry tried to do something to get around him, but it was just too late. Again, Thomas already there, makes the stop. throws him back for the loss. It's going to be about second and 15 now.
That is his 16th tackle behind the line of scrimmage. According to the play-by-play man for Slaton, he had 15 tackles behind the line coming in to tonight's ball game. Favors lines up on the left side, wing back to the right side. Enlow up over the ball, sends Frank in motion from right to left. He will fake to Cherry, rolls to his left, sets up, throws a short one. It is almost intercepted, goes down as an incomplete pass.
That was tipped by one of the defensive players for Slaton. I was looking deep down for Favors. Favors had done a slant in, slant out. I kind of know if they call that a Z route or what, but he slanted in and slanted out and was open. I don't think that he was, I guess, not the primary receiver because Enlow never looked towards him. He tried to hit somebody underneath, but the ball tipped before it got to the intended receiver.
So it's a 3rd down and long. We've got 15 yards needed for the first. They needed to get into Slaton territory at the 46 for the first down. Twins go left. One wide receiver to the right side, single back offense. Here is Enlow dropping straight back. A screen pass almost blocked, almost actually intercepted. It was intended for Cherry, and one of the defenders, Henry Bittencourt, got his hand on it. Goes down, though, as an incomplete pass.
Yeah, he did a great job. Bittencourt got right out there, Mike. Saw the screen coming and got in the pathway of it also, but main thing, he just able to block the pass where it could not get to the intended receiver. 4th down, we'll see Enlow in punting formation.
And it's Whaley standing back to receive the punt along with another companion there. We'll get that name for you in a moment. Enlow will do the punting. We've got only 10 men out on the field as finally coming back out late is number 78, Justin Pierce, as the 11th man. Enlow will stand back at his own 25-yard line. The snap is a good one, has plenty of time, gets his toe into it, a spiraling kick, and it is a boomer. It is taken, a fair catch call at the 20, lets it go, and gets a nice run and roll way back inside the 10 to about the 1-inch line at least. Oh, my goodness.
Well, let's
I believe that's the 5-yard line. Is that the 5? About the 6, about the 6-yard line, first and 10.
Then that'll be about a 55-yard punt then.
So what a punt, and that puts Slaton deep in their own end of the playing field, and that will give Chris Hammonds an opportunity to go on the offense for Slaton. Vernon comes up with their 5-2 defensive alignment. It'll be Dedrick Morris, Andre Wilson, Chris Dutson, Clayton Henry, and Duke Arnold making up the front 5. Sean Banner and probably Kieschnick. Yes, it is. Clint Kieschnick at the linebackers. We'll get the secondary for you in a moment. Triple receivers line up on the left side. And in motion from left to right, long count, Hammonds gives to the big man up the middle. He gets a couple of yards up to the 10, maybe to the 11-yard line. Kieschnick in to make the stop.
Now this time I believe it was 32 Thomas on the carry. We haven't seen him carry so far tonight. It's been all Solis, but this time Thomas, only a sophomore, does mostly the blocking for Solis, but this time letting him from the fullback position carry the ball.
We have 6:12 left to play in this first period. There is no score. They will send twin receivers to the right side this time. I formation in the backfield. Here's Hammonds giving to Solis. Solis up the middle, finds it going extra tough, gets to the line of scrimmage, may have gotten a yard or two, that's all. In to make the stop was Clint Kieschnick. 4 yards when all is said and done. So they will be close for the first down, 3rd and 1. And they will officially spot the ball at the 14.5-yard line. Maybe it's the 15-yard line.
Short yardage defense comes in. Tommy Freeman along with Jeff Kemp and usually move Dedrick Morris out to the defensive end. We end up with a 6-man front.
Twin receivers go to the right side. Hammonds, the quarterback, barking signals, I formation. The give again is to number 30. So Lease, he's up the middle again, and this time gets probably the first down. Sean Fanner, the linebacker, in to make the stop, but he only needed less than a yard to go, got 3. So the Lions now will have to put on the brakes. The secondary consisting of Jonathan Sims, Michael Lee, Kyle Williams, and Tommy Gonzalez. We have 5:16 left to play in the first quarter. Wide receiver left, one right.
Now, I believe the wind's gotten up just a little bit more.
High formation, they shift out of that and go to a no-back offense. Actually, a wing lined up on the left side, man in motion to left to right, then right to left. There is a quick pass. It is complete.
Whaley
up to the 25-yard line, breaks a tackle, and then goes up to the 30-yard line. He has the first down.
Hit Whaley on that, just that little quick pop pass out there, Mike. As you indicated, we wound up with no backs in the backfield. They all either shifted or went in motion, got out of there, threw a quick pop pass out there. Gonzalez was out there tight on the covers, but not able to take him down, and Whaley evaded him, and it took a couple of more Vernon Lions to tackle him, but not before he made 10 yards in the first down.
Slaton play-by-play man says that they would go into that no-back offense from time to time. They would use a lot of motion, and that they are. They shift. And they go into an I formation, one wide receiver left, one right, in motion from left to right. Here is the big man again with the ball from the tailback position, Solis. He climbs up the middle, darts to the right side, hit hard with a 2 or 3 yard pickup. Coming in to make the stop was Dedrick Morris.
Also, Michael Lee coming in to help make the stop. They do a lot of shifting, a lot of motion, Mike. And again, Coach Britton had already said sometimes that motion really won't affect what alignment they are, but because you may end up staying in your same position, but if nothing else, it may confuse you. So you have to really watch hard.
And so they send number 86, Dusty Smith, wide to the left this time. Tight end lines up to the right side. I formation in the backfield. Motion from right to left. Here's Hammond faking, rolling to his left, sets up, hit real hard, and then a pass is thrown, almost intercepted by Michael Lee. A flag is thrown at about the midfield strike. They're going to call pass interference probably against one of the Lions. It could have been another couple. Well, wait a minute, maybe not.
Maybe not, yeah.
The Lions are jumping up and down, and possibly no preliminary indication. They're going to pick up the flag and call it no penalty.
We'll see. The deal is the ball was tipped by one of Vernon's players. They went up high in there and hit the ball, and then, of course, at that time, one of our Vernon players hit the intended receiver. But once the ball is tipped, Mike, then there's not going to be any interference on it. The official didn't see the tip. He just saw the hit, and so they picked the flag up.
Goes down as an incomplete pass, 3rd down and 7. They need to get to the 40-yard line for the first down. They put in a pro-I formation, one wide to the left, one to the right. Now wing back to make a single back offense. Man in motion from right to left. Here is the give to Solis. Finds the right side, big hole, 35, up to the 40. He's shy of the first down by a foot or so after a 7-yard pickup.
This is going to be close. I guess it may be a little bit shy, but not much, Mike. It's going to be very, very near. This Solis is quick, and boy, when he starts seeing he's getting closed in, he runs very low to the ground. He gets his center of gravity very low, and that makes it hard. He always gets a positive yard or two once he's hit because he runs so low.
And we have 3:51 left to play in the first quarter. There is no score. They will take an official timeout to measure, and they are less than a football width length short of the first down.
About from the end of the nose of the football to the white stripes, about all that it likes being a first down.
So they'll move it back to the hash mark just near the 40-yard line, and 4th down and inches. Will they go for it? Will they gamble this early in the ball game? With Solis, he has averaged 7 yards per carry. It would be a pretty good bet they're going to let Solis have it.
They may try to do their version of the blue count, Mike. We'll see what happens.
They send a wide receiver to the right side. They're using 2 tight ends with an I formation in the backfield. Chris Hammond, the quarterback, a junior 148-pounder. They have only one senior in the backfield.
We do not have our short yardage defense in. We have our regular defense in.
Quarterback sneak up the middle, and they did manage to get across the 40-yard line. They've got the first down. Maybe got an extra yard to spare.
Sneak by junior quarterback, 148-pound Hammonds, first name Chris Hammonds, and he does get enough for the first down.
So no score in the ball game as the Slaton Tigers continue with the ball at the 41-yard line. Defensively, the Lions still have Fanner and Kieschnick in as the linebackers. We have not seen Chad Thomas thus far tonight. Wide receiver to the left side, man in motion now from right to left. A long count by Hammonds. He fakes to the big man, rolls to his left, throws way downfield all by himself, and he lost sight of the ball. Nobody within 5 or 6 yards of him. The intended receiver was number 22, Stephons Williams.
I don't know who was responsible for him, Mike, because he was way, way downfield behind everybody else.
And the ball, he was looking to his outside. The ball was thrown to his inside. He had to try to make some kind of change and maneuver and couldn't quite do it. That would have been a 6-point play had he thrown on target.
And Hammonds had all the time in the world to throw. Of course, he did a sprint out to the left and bought plenty of time, but lots of time, Mike.
2nd and 10. The ball is at the 41. Here's a quick pitch. The pitch out going back to Solis. Solis at the 45, 50, 45, down to the 42-yard line. The Lions have not been able to stop Solis so far.
Now, flag thrown right at the corner, and I'm going to go ahead and think that it's going to be holding against the Tigers.
Oscar Solis, a junior 155-pounder, came into this ball game 1,574 yards rushing.
And again, that's as a junior, and as a sophomore had 1,507 yards rushing, and still both of those in 9 games only. About 165 yards rushing last year per game and 175 per game this year.
And they are going to move the ball back downfield to the 39-yard line, 2nd and 12. for the Slaton Tigers. Pro I formation.
And it was holding, Mike. They do move the ball back.
Smith goes to the left side. Hammonds faking, pitching back to Oscar Solis around the left side, 45, 48-yard line, knocked out of bounds around the 49, picks up around 9 yards on the play.
Well, we've done a very good job most of the year of trying to keep with our defensive ends doing a good job containing, keeping those guys from getting outside. They're having a little bit of luck, but again, part of that is because of such things as the holding that just happened on the previous play. In football, that happens from time to time, and you just hope that the officials catch that.
Number 24, is that Marcus Montez? He comes out. He was on that previous defensive play somehow, somewhere. Here is twin receivers going to the left side, one to the right side now, 3rd and 2. Hammonds gives to Solis. This time he'll find it going tough. Andre Wilson makes the initial contact, and a number of Vernon Lions come in to destroy that play, a 5-yard loss.
And Sean Fanner with him as well, but lots of them, like I say, mainly in the form of Mr. 72, Andre Wilson.
So that brings up a 4th down, and pretty good yards needed for the first. Let's call it a long 7. And that should be an obvious punting down for the Slaton Tigers. No score in the ball game with under 2 minutes, 1:55.
Believe it or not, we didn't know for sure who their punter was, Mike, because they haven't punted in any of the games we've scouted. we weren't sure who was going to punt it for sure, but Solis is the one that is going back to punt.
They say he has not punted that many times, so does not have a real good average for the season. Long count. Solis gets the snap, gets his toe into it, gets a high one. My goodness, a high and long one, and Williams will call a fair catch and makes the catch around the 18-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Lions from that point.
38-yard punt.
So with 1 minute 34 seconds left in the first quarter, there is no score in this bi-district competition.
And again, that wind has gotten up a little bit out of the south. The flag is on the flagpole standing out pretty good. The wind at the back of the punter Solis then.
And we are not expecting any kind of rainfall or precipitation tonight. We're expecting a low temperature in the upper to mid-40 range, something like that. We have fans in their coats, jackets, and hats, things like that, but it is not near like it was in Bowie a couple of weeks ago. And we send Favors to the left side. It is Frank lining up on the right side as a wing, offset I formation. Frank goes in motion from right to left. Here is Enlow pitching back to Cherry. Cherry on the right side breaks a tackle. He's up to the 20, the 23-yard line. Hit hard at that point. Gets about 6 yards on the play.
Well, you can just see the way Cherry's running, Mike. He's in top form tonight, and he's going to break one sooner or later. He just 2 or 3 times tonight, he's just like a step or two, one tackle more or so, and he would be gone.
1:28 left to play in this first quarter. And we have no substitutions thus far in the ball game. Hester, Winship, Freeman, Pierce, and Garrett make up the front 5. This time we'll send Frank and Favors wide to the left side. Offset I in the backfield. Enlow gives to Cherry again. He is hit behind the line, and that is all. He will lose about 3 yards on the play. In to make the stop was Thomas.
Yeah, he stunned it right into him, Mike. Came in real quick. Again, caught Cherry in the backfield before he had a chance to do anything with the ball.
1:11. Clock is rolling. Left to play in the first quarter. Lions expected to get something going offensively before this time frame. They cannot thus far.
We had, I believe, another tight end. That was probably Jeffrey in there on that last play.
It was. Doug Jeffrey in, and he checks out. He's coming up from the junior varsity to play postseason play for the Lions. Twin receivers go left, one wide to the right. Single back offense. In low. Gives to Cherry on a draw play. Up the middle, wide open. 30, 35, and falls down not to the 35, but about the 34-yard line. Big pickup. He's got the first down.
Oh, yeah. He just had to get... They're so close to the chains, I can't tell where it was, but he picked up about 5 yards more than what he needed for the first, approximately.
Let's give him 14 yards on the pickup. Call it 1st and 10 with 38 seconds left to play in this first quarter.
I believe he had to get to the 29, as you said, and he's got to the 34 or 33.
And, of course, as we mentioned earlier, there is not a 25-second clock, and we have had to use that clock several times. In fact, we've had to call timeout in games past because we've not been able to get a play away in time. Let's see if that happens tonight. Enlow up over the ball. Sends a man in motion from right to left. That is Frank. And, flags fly everywhere before the play gets underway. Was it too much time or illegal procedure?
Too much time, Mike. Too much time. When you see the defensive back judge call that penalty way back there like that before the play gets started, then that's almost always indication of delay of game.
Well, that's the first time. You could almost sense that was going to happen. Enlow looking over at the coaches, and really, you can't really blame Enlow for that call right there. He's still looking for that play, looking, finally gets a call, has to hurry it up, and just doesn't have enough time to take the snap.
And plus not a fast developing play because of all the motion and stuff, and the motion coming completely across the field. So that does kind of put us in a bind again. We make good field position or get some yardage with the chains and then have to go backwards on the other side.
And time is called again. I believe somebody wants a full timeout. Oh, that's the end of the first quarter of play. We have no score in the ball game. We'll be back with the second quarter in 60 seconds. This is Vernon Lion football.
This portion of Vernon Lion football sponsored by Right Brand Foods, a proud supporter of the Fighting Vernon Lions.
If you're looking for an affordable, attractive community college with a motivated faculty, challenging instructional programs, and a variety of campus activities, then Vernon Regional Junior College is the right place for you. We offer a variety of strong academic and vocational programs to prepare you for immediate employment or for a successful transfer to a senior college or university. VRJC is a fully accredited 2-year college with a co-ed enrollment of approximately 1,900. Cross the bridge to a richer future at VRJC.
Getting ready for second quarter action. We have no score. The Vernon Lions have the ball. First and 15. The ball is spotted at the 30-yard line. They're into the playing field. Enlow up over the ball. Offset I formation in the backfield. Long count this time. Twin receivers going to the left side. Here is a quick pitch going to Cherry. Cherry gets some good blocking. 40-yard line. Crosses the 40 up to the 42 and does not get the first, but has 11 yards on the pickup.
Well, that's a strong side guard. Big number 63, Tommy Freeman, leading that interference for Cherry, and it made enough yardage to get him out there, Mike. It's going to be second down in about 2 to 3, and that was a big play because it was first down and 15, so pick up about 13 yards on that carry.
So the Lions now will try to do something offensively. During that commercial break, we were discussing the issue. The Lions must develop some offense and do it very quickly.
Well, they made a deliberate attempt then to try to draw Slaton off sides with a long count, Mike, and we've had a hard time keeping our own players on sides when we do that, though.
Wide receiver to the left side. Frank is in motion from right to left. Here is Billy Gaines blocking, and the give is to Cherry. Spins, breaks one tackle to the line of scrimmage. Ooh. He is close. Maybe gets a yard or two on the play, but not enough for the first.
It's kind of hard to say, Mike. We'll see where they spot it, but I believe he's going to be short still by a yard or so.
And that was a third down play, and it will not be good enough. I don't believe they're even going to have the chain game. Yes, they are. They're going to ask for an official timeout and measure, but I don't believe it is close enough.
I don't know why they would be measuring. I don't think that's what it is or not. We'll see. The referee has called for a timeout.
And they are spotting the ball, yes or... Wait a minute, are they or not? I believe they changed their mind. I believe they said they were, then said, no, it's way too short, so it's a third down situation and a long one needed for the first down. Enlow up over the ball. A tandem formation, strong to the right. The give is to Cherry. Crosses the left side. He's got the first down past the 45, up to the 48-yard line. Picks up 7 yards on the carry.
He busted up through there, Mike, over the left side of his offensive line, and you saw him actually get past that line of scrimmage, and sometimes on those short yardage ones, that's the ones you can take all the way. But Slaton does a good job of containing him, but not till he does get the first down. We're still about 2 yards on our side of the field. About another 2 yards will be on their end of the field.
Chris Dunson was in on that previous play. He is limping just a little bit, used as a tight end. And it should be Henry coming back to replace him. Yes, and it'll be Keck wide to the right side. Favors goes to the left. Single back offense. Here is Enlow giving to Cherry. Cherry breaks one tackle, crosses the 50-yard line, breaks another tackle, spins, still on his feet. A wall of black shirt in to make the stop after a 1-yard pickup, and that was hard running.
And a flag on the far side of the field, Mike. The line judge on the other side of the field threw a flag.
Willie Cherry taking that handoff, wanting to go to the right side, found nothing close, darted out to the right side, broke a couple of tackles, most of the running lateral.
Well, again, it's a penalty against Vernon, some type of, I think, a legal procedure, a legal motion, I think, actually. and they're going to step it back again. We do a big play to get something happen and then have a penalty or something to move it back, Mike. So I don't know how many 1st and 15s we've had tonight, but we've had several.
We'll give Gene Gooch an opportunity to fill us in on the first quarter stats when time permits. We may have to do it in the series of 2 or 3 plays. We'll try to do it after this one. 1st and 15. They'll send Favors and Frank to the left side. Henry lines up on the right side as the tight end. Keck is the fullback. Count, a long count, and here is Inlow dropping back, throws across the middle, complete to Favors at the 40. He's got the first down.
Well, he did a great job of catching the ball. He was not able to stand up, Mike, but that's fine. You're supposed to catch the ball and then get the gravy yardage. He made the catch, and he made it for enough for first down. 18-yard pass play. Good play. Got 3 extra gravy yards there. He's a little concerned with himself because he wasn't able to run after he caught it, but he made an outstanding catch. And boy, Inlow threaded the needle on that one.
And Keck checks out of the ball game. Gaines comes
Michael
in, or
Michael
Lee
Lee.
it is, comes in to replace him with 10:09 left to play in the first half. Twin receivers go to the left side. Inlow with a quick pitch goes to Cherry. Darts
look
out
at
the
that
right
block.
side, crosses the 40-yard line, and he's down out of bounds at around the 37-yard line.
Michael Lee completely knocked his man down, and he kept his feet and turned upfield to go throw some more blocks.
And Gene, quickly, you can start off with the stats, so tell us what's happened so far.
Okay, let's go ahead and look at Vernon first. We've got now 14 carries for 63 yards. Cherry has 11 for 55. Inlow's 1 for 3 in passing for 18 yards. So we now have 81 yards with 5 first downs.
We'll continue with Slaton in a moment. Twin receivers go to the right side. This time, it is a 2nd and 4.
Detrick Morris is tight end on this side.
Here's a quick pitch going to Cherry on the left side. Goes out far to the left side, cuts the corner. He's past the 30. Somebody loses a shoe out there, and I believe he's got the first down if everything is in order. And I'm not sure whose shoe that belongs to, but it's down around the 30-yard line.
I don't know, but that we had Detrick Morris playing the right offensive end, guys, the right tight end from the offense.
Continue now, Gene. Tell us about stats here.
Okay, Slaton has carried the ball 11 times for 51 yards, 45 on 9 carries for Solis. They are 1 for 4 for 13 yards passing with 3 first downs and a penetration.
And we have 9:12 left to play in the first half. 1st and 10 for the Lions. The ball is at the 24-yard line, gentlemen? Is that pretty close?
It's pretty close, maybe about the 26-yard line.
Twin receivers go to the right side. Here is the give this time to, who is that? That is Lee. Michael Lee lining up on the left side. Went from left to right. Found the going extra tough. I don't believe he got back to the line of scrimmage. Tackle made by Thomas DeLeon.
About a half a yard to a yard loss, Mike, and the ball will be spotted about the 27 or 8-yard line now.
Cedric Thomas, a senior, 281 pounds. He is all there.
This time, Willie Cherry comes off the field for a moment, and we're going to see Marcus Montez in at the tailback, running back position.
8 minutes left to play in this first half. As twin receivers go to the left side, tight end is, you're right, it is Morris. He's lined.
Now he's actually playing a tackle now. We're in the chain gang offense.
And here is, well, flags fly, and we may have had too much time. That's all I know, or illegal procedure.
No, it's the delay of game again, same, Mike. We're spoiled with that 25-second clock, and without it, we're just blocking a second or two getting the snap off.
Well, Inlow's got to watch that defensive judge. The reason that defensive judge is there is as soon as he gets to 5 seconds, he begins to count. And that's the man that throws a flag on that 25 seconds. When you do not have a 25-second clock, and it's because he's in the line of vision of the quarterback.
And he is counting with his arm like a basketball official would count.
That's exactly right.
8 minutes, 22 seconds left to play in the first half. Twin receivers go right. It is 2nd and 15 for the Vernon Lions. Keck in at fullback. Frank in motion from right to left. In low, dropping back, fakes. Play action, throws way downfield. The Favors by himself, touchdown. The defender fell down. That was Whaley. He fell down, and Favors was all by himself right at the goal line to make the catch. So with 8:03 left to play in the first half of play, the Lions roll the scoreboard 6-0.
32 yards, Mike. 32-yard pass play.
And the pass was not really at the point where Favors could keep running. He had to stop, readjust to make the catch. So it'll be Richard Gooch kicking the extra point. Holding will be T.J. Smith. 6-0 our score. snap is down, the kick is up, and it is no good. It is wide to the right, I believe. Wide to the right, 6-0 our score. 8:03 left to play in the first half. This is Vernon Lion football. Texas with 8:03 left to play in the first half. The Lions are leading 6-0.
Mike, we just had an 11-play drive. It took 81 yards. Started on our own 19-yard line. The final was a 32-yard pass from Chris Enlow to Brandon Favors. Extra point attempt wide to the right. 6-0 with 8:03 in the second quarter.
And Dedrick Morris will be kicking off. They have the ball teed up at the 40-yard line. Here's the kick. It's an end over end. It goes over to the right side of the Slaton return team, out of bounds. And there will be a flag thrown and an option for the Slaton Tigers. I'm sure they're going to want us to kick it over. Well, this game is a lot lower scoring than what I had predicted. 6-0. The Lions did not get on the scoreboard until this second period. I believe they're going to take it right there, Mark.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little surprised. I thought they might have them kick it over.
Well, they're going to put the ball right square on the 30-yard line, Mike.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Slaton Tigers. Chris Hammonds, the quarterback, comes up over the ball. They will send a wide receiver to the right side. Tight end lines up to the left. Solis, the tailback, and Thomas, the fullback, in motion from right to left. Fakes. Here is a play action. Hammonds throwing into the flat is complete, but Michael Lee really wants, and I don't know where he got anything off of that.
That's kind of a little screen type play, Mike. He faked the draw first of all, then had people going deep, and he's going to do a little kind of dump pass screen out to the right flat, but Michael Lee saw it coming all the way.
Marcus Montez checks in the ball game defensively for the Vernon Lions. And checking out of the ball game is number 36.
Should be Duke Arnold.
Duke Arnold. So they go in with 5 defensive backs.
And Sean Tom Fanner's on the defensive end out here now.
And here is Hammonds giving to Solis. He is hit behind the line of scrimmage. A big play for Vernon, but a flag down around the 30-yard line. 4-yard loss. Fanner in to make the stop.
And what I just now figured out what the deal is. They put Sean Tom Fanner at defensive end. We finally see Chad Thomas. He's taking the linebacker position over there, Mike. We weren't sure if he would play tonight because of an ankle injury, and I'm also not used to seeing him wear 66. He usually wears number 34, but they put Sean Tom Fanner at the defensive end and let Chad Thomas come in to line up by Kieschnick at the linebacker spots.
So the penalty flag goes against the Lions. I did not see the preliminary report. Offsides?
Offsides.
Against Vernon, they move the ball back upfield 5 yards. It's 2nd down and 7. They spotted at the 34-yard line. Gonzalez, Williams, Michael Lee, and Jonathan Sims make up the secondary for the Lions. 5-man defensive front. And they have 1 wide receiver left, 1 right, and Slaton calls a timeout. 6:56 left to play in the first half. Vernon leads 6-0. This is Vernon Lion football. This is KVWC AM, KVWC FM in Vernon, broadcasting tonight from Slaton, Texas, by district competition on the line with 6:56. Here is a 2nd and 7. The give is to Solis around the right side up to the 40-yard line. Gets about 7 yards, maybe 8 yards on the play. He needed about 7, so it's going to be close for the first down.
I believe they got it, Mike. Maybe by a yard or 2 to spare. We never have seen them officially. Well, I don't know. The referee on this side is saying first down.
They're not even going to measure it. They're going to call it a first down at the 40-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Slaton Tigers from that point. Of course, the winner plays the winner of the Amarillo River Road Littlefield ball game. That ball game to be played in Hereford tomorrow night. Triple receivers to the left side. Single back offense for Slaton. The give is to Solis. He tries the left side, the near side, 41-yard line. Good defensive play by the Lions. Duke Arnold to make the stop.
Yeah, Duke Arnold playing defensive end wasn't fooled at all by all those trips out there, Mike. And then here comes Michael Lee to give him that run support from his strong safety position, and they go ahead and take him on down.
Duke Arnold went back, faded back as if to cover his flat area to make sure there was no pass. When he realized it was run, came up and made a nice play. 2nd and 9. They send 1 wide receiver left, 1 to the right. Man in motion, actually setting up from right to left. Now man in motion from left to right. I formation in the backfield. Here's Hammonds faking. Play action. Rolls to his right. Throws downfield. It is incomplete. In and out of the hands of an intended receiver, number 22, Williams.
Boy, that was a lot of motion, lots of stuff happening there, Mike, and the quarterback finally came around to the right side, and then he was right-handed and came rolling out and running towards his intended receiver, had lots of oomph on the ball, but threw it a little behind him, and the receiver not able to make the adjustment, even though it hit him in the hand. Kieschnick does go in this time.
And we have 5:59 left to play in the first half. I formation in the backfield, pro I set. Hammonds up over the ball, fakes. Pass almost picked off by Gonzalez, incomplete, intended for Whaley.
Also from that same side, we had our linebacker trying to sneak in on the red dog blitz, Mike. That was Kieschnick. He was lined up in his linebacker, then kind of snuck out around the right side, and he was also in the line of fire. Might have distracted the quarterback's vision trying to throw it. So punting situation now for the Slaton Tigers. 5:55 in the second quarter. Vernon leading 6-0.
And it is Williams standing back at his own 20-yard line to receive. And to the 25, rolls dead at that point.
34-yard punt, Mike.
So the Lions take over, 1st and 10 from that point, and they lead 6-0. 5:43 left to play in this first half. Stick around for our halftime show. We'll be describing the Vernon band, the Vernon drill team, and we've had an opportunity to talk with a special halftime guest this week. It's George London. We're talking basketball on our halftime activities. 1st and 10 for the Vernon Lions.
We're going to see Doug Jeffrey in at tight end. They're going to let Clayton Henry get a little break. He's been playing defensive end. Going to let him take a break, and Doug Jeffrey's going to play tight end on the right side in this formation.
And Gerald Frank lines up on the right side as the wingback. Man in motion now is Keck from left to right. Here is Enlow, dropping back to his right, throws left, way downfield for Favors, overthrows Favors, incomplete. Back defending was Michael Solis.
Had two deep patterns, both of them going deep slant out patterns. Frank on the offensive right side and Favors to the left side. Both of them really momentarily had chances to be open. Enlow thought Favors was the most open at any rate, threw it that direction, but the ball overthrown, not able to be caught.
5:37 left to play in the first half. Vernon Lions with the ball, and they come out with Keck going wide to the right side. Twins, Frank, and Favors to the left side. Cherry, the single back. Here is Enlow. Draw play to Cherry up the middle. Big hole, hits his own man, 30-yard line, falls just about a yard shy of the first, picked up 8 or 9 yards on the play. I'm not sure who that was he ran into, but one of his own men.
It was Winship. Winship had run through the hole and was trying to hook his player in and did a good job, but Cherry was doing so many moves and blocks, it was all kind of coming in, and anyway, ran right into the back of him.
We have Thomas and DeLeon along with Bittencourt and Orr making up the front four defensively for Slaton.
I believe they've got Clayton Henry down here working on contact lenses maybe or something. They're doing something with his eyes, it looks like.
And they will send Frank and Favors to the left side. And he is counting, got it down within 3 or so before they took the snap. Cherry gets the call. He was 3rd and short. He's got the first down, had to cross the 30, and I believe he's up to the 36. Picks up 2 yards.
Yeah, good block by Pierce and Freeman on that side to make that first down yardage possible, Mike.
And we have 4:49 left to play in the first half. Lions not able to generate the offense tonight they were looking for in this first half, but they still lead 6-0. And the official, who is watching that 25-second clock, has been responsible for waving 2 yellow flags tonight. Twin receivers go to the right side. Keck in at fullback. Enlow drops back, fakes the draw play, rolls to his right, keeps the ball, will tuck it up the middle, breaks across the line of scrimmage, fumbles the ball. Who's got it? 2 or 3 yard pickup.
Enlow
a big
doesn't.
pile up. It may have been saved by one of the white shirts. Yes, coming up off the bottom is number 78, Justin Garrett.
No, 77 off the bottom of the pile.
That's
His
Jeff
teammate.
Garrett.
Yeah, Jeff Garrett.
He must have been in a dent in the field there.
Oh, man.
I thought Pierce was the last one. So, saving the day was Mr. Garrett, and it'll be a 2nd down and 8.
And here comes the chain gang, Mike. The chain gang is our heavy-duty, beefed-up front lineman, and they call them the chain gang because they say they move the chains. They want the first downs. They'll put in Andre Wilson at one of the I'm stuttering too much, guys. They got a bunch of these big guys on the line.
And we've got a timeout call, and we could not get our linemen going. We've got a timeout call with 3:39 left to play in the first half. 6-0 our score. Vernon Lions lead. This is Vernon Lion football. Second down for the Vernon Lions. The ball is spotted at the 40-yard line, just shy of the 40-yard line. It is Henry back in at the tight end. Here's a quick pitch going to Cherry. Cherry past the 40, 45, breaks a tackle to the midfield stripe, knocked out of bounds at the midfield stripe with enough yardage for the first down.
There's going to be 2 flags on the play, illegal procedure, illegal motion. It almost looked like our quarterback pulled out from the behind center before he had the snap. Of course, that didn't quite happen, but it might have been early enough that they're going to call an infraction on Vernon, Mike.
Clayton Henry was out there on that previous play. He got out quick enough to make the play, but he forgot his gloves. He wears gloves for pass catching ability. He went over the sideline to get the gloves before the next play.
Well, that's what we mean by Vernon not keeping the offense going, Mike. We make a good play to make something happen, then we shoot ourselves in the foot by having a penalty or something along those lines. So Vernon not very consistent on moving the ball tonight.
We have done that over and over again. We still have 10 players out on the field. Finally, Keck gets his helmet on, goes out, and we may have trouble getting this play off. 12 yards needed for the first down. They need to get to the 47-yard line. They send twin receivers left side. Keck lines up as the offset, in the offset I formation is the fullback. Here is the, well, did we miss it again? We did it again.
Did it again. One of our offensive linemen jumped too early.
Was it too much time or
No, one of our offensive linemen jumped too soon, Mike.
I was watching back here, the secondary, and it is illegal procedure against Vernon. So how many penalties is that for us tonight, Gene?
Okay, that's 7 penalties, all at 5 yards, so we've got 35 yards in penalties, but those 7 have hurt us. It's just what Mark said. We'll get something done right, and then all of a sudden here we've got a penalty that's brought that ball back, taking all that yardage plus cost us 5 more.
Well, yeah, well, we got a second down and 17 right now because of two 5-yard penalties consecutively.
Twin receivers go left and low, drops back plenty of time. Screen pass to the left side, complete to Cherry. Cherry finds no running room there, breaks a tackle. He's thrown for a loss, a 5 or 6 or 7-yard loss. Call it 10 yards.
Yeah, nothing good happening there, Mike. I just tried to run the screen thinking we might can make something happen, but not happening at all.
We've got some extracurricular activity going on, too, as white and black shirts colliding after the play and having to break each other apart. And that was a big loss. Third down.
Check this out, guys. Number 11 going into the ball game.
Mark Allen checking in for the first time this year. Mark Allen, number 11. A knee injury to sideline him the year. He got the doctor's clearance, and he is playing his first play of the year. Splits wide to the right side. Expect some kind of pass play on long. Third down and 25. Here is Enlow dropping back, looking, throwing. It is over his head, incomplete. He was covered pretty well by number 81.
That's Ferris, Mike.
Ferris.
Also, and then, of course, number 19, Bart Jones, was also, he had double coverage, basically. He knew he had a safety behind him and tried to throw it out there and let it lay in, but not going to happen, Mike. Too much of an obvious passing situation, too many big yards to go. Now we'll see Enlow punt the ball. Hopefully he can get a good punt with that wind behind his back to put them deep in their own territory.
I wonder if the Slaton coaches are wondering who is number 11, because he only worked out this week and not much publicity was made about it until the end of the week. Here is Enlow standing back at his own 10-yard line to punt the ball away. A low snap hits the dirt, but he picks it up, and he will have a spiraling kick to the 46-yard line. No chance for a run back to the 42-yard line, and it will be ruled dead at that point. And we have 2:15 left to play in this first half. I formation in the backfield. The Vernon Lions are leading 6-0. Slaton with the ball. Here is the give to Solis. Tries the right side, breaks a tackle, cuts back to the left side, running room at midfield, 45-40. He's putting on the speed at the 30, the 20, the 10-yard line, knocked out of bounds, fumbles the ball, but it was out of play at the 10-yard line. A big run by Oscar Solis.
Well, he still ought to be embarrassed. Our nose guard caught him tackling Mike as fast as he's supposed to be. Detrick Morris made the stop, caught him from behind to make the stop, but still not before that big gain. That ball's going to be about the 11-yard line, I think, Mike, 11 or 12.
And that will put the Lions in a must-defend situation. The ball is at the 11-yard line, 1st and 10.
50-yard pickup.
And Hammond's up over the ball. Sends a man in motion from right to left. Here's the give to Thomas. Thomas tries the right side. He is hit at the line of scrimmage, but momentum carries him with a 2-yard pickup.
Fake the pitch out there in the I formation. Fake the pitch out motion to Solis, the tailback, but then to pull the ball right back down, hand it to the fullback, let him try to run over the strong side of his line. But Vernon did a pretty good job of stopping. It only picks up a couple, maybe 3, it looks like. 2nd down and 7.
And 1:40 left to play in the first half, and we would like for that time to run out and run out quickly. Smith goes to the right side, along with Williams, twin receivers to the right side. Tight end lines up left and lines up on the right side. Got an unbalanced line, strong to the right side. The give is to Solis on the right side. Darts back in. He's down to inside the 5 with about a 3 or 4 yard pickup. It's hard to tell exactly where they spot the ball. But he's inside the 5. In fact, it looks closer to the 3.
Yeah, 2 to 3 yard line, and they can get a first down without scoring, but it'd be down to about the 1.5 to 2 yard line, Mike.
3rd down. Time is rolling with 59 seconds left to play in the first half. Lions are leading 6-0. Wide receiver left, 1 to the right. Pro eye set. Hammond's a quarterback. Blocking signals. Long count in motion from right to left. Here's the give. Oh, wait a minute. It is going to be illegal procedure against Slaton.
Yeah, big play, Mike. That puts them back 5 more yards. That'll help a whole bunch.
42 seconds. The clock will stop with that penalty. 42 seconds left to play in the first half.
Have Willie Cherry out playing the cornerback on the right side, Mike. They've got him taking man-to-man coverage on whoever comes out to this, the offensive left wide receiver. In that case, it was Whaley.
And they move the ball back 5 yards, and they'll spot it, what is that, 6 or 7 yard line? Is that the 10 yard line all the way back to the 10? I believe that's right. And it's a timeout called by Slaton. We'll take this break. This is Vernon Lion football. Welcome back to Slaton, Texas. 42 seconds left to play in the first half. It is a 3rd down and about 6 needed for the first down. The ball is at the 10-yard line. Man in motion from left to right.
About the 8, actually.
Hammond's rolling to his right, throws in the end zone.
Michael Lee.
In and out of the hands of Whaley and broken up by Michael Lee.
Yeah, Michael Lee got his fingers on the ball first. I couldn't tell if it was going to Whaley or number 22, Williams, but Lee got the ball right there. Mike, they're going to spot the ball. It's going to be about the 8 or 9. It's kind of, again, hard to tell. But you can, when they come up to the play on the line of scrimmage, they were on just about the 10-yard line. The player were the flanker. Going to be they're going to try. No, they're not going to go for a field goal, are they?
No, they're going to go on a 4th down, and still about 6 yards needed for the first down. This is a crucial play for the Vernon Lions defensively. Hammonds will fake. He'll roll to his right, wants to pass, looking, throws. It is tipped and caught. It is tipped into the end zone. Touchdown. Wait a minute.
Flag on the play.
Okay, the indication from one official was touchdown, but there is a play. It was tipped by one of the Slaton Tigers into the hands of another Tiger.
Now, the ball was definitely caught in the end zone by Slaton after it was tipped by somebody, Mike, but there's a flag on the play.
It is a holding against Vernon. Holding? No. Is that what the call was?
Yeah, it could be.
Right.
But it's against Vernon, so the play will stand, Mike. It'll end up being a touchdown. 8 yards.
With 30 seconds left to play in the first half. Was it Munoz, number 30, Munoz? Juan Munoz in for the touchdown reception. He's the one that actually caught the tip. So the Lions now facing a tying situation, and the kicker will be number 86. That should be Dusty Smith. Yes, he'll try the extra point. He's a conventional style right-footed kicker. Lions going for the block. Here's a high snap. Gets his toe into it. Looks good. It is good. It's a 7-6 ball game. The Slaton Tigers leading with 30 seconds left to play in the first half. This is Vernon Lion football. Once again from Slaton, Texas, our score 7-6. The Slaton Tigers lead with 30 seconds left to play in the first half.
That was a 58-yard drive, 5 plays, an 8-yard pass from Hammond to Muniz, Mike, and Smith's extra point good, 7-6.
And Dusty Smith will kick off at the 40-yard line. Back to receive. It's a squib kick back to the 30, back to the 35. Picked up at that point. Actually goes out of bounds. It was Billy Gaines trying to pick that ball up before it went out of bounds. And the flag will fly. And let's see, the Lions apparently got to take it at that point. Around the 30-yard line. So the Lions have 29 seconds in this first half. And Chris Enlow, of course, the quarterback.
The ball will be on about the 26-yard line where they officially spot it.
came into this ball game with 79 of 191 passes, 1,004 yards, 8 touchdowns, intercepted 4 times before tonight's ball game. Here is Favors and Frank going wide to the left side. Tight end Clayton Henry lines up on the right side. Here is Enlow back, looking, plenty of time, across the middle. It is caught and then goes in and out of the hands of Favors. That was a great defensive play by Slaton.
I believe Ferris the one that hit him, Mike, but anyway, it was a good play. Favors had a chance to catch the ball, and then Ferris looked like there to hit him as he caught the ball, knocked it loose. Going to see number 11, number 11 going in, I believe.
Mark Allen checks back into the ball game with a 2nd and 10 at the 25-yard line. Frank checks out. We have 23 seconds left to play in this first half. Allen splits out to the right side along with Keck. Favors is wide to the left side. Single back offense. Here is Enlow faking the draw. Looking left. Looking for Favors all the way. Has him. It's caught at the 50-yard line. 45, 40, 35, and hauled down at the 30-yard line.
I'm out.
At the 31-yard line.
13 seconds on the clock. They do stop the clock, if nothing else, to move the chain.
I'll tell you, Enlow was looking at no one but Favors. He did not try any kind of head fake. The moment Favors left the line of scrimmage, he was looking at him all the way.
44-yard pass play, Mike. Big first down, just not much clicks left on the clock. Only 13 seconds in the first half of play.
And Vernon wants another timeout to evaluate this situation. 13 seconds. Let's keep it right here. 13 seconds left to play in the first half, and Slaton leads 7-6. Well, gentlemen, they're spreading them out a little bit. They put Allen in. They did not intend to throw to him on that play. Favors was right there at the midfield stripe to make a big catch.
Big catch, Mike. It's a shame that we couldn't have made that. One more player miss somehow or another so we could have got into the end zone. That would have been a great deal. Just as it is, this will kind of break a little bit of momentum that Slaton would take into the dressing room at halftime after scoring with just a few seconds left on the clock on a 4th down and 8. Or actually, 4th down and about 4 for the first or something like it. It was an 8-yard touchdown. I think it needed maybe about 4 or something or 6 yards. They could actually get a first without scoring. But big fourth down play, the ball's tipped into the air and caught in the end zone, and they make the extra point to give them the 1-point lead. Of course, and that gives them a little momentum going at halftime. But just this right here will take a little bit of edge off that momentum. We got Ballou out there, Mike.
That's right. Mark Ballou is out, a triple
Matt
receiver,
Ballou.
the twin. It is
Matt Ballou.
Yeah, Matt Ballou. Matt Ballou,
He
number
is a
28.
twin.
Frank and Keck. Here is Enlow rolling to his left and looking right into the end zone. It's intended for Cherry. Up for grabs.
Touchdown.
He's got it.
Touchdown.
A great play to win Cherry. And he fought for that ball. Back defending was number 19, Bart Jones. Mark, it was just the second effort of Cherry to make that play. Oh, man, that ball was thrown up, and it was up for grabs. Cherry and Bart Jones, you're right, going up for a rebound, if you will, and Cherry comes down with it.
And I think they're going to go for 2 points, Mike.
Makes it a 12-7 ball game. 4 seconds showing on the scoreboard clock. They're going to take another timeout to make sure they evaluate this play properly as well. How many yards was that for, gentlemen?
Was it 32?
32 yards. And what kind of passing yards now do we have, Gene? I'm sure that puts a nice set of figures on the Vernon side.
Okay, we're now 5 for 10 for 118 yards.
And what a play that was, opening up the passing game, and I would expect that next half, the second half, we'll see more for the passing game. We are, how many attempts, how many completions now, did you say?
We're 5 for 10.
5 for 10, 50% completion rate. 4 seconds left to play in the first half. Lions are leading 12-7. Again, we would like to remind you that halftime show, we will be featuring George London, our girls athletic director, head basketball coach, will be talking with us about the basketball program. They open up their season officially next Tuesday. They've already had one scrimmage game against the Wichita Falls Hershey Lady Huskies. And if you count the points on the scoreboard, they did win that, even though it was somewhat of a controlled scrimmage. George London looking for a successful season this year, so stay tuned for that as well. On the try for the extra point, the Lions are going to go for 2. They will show a tandem set, Strong to the right side using 2 tight ends. Keck is the tandem back on the right side. I formation. They send Keck in motion from right to left. Enlow with a quick pitch going to Cherry. Tries the left side. Bulls his way in, and I don't believe. Did he get it?
Yes.
He got it. He got it.
Woo! Boy, it couldn't be by much, but he made it.
14-7, 4 seconds left. Wait a minute. Is there a flag? There is some question on the play. There is some question. Maybe not.
Nah.
All right, 14-7. We'll be back in 60 seconds. This is Vernon Lion football. And we have 4 seconds left to play in the first half. It's a 14-7 ball game. The Vernon Lions are leading. Dedrick Morris will kick off, and he hits a little squib kick to the 40-yard line, and it is pounced upon at the 35 by Slaton from that point.
Well, Mike, that was a beautiful 74-yard drive, 3 plays. The final was a 32-yard spectacular pass play from Chris Enlow to Willie Cherry, and then Willie Cherry carries it over for the 2-point conversion, 14-7.
3 seconds left to play. This will be the last play of the first half. Slaton may come up with a trick they've been working on all week. Let's see what happens. Twin receivers go to the right side. Tight end lines up left. I formation in the backfield. Now they switch to a wing formation, wing T formation. Here is Hammonds dropping back, looking to his left, throws into the left flat. Incomplete. Time runs out, and that is the end of the first half of play. Our score, the Vernon Lions leading the Slaton Tigers 14-7. We'll be back, let's see, in 2 minutes with a description of our Vernon halftime program. This is Vernon Lion football.
This portion of Vernon Lion football sponsored by Right Brand Foods, a proud supporter of the Fighting Vernon Lions.
If you're looking for an affordable, attractive community college with a motivated faculty, challenging instructional programs, and a variety of campus activities, then Vernon Regional Junior College is the right place for you. We offer a variety of strong academic and vocational programs to prepare you for immediate employment or for a successful transfer to a senior college or university. VRJC is a fully accredited 2-year college with a co-ed enrollment of approximately 1,900. Cross the bridge to a richer future at VRJC.
And welcome back to Slaton, Texas. Mike Klappenbaugh, Dr. Mark Reynolds, and Gene Gooch. And we have already started this third quarter play, the kickoff, and the Slaton Tigers have the ball first and 10 at about the 20-yard line. The Vernon Lions lead 14-7, getting ready for this third quarter action. Here is the reverse play.
All right.
And it ends up in a slip and a fall and a loss on the play.
Well, he saw 54 Dedrick Morris in his face, and he'd rather slip and take the ground than rather take the pounding that Dedrick was fixing to give him.
Well, we, of course, apologize for missing the kickoff. Our halftime activity is going a little bit too long here, and we are in the third quarter play with the Lions leading 14-7. Vernon on defense. It's Morris, Dunson, Wilson, Arnold, and Henry making up the front five. Fanner, and it is...
right now it's Chad Thomas.
Yes,
Well, and also Fanner's playing defensive end, Mike, with Kieschnick playing linebacker.
and Sims, of course, and Gonzalez. We'll get the other two for you in a moment. Here's Hammonds with a pass. It is complete at the 30 to the 35, 40, and knocked down from behind by number 66, Chad Thomas.
And one of our players is slow getting up, Mike. It looks like maybe Dedrick Morris from here. He's limping. He came in trying to get that quarterback, and we were trying to blitz and get in there. We left our coverage just a little bit slack out here in the flat. We had our man out here in the flat for the coverage, and the ball got dumped over his head. Our safety not able to get over here to make the stop. Luckily, though, Chad Thomas, who's kind of crippled, not getting around real well with a sprained ankle, but he was able to make the stop, but not before they make a big first down, Mike. 30-yard gain. The ball now, we're going to mark it on the 46-yard line.
And Of course, we do have a 1st and 10, a 5-man defensive alignment coming up defensively for the Vernon Lions. Now they will shift the tight end from left to right. Man in motion now from left to right. Hammond's the quarterback. They reverse the motion. They give to Solis. Solis tries the right side. 50-yard line. Hit right about that point after about a 4-yard pickup.
That was Freeman in there, Mike. You got him playing the nose tackle that time or something on the defensive line. They move everybody around so much, but boy, he really punished that ball carrier and set him on his backside.
And of course, checking out of the ball game is Duke Arnold. Duke Arnold checking out defensively and coming in to replace him. Who is that going to be?
Well, again, we've got Sean Tom Fanner playing defensive right end right now, and Kieschnick and Thomas playing linebacker.
And they will send the tight end to the left side. Wide receiver goes right and left. Here is a quick pitch going back to Solis. Solis is caught behind the line of scrimmage. The initial contact made by Fanner, but the tackle made by Wilson and also Morris, along with Cherry.
Fanner was able to get away from the holding blocks out there, and he wasn't able to make the tackle, but he knocked all the penetration down and got back there, and then by that time, Detrick Morris caught him from inside out and made the stop for a little bit of a loss. Now it's 3rd down and 9.
9:55 left to play in this third period. Ball is at the 48-yard line.
Willie Cherry at the right cornerback position right now.
Hammond's a quarterback. He will send a man in motion from right to left. Now they'll reverse that, going left to right. The fake goes to Solis. Quarterback Hammonds will throw the ball. Incomplete. Great defensive play by Jonathan Sims.
Woo! Good job by Sims. It looks like that they found the seam there, Mike, on the inside. Ferris had kind of hooked up there, kind of on a deep hook pattern. It looked like maybe he's going to get the ball mailed in there in the right place. But, boy, Jonathan Sims played a great job, read the ball well, came in and made the stop and batted the ball down. 4th down and 9.
And that will send Kyle Williams back to receive the punt, standing back at his own 15-yard line. Solis will do the punting. He stands back at his 36-yard line. Here's the snap. It's a good one. Gets plenty of time. End-over-end kick. It will be bouncing at the 15-yard line, back to around the 10. No chance for a run back. Inside the 10 to around the 8. So that will turn out to be a nice punt for Slaton.
About a 44 or 45-yard punt, Mike.
We understand at halftime, Graham is leading Brownfield 25-8. That's a halftime score. Graham 25, Brownfield 8. Of course, Graham in our district, District 4-3A, as the number 2 team. It was a co-championship title, but Vernon defeated Graham, so Vernon went into this postseason play as the number 1 team. Slaton, the number 2 team in their respective district. They're playing Brownfield, the number 1 team, in District 3A. So the Lions go on the offense. It'll be Chris Enlow barking signals. He will send Favors and Frank wide to the left side. Tight end goes right. Here's a quick pitch forward to Cherry. Cherry breaks 1 tackle behind the line of scrimmage. Fights for more yardage. Gets back to the line and maybe 3 yards on the pickup.
Well, I couldn't see who the initial Slaton Tiger was who shot through there, but it took an excellent move by Willie Cherry just to get by him, Mike, and it would have been for a big loss if he would have tackled him right where he caught the pitch. But he managed to get by him, get back up to the line of scrimmage, and then met the penetration of the defense there and only got about a yard gain. It's going to be 2nd down and 9.
9:21 left to play in this third period. Lions are leading by only 1 touchdown.
The ball on about the 9-yard line as well.
And they will send twin receivers left. That is Favors and Frank. And Henry, the tight end, lines up right. Offset I formation in the backfield. The give is to Keck. Keck will try the right side, bounces up to the 10 to about the 13 or 14-yard line.
Run the little trap play, let Winship lead in front of him. That's the first play, offensive play of the game, Mike, if you recall, and we fumbled the ball on that play, and Slaton Tigers got the ball, but Vernon held them out of the end zone as they tried for a field goal and missed that. But this time, find the hole open. Keck does a good job of moving upfield. 3rd down and about 3.
Clock is rolling with 8:50 left to play in this period. They will send Frank and Favors to the left side. Offset I formation in the backfield once again. 3rd down. Here's a quick pitch going to Cherry, the left side. He has broken 1 tackle, 2 tackles, fights his way upfield. He'll be close for the 1st down. It passes the 15, and on the far side, maybe shy a yard or 2. Hard to spot. It's hard to see exactly his forward motion when they go to the far side. The officials will call a timeout.
Yeah, they're calling timeout and looking across the field. Again, they're on the far side of the field, the chain on our side, the near side, and they're going to look and see. They're going to, I think, actually call for an official measurement. Yeah,
I believe they are.
Bring the chains across.
And that'll take a little bit of time to do that, going from the east side of the field to the west side of the playing field. And again, our halftime stats, just total offense. Gene, what does it look like compared to the two teams?
Total offense, Vernon had 201 yards, Slaton had 137. The breakdown for Slaton's 117 rushing and 20 passing. Vernon 83 rushing yardage and 118 passing.
And we did we get it? I don't believe we did. We're a little bit short.
And we've got an equipment problem. Willie Cherry's shoulder pads are broken, and he's come off the field. Marcus Montez has gone in, but it'll probably be a punting situation, so it may be academic anyway.
And it'll be a 4th down, and the Lions, deep in their own end of the playing field, will have to punt it away. And back to receive will be Whaley, Darrell Whaley. He'll stand back at his own 50, well, actually the midfield stripe, 50-yard line, along with Ferris, number 81. Chris Enlow will stand back at his 5-yard line to do the punting for the Lions. Lions lead by 1 touchdown. By-district competition title on the line here tonight. The snap is a good one. Enlow gets his toe into it. Oh, a booming kick. A lot of hang time. It will be taken by Whaley at the 35. He's up to the 40. Backtracks. He's hit, and he's down around the 38-yard line. And a flag flies late. And what is that going to be?
I don't know.
A late hit?
Maybe face mask or something.
I didn't see the face mask.
I don't know. Fanner got there and to grab a hold of him, Mike, and by the time lots of Vernon Lions got there to make the stop, but immediately a flag thrown down, and they're calling a face mask, Mike.
Face mask against Vernon. Another thing about being on the visitor side, Mark, they always point or face the home press box in order to give the signals, and sometimes you have to see it for the backside to see what the signal actually is. That'll move the ball upfield to the 44-yard line.
It's really not that big a deal. It was an unintentional face mask, so it's only a 5-yard penalty, Mike. And the ball now will be spotted on about the 44-yard line in Slaton territory.
And it will be 8:23 left to play in the 3rd period. Wide receiver left, 1 right. Man in motion now to make it a single back offense. Here is Hammonds giving to Solis. Solis tries the left side, breaks upfield to the 45, 48. He gets 4 or 5 yards before all is said and done.
Well, he's so quick, Mike, and he got that big old tackle out there. Cedric Thomas, 281 pounds, and he moves well for a big man, able to get outside Arnold, but Sean Tom Fanner comes out there with Kieschnick and able to stop him, but not till he makes 5 yards.
Morris is the nose. We've got Wilson and Dunson at the tackles, and Luke Arnold is the tight end on one side. Henry is the other. Gonzalez, Sims, Williams, and Lee make up the secondary. Man in motion from left to right. Here's Hammonds giving up to Solis. Solis tries the right side, 50-yard line, down at the 48, just inside Vernon territory after a 3-yard pickup. It'll be 3rd down.
And Zev still bring up about 1 to 2 yards needed for the first. I believe he's going to get a little closer. Looks like it's going to be 1 yard needed. So must have got 4 on that last pickup. 3rd down and 1, Mike. A big play for Vernon. They need to hold him or move him back on this play. Going to send Jeff Kemp in, put a little extra beef in there
in place of Duke Arnold. Kemp lines up in the middle. And here is the snap. The give is to Solis. Solis tries the right side. It's going to be extra close, depending on where they spot the ball. They needed 1 yard. It was 3rd and 1. And the spot of the ball will be very important. I believe they made it too, but it is going to be very close, Mike. Sure is. If that line is straight, it should be a first, but they're going to call an official timeout to take a measurement here as well. We have 7:37 left to play in this 3rd period. The Lions lead 14-7. And again, we mentioned the Graham game, 25-8. The Graham Steers lead over Brownfield. If that's the case, they'll go. They keep that lead, go into the area competition next week. Here's the stretch of the chain, and they made it by about 4 or 5 inches. And I believe they face the winner of Perrington and we'll look up in a minute, but Tulia. Yeah. Perrington-Tulia ball game. And that ball game going on tonight as well. It's
I believe that's right. I believe all of them are Friday night in our region with the exception of the Littlefield Amarillo Road game.
The ball is spotted at the 46-yard line in Vernon territory now. 1st and 10 for the Slaton Tigers in motion from right to left. Single back offense. The give is to Solis. Solis at the midfield stripe, and he will be caught behind the line of scrimmage. A big play by Kyle Williams.
Yeah, but look what happened. They tackled Andre Wilson, 55. Tackled Andre Wilson, Mike. That's
Thomas.
Chad Johnson, 55. I don't know who to say, but anyway, 55 tackled him, but they caught him this time. It's going to be the big penalty. Of course, they threw him for a loss. Where do they spot the ball? They threw him for about a 1 or 2 yard loss. I don't know. They might rather take the play.
The ball would be spotted at the 47-yard line. It would be 2nd and 12.
They're going to move them back, Mike. They're saying take the penalty, move it back, be first down, and I think it'd be a 10-yard penalty, I believe.
And we've got a good crowd here from Vernon, a good crowd from Slaton. In spite of this being 3+ hours, actually, Mark, we thought it was going to be about a 3-hour drive. It turns out to be about a 3-hour and 25-minute drive.
Just a little bit longer.
Got here a little bit later than we expected, but certainly a good crowd on hand to witness this bi-district game. All right, they move the ball back 10 yards, second, and make that 1st and 20. The ball is spotted at the 45-yard line in Slaton territory. Hammonds fakes the draw, wants to throw. It's a fumble, loose ball, still loose. Who's got it? We got it. Vernon finally falls. Woo! That ball was anybody's ball, and I believe it's Morris. Detrick Morris finally falls on the ball. Detrick Morris.
Literally, both teams had a couple of shots at getting it, Mike, but finally that old elusive pigskin squirting around like a wet watermelon seed. They finally able to pull it in. Detrick Morris grabs it in, pulls it to his chest. Vernon gets finally a break. The ball will be on the 35-yard line, just inside the 35-yard line in Slaton territory.
And, of course, we'd like to mention that DRJC Cable 2 is videotaping this ball game. That would be worth the effort just to see next Thursday night, that particular play. Tune in at 6:30 for Coach's Corner, 6:45 for a replay of tonight's action. Here is Enlow with the ball, rolling to his right, looking way downfield, wants to throw, intended for Frank. It is in and out of his hands, incomplete.
Good coverage, though. Number 81, Ferris, there to put his hand on the ball as it tried to fall into Frank's hands and knock it loose, and Frank not able to control the ball as he hits the ground. Incomplete pass, but a beautiful pass play.
Almost a same identical type play as we had right before the half with Willie Cherry. 14-7, the Lions lead. It's a 2nd and 10. They may be going to the air a little bit more in this third quarter play.
Well, I believe we had 2 tight ends in a double wing formation that time, Mike, and then put one of the wing backs in motion. This time we'll go back to a traditional 1 tight end set.
And Twins line up on the right side. Tight end lines up on the right side. It's an offset formation, strong to the right side. Here's Enlow throwing a shorter pass, this time intended for Favors, incomplete at the 20-yard line.
Well, it had been enough for the first, Mike. They were running the quick slant-in pattern, and Favors left his feet trying to go down to the ball, but not able to control it, and the ball hit him on the arms and chest, an incomplete pass. Still 3rd down and 10. 2 good thrown passes by Enlow that could have easily been, I don't think easily caught. They've been tough catches, but could have easily been marked on the positive side of the ledger, as Gooch would say it. But both of them do go incomplete, so 3rd down and 10.
And they send Favors and Frank to the left side. Keck goes to the right side. Single back offense. Tied into the right side. Here is Enlow, faking the draw, rolling to his left. He's going to keep the ball. Has some nice blocking up front. Cuts the corner to the 30. And picks up around 4 or 5 yards on the play.
Now, Slaton did a good job of kind of stringing that out, Mike. Not able to, even though we're running to the wide side of the field, Enlow not able to take care of his advantage of his speed and get around the corner. Going to pick up about, again, 4 or 5. It'll bring up a 4th down and 4 or 5, about 5 yards needed. Maybe even a little closer look, maybe about 5.5 to 6.
6:42 left to play in this third period. And Enlow over to the sideline. He's going to have a tough time. Yes, he has to call a timeout. And we'll take a break. This is Vernon Lion football. And once again, in Slaton, Texas, Mike Klappenbaugh, Dr. Mark Reynolds, and Gene Gooch, we have 6:42 left to play in the third quarter. The Lions lead 14-7. Is a crucial 4th down and 5. The ball is at the 30.5-yard line, and the Lions will go for it on a 4th down and 5 effort. They will send Twins to the right side. Tight end lines up to the left side this time. Enlow drops straight back, looking long, keeps the ball. He will go past the 30, hit, and he's got the first down. Great effort by Enlow.
First down. He was wanting, I think, maybe to try to hit Willie Cherry, who was going to try to sneak up through the middle. There is some dirty laundry on the other side of the field. But I think he really wanted maybe throw the ball to Willie Cherry as he runs deep, but through the middle, trying to sneak up through the middle.
And Bittencourt, number 85, is down on the near side, injured player for the Slaton Tigers.
What's the preliminary indication, Goose? Did you see anything yet on the penalty?
I did not see it either.
Yeah, Kathy McClellan says the legal procedure is what it looks like to her. Of course, then that would negate that first down, guys.
And if the line judge is making the call on the far side, you pretty much have to figure that's what it was.
Yeah, they've already moved the ball backwards as well. So now we're going to be faced with about another 4th down and about 10.
At the 35-yard line in Slaton territory. And Bittencourt, the defensive end, is being helped off. He's holding that left ankle up off the ground, and that may be a turned or sprained ankle of some kind. Pete Moreno is a scheduled replacement for Bittencourt. Moreno is a senior 200-pounder. Using a 4-man front defensively, they're using Thomas, De Leon, now Moreno, and Orr. 3 linebackers, 2 corners, and 2 safeties defensively for the Slaton Tigers. So the ball is at the 35-yard line on a 4th and 10. About 10 and a half, really a long 10. And they will send Favors to the near side as the wide receiver. The wingback is lined up on the left side. That is Frank in motion now from left to right. Here's Enlow rolling to his right. Looking downfield, reverses his motion, wide open on the left side, stops. He wants to throw. It's complete to Favors, and he's got the first down.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mark. That was wide open on that left side.
Well, I guess
he saw a pass there.
Well, I don't know if it looked like it, Mike, but you could see starting to see some more black shirts getting over there. I think he made the right decision, and we'll sure say he did since he got the first down.
Well, I'll tell you what, you could hear some of the fans saying, go left, go left. And he does have the first down with new life. The ball is spotted at the 24-yard line.
Oh, that was a big play, guys.
That was a big play.
Big play, 4th down about 10 and a half. That keeps this drive alive. And again, we've got the wind to our back in this 3rd quarter. Only 6 minutes and 12 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. We need to try to get another score with the wind to our back.
Favors now lines up on the left side, and Frank is the wing on the right side. Keck remains the fullback. Cherry gets the pitch to the right side, the near side. He cuts downfield. He really has a problem because the near side comes up a little bit too quickly. They were on the left hash mark, and he did not have a whole lot of running room. He gets about 2 yards on the play, 2nd and 8.
Well, again, a couple of times those Slaton Tigers on some of those plays, they must have the proper stunt called or whatever, but they're right back there. We're pitching the ball back to him about 6 to 8 yards deep in the backfield, and they're right in his face as he catches the pitch, Mike, and he has to do everything he can just to get back to the line of scrimmage.
5 minutes, 28 seconds left to play in this 3rd period. Enlow still over to the sideline. Finally gets back into the huddle for the next play. 2nd and 8. And they send twins. Frank and Favors go left. Henry lines up on the right side. Keck and Cherry make up the backfield. Here's a quick pass. Thrown, and it is complete, but Favors falls immediately. A quick slant-out pattern.
It has just a real quick out pattern, and Enlow throws it actually behind him. That's an outstanding catch by Favors. He's heading towards the sideline. He has to stop and fall backwards to make the catch. Not a a whole bunch of yardage, but still, well, it's going to be more than I think if they get it. It's going to be close to the first down again, guys.
It really is close.
Yeah, and they mark it as a first down.
They did not even have to go to the chain gang to determine that. So it is very difficult to spot the ball, particularly when the play goes to the opposite side of the field.
Great catch by Favors, good pass by Enlow.
And I would say, gentlemen, that's at about the 16-yard line? Would you call it somewhere right in that 15, 16-yard line?
I think it's inside of that, because it looks like the first down is inside the 5.
To make the first down inside the 5, okay. Triple receivers go to the left side, single back offense. New life for the Lions. The give is to Cherry, and he's hit immediately. He will lose 3 yards on the play. He just got hit as soon as he caught that ball, or rather he got the handoff.
Well, again, Slaton been very successful at getting inside there a lot of times on those pitches, penetrating our line of scrimmage before our back has a chance to even get to the line of scrimmage.
4 minutes, 19 seconds left to play in this 3rd period. Much lower scoring ball game than many had thought. It's a 14-7 score. The Lions are leading by 7 points. And they will send Favors and Frank as well as Keck left. Henry lines up right as the tight end. Sherry the single back. Here is the fake. Here is Enlow rolling to his right. He'll run to the 5, the 4-yard line. Breaks a tackle. He's in the end zone. Touchdown. Woo! Oh.
Well, I don't know exactly where it was, Mike. It looks like it's around the 15-yard line, but we just really can't spot it well enough to give a good stat on it.
They said, well,
that was for the first, though, after the loss.
It's got to be around the 15.
I think it's 16.
Okay, Gooch is our stat guy. We'll say the 16-yard line.
That's what he's here for. 16-yard touchdown scamper by Chris Enlow. So it's a 28-7 ball game. Richard Gooch will try for the extra point. T.J. Smith holding. The kick is up. It looks good.
Woo, I imagine.
21-7. The Lions lead. This is Vernon Lion football.
They didn't have the ball.
Here's the kickoff by Detrick Morris as the Lions lead 21-7. It's taken at the 10-yard line, 15 up to the 20. He is hit, breaks a tackle, 25-yard line, still on his feet at around the 28-yard line. The ball carrier was Whaley.
Yeah, and not very good tackling by the Vernon Lions as he was able to elude some tackles. Mike, again, that was a 35-yard drive, 8 plays, set up by a fumble recovery by Detrick Morris. The final was a 16-yard run by Enlow. Gooch kicks that ball almost to Idalou and on the extra point attempt, Mike, and it winds up with 3:48 in the third quarter, 21-7.
16-mile kick. That's 16 miles to Idalou.
There's 2 fences, and he kicked it over that back fence. Those kids were standing in front of that fence and watched it go over their head, and they thought, well, who's going over the fence to get the ball?
Hammonds, the quarterback, sends a man in motion from left to right. The give is to Thomas. Thomas on the right side is a tough runner and finally bowled down. Most of the running lateral, but he does fight his way up to about the 34 with a 4-yard pickup. Checking back into the ball game is Chad Thomas, and Arnold will check out. We have 3:19 left to play in the third period. The Lions using a five-man front with Morris, Dunson, Wilson.
Well, and now
Banner is the defensive end along with Clayton Henry on the other side.
Right.
And a mix-up in the lineup. Have a man in motion now from left to right offensively. Hammonds will give to Solis. Solis breaks a tackle. Back behind the line of scrimmage. Lions coming in to put a stop on him. A 2-yard loss. Great effort by the Vernon defense.
Finally,
Wilson.
yeah. I have to give Solis a lot of credit, Mike. It's very difficult for the first Vernon line to tackle him. He always managed to evade that first one. Sean Tom Fanner came shooting across there from that defensive end, and he managed to elude him, but that wasn't just that illusion was enough to get him a little closer to the line of scrimmage, but not to prevent the loss.
2:27 left to play in this third period. Third down and 8 yards needed for the Slaton Tigers. They need to get up to the 38-yard line for the first down. Hammonds will fake the draw, throws into the flat, incomplete, man wide open, and it was intended for Smith, Dusty Smith, in and out of his hands, incomplete.
Well, I don't know if he kind of ran a comeback pattern or what, but we didn't have anybody very close to him. Now, he was a short pass when they threw the ball to him, was right literally about the line of scrimmage, and he was coming back towards the line of scrimmage, the ball very low, about shoestring high, and he's not able to make the catch.
T.J. Smith checks into the secondary now. Actually, this is a punting situation. That's what it is. That's why he's in there. It's a 4th down and 8, and it will be Michael Lee back instead of Kyle Williams. Solis will punt it away, a spiraling kick. It'll be taken by Lee at the 40, the 35, the 45, 50, and fights his way into Slaton territory to the 47-yard line.
Good job by Lee to feel the ball and keep his momentum in the right place, heading out because somebody was right in front of him. I believe that was T.J. Smith, and he managed to get around T.J. and make some extra yardage, Mike, who did not let that ball hit the ground and roll.
So the Lions now have it on the offense just inside Slaton territory. 21-7, the Lions lead in this bi-district competition.
28-yard punt, and I started to say that maybe against the wind, the flag's starting to hang a little bit less now. I don't know.
And, of course, the weather has been very cooperative here tonight. We're expecting lows in the mid-40 range, mid to upper range, and very pleasant, a little bit on the chilly side, but certainly it is a lot better than what it has been in games past. Here is Enlow up over the ball. A draw play goes to Willie Cherry. Big hole on the left side. 45, 40, 45. Darks out to the right side. He's going to go all the way. The 10, the 5. Touchdown, Willie Cherry. 47-yard scamper. Oh, man, what a hole on the left side by that line. And then he saw daylight to the right. And it was 6 points for Cherry.
Well, we knew it's just a matter of time, Mike. There's been any number of runs Willie's made has just been one tackle away from making the big, long run for the touchdown. And this time he finally made break that last tackle and got all the way into the end zone, as you already said, 47 yards.
27-7. Richard Gooch will try the extra point. The hold is by T.J. Smith. Snap is good. The kick is up. It's good. 28-7. The Lions lead. This is Vernon Lion football. And welcome back to Slaton, Texas. Mike Klappenbaugh, Dr. Mark Reynolds, and Gene Gooch. It's a 28-7 ball game. The Vernon Lions preparing to kick off.
The following an outstanding punt return by Michael Lee. It was a one-play, 47-yard run by Willie Cherry. Gooch again on extra point. 28-7.
Morris will kick off end over end, rather short. Bounces at the 22, picked up at the 18-yard line. This by Whaley. Cuts back against the grain.
All right, Matt
Ballou with a solo tackle. Big play by Matt.
Whaley on that other kickoff had managed to get away and break tackles. Matt Ballou said, no way. He wrapped him up and took him face to face and took him down like a wrestler to the mat.
All the flow was going back towards
3
the middle
points.
of the field.
How many points you get for that on a takedown, Duke?
Well, a takedown is 2. If you pin him, then it's
Well, he got at least 2, and he might have got 3 on
That's
that
called
one.
the pancake. The pancake flat.
1:45 left to play in the third period. 28-7, the Lions lead. Here is Hammonds, a quarterback, putting the man in motion from left to right. He will give fake to Solis, rolls to his right, throws. It is almost intercepted by Michael Lee. Incomplete pass.
Now, Michael Lee got his hand on it. They ran a deep out pattern. I believe that was Whaley again out there. But anyway, with the intended receiver, he and Smith, they were both in the area. But Michael Lee got his hand on the ball and deflected it.
And checking into the ball game now is Shanton Banner, number 56. Also coming in is Chad Thomas.
Perkins is also out. I mean, not Perkins. Kemp is also out there, Mike. I don't see
Duke Arnold just checks out. All right, say
Dunson. Dunson's out.
2nd and 10. Here is Solis with the ball. Tries the right side. We wrap him up behind the line of scrimmage. A big wall of white shirts there to make the stop. It is Morris coming up off the bottom. And let's check out following the number. That's 29, Gonzalez. How did he get in on the play? He's there, though.
And now Kemp, Perkins does check in. And again, I believe he's going to be playing the left defensive tackle position.
1:13 left to play in the third period. And they will send a wide receiver. That is Smith to the right side. Using a 3-back offense. Showed a tandem for a moment. Then they stick him out as a wide receiver to the right side. A lot of motion here tonight by Slaton. Here's Hammond. A block pass. And it was intended over on the right side. Intended for Thomas checking out of the backfield. And it was broken up, I believe, maybe hit by Morris.
Morris was going for the ball, but Clayton Henry was back there. Kiesnick was back there. We had 4 or 5 Vernon lines right there in the quarterback's face, Mike.
28-7.
4th down, though, and 11. We probably see a punting situation.
Michael Lee back to receive. I wonder what the strategy is. Michael Lee as opposed to Kyle Williams. Any reason for the change? No, we see Williams down here. It is Michael Lee at the 50-yard line to receive the punt. A low snap. Solis gets his toe into it. Whoa, a boomer, man. A lot of hang time. Lee calls a fair catch at the 45. I'll tell you what, for a gentleman that has not punted the ball too many times, he's doing a good job tonight.
Against the wind that time, Mike. They do spot the ball on the 45-yard line, and Vernon's in the field, but that's still good field position. We've still got the wind at our back for another 47 seconds in this third quarter, and we're 55 yards away from another score.
And certainly 21 points is a nice cushion, but 28 points would be much better. 28-7. Lions would like to score here very quickly. We've got Doug Jeffrey in at tight end. He lines up on the right side. It is Favors. And is that Frank out there? Twins to the left side. Check it out in a minute. Here,
Mark Allen.
Here's a long pass intended for Allen. He's wide open. Overthrows him, incomplete. Oh, man, that's the picture-perfect pass we were hoping to see this year.
Oh, that was it. Beautiful pass play, guys. All kinds of deception in there, and it caught the secondary napping a little bit there. He got behind them, but the ball just a little overthrown.
Slightly overthrown. I don't know whether he got his fingertips on it or not, but he lunged for that ball.
He gave it the old high school, college try. He dove for the ball, Mike. We're not sure he has quite the same foot speed. Of course, we haven't seen him play. His knees had the surgery. It's heavily taped and braced, I'll tell you that.
Well, they're going to go with the 2nd and 10, and they leave Allen in, and Favors and Lee check out to the right side as wide receivers. Tight end to the left side. Here's Enlow dropping back. And lots of time. Throws to Favor. Oh, there's some tripping going on out there. The Vernon fans thought there may have been some interference, but no call at the 40-yard line. Incomplete pass.
Well, also back there lobbying on behalf of Chris Enlow was Jeff Garrett. He thought they roughed our passer back there. He was pointing at one of the defensive players for Slaton and saying, don't you think you roughed up our quarterback a little bit there? But the referee just shook his head.
You know, Mark Allen and Favors were going out here to set up, and you could tell that Mark may have been a little bit questioning where he was supposed to go, but he turned over to Favors, and I'm sure he said, hey, where am I supposed to go?
Again, all this new offense, Mike, and he did a little bit of work on it, and it's not pads before the two-a-days, but has not really worked in the new offense at all.
Gaines is out here now along with Allen on the right side. In low, wanting to throw. He's got Allen under his...
Interference, guys.
It's incomplete pass intended for Mark Allen at the 25-yard line. No flags flying, though.
They might have said it's non-catchable, but they definitely hit him before the ball got there, but maybe it's just it says a non-catchable pass.
Well, it's 4th down, and they're going to have to punt it away. They're at their own 45-yard line, and they tried 3 consecutive passes, 3 incomplete passes, with 26 seconds left to play in this third period. Starting to open up the ball game just a little bit more with a lot of long passes here in this third period.
Of course, that first down play was the one. We had Mark Allen deep going down the left sideline. The ball just barely overthrown. He dove for it, but not able to catch it.
Ferris and Whaley back to receive the punt. Enlow standing back at his 30-yard line. Almost blocked. Nice punt taken by Whaley at the 20-yard line. Calls a fair catch. It'll be 1st and 10 for Slaton from that point.
35-yard effort off the toe of Enlow. No return, and the ball will be marked right about the 20-yard line.
Only 19 seconds left to play in this period. It's a 28-7 ball game. The Lions have the wind to their back right now. They'll be facing the wind for the final 12 minutes. So defensively, the Lions should be showing Morris, Dunson, Wilson, Henry, and yes, it is Duke Arnold as that defensive end. Gonzalez, Lee, Williams, and Sims make up the secondary. Banner and Kieschnick make up the linebackers. Here's the pitchback going to Solis. Solis tries the right side. This time he is caught literally from behind, and the man to make the stop there, let's keep our eye on.
Was it Clayton Henry?
Yes, it was, 83. Clayton
Henry. Also, I think Michael Lee there to help him.
Jumped on his back.
Made about a 3 or 4 yard gain on that, Mike. I thought they maybe try to have some single coverage on there with their wide receiver. Oh, that's in the quarter.
The end of the third quarter. Our score, the Vernon Lions 28, Slaton 7. This is Vernon Lion football.
This portion of Vernon Lion football sponsored by Right Brand Foods, a proud supporter of the Fighting Vernon Lions.
Your college choice could be the most important decision you'll ever make. During college, you'll probably decide on a career, broaden your intellectual span, and meet new friends. You should consider your college choice carefully. At Vernon Regional Junior College, we're large enough to offer a wide variety of programs, yet small enough to provide support and encouragement. Visit VRJC and see for yourself how we offer the best in quality education. Cross the bridge to a richer future at VRJC.
Welcome back to Slaton, Texas, as we get ready for fourth quarter action. The Lions lead 28-7, but Slaton has the ball 2nd and 7. The ball is at the 21-yard line. Here's a reverse play. It goes from right to left. The ball carrier was number 81, Ferris, and he is caught from behind. A big tackle made by Andre Wilson.
Yeah, Mike. Shad Johnson, whatever his name is, was trying to keep him from getting back there. Andre saw that coming, just shut that guy down. I'm going to see how big Chad is. I think he's a pretty good-sized fellow. Just 200 pounds. And Andre just threw him down and went over and grabbed that little running back and threw him to a big loss.
That play was a very slow developing play. Did a lot of running, most of that lateral and backwards, if you will. Hammonds now checks up on a 3rd and long. 3rd and about 15 needed for the first down. Twin receivers go to the right side. Offset eye in the backfield. Here is Hammond keeping the ball, rolling to his right, throws, and it's intercepted by Lee at the 25, the 20, the 10, the 5, he'll score. Touchdown. I believe he's at the 27-yard line. 27 or 28-yard line. A touchdown for Michael Lee on a pass interception. And that is Lee's 5th pass interception of the year. Came into this ball game with 4 interceptions. And the Lions are on the scoreboard 34-7. And that will put a nice cushion for the Lions as we enter this last quarter. Richard Gooch will try for the extra point. Smith will hold. The kick is up. It's good. 35-7, the Lions lead. This is Vernon Lion football. 11 minutes, 5 seconds left to play in the ball game. It's a 35-7 score. The Lions with a big lead.
Of course, Mike, that was a 28-yard pass interception by Michael Lee. Returned all the way for a touchdown. Gooch good on the extra point, making the score 35-7.
And Richard Gooch will kick off for the Lions. The ball is teed up at the 40-yard line. End-over-end kick. It'll be taken at about the 10-yard line, up to the 15, the 20, hit at the 23-yard line, and powers his way past the 25 up to around the 26. Several lines in to make the stop. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Slaton Tigers from that point. The Lions with a big lead now, leading 35-7. We very well could see some new faces checking into the ball game for the Lions. In fact, we see number 60 checking in. That is David Cook, will play defensively for the Lions first time tonight. He'll set up as a left defensive end. Secondary still intact. Here is Hammonds pitching back to Solis. Solis to the left side, fights his way upfield to the 30, the 32 or 3-yard line, picks up about 9 yards, more than I expected.
Well, I'll tell you what, this Solis is everything that we expected him to be, Mike. He has lived up to his reputation in past performances. We think a lot of our Vernon defense, and every time he gets the ball, he scares me to death. I'm really glad we've got this big lead because you saw him make that electrifying run earlier, and every time he gets it, it looks like he could break it.
Almost 1,600 yards coming into this ball game on a 9-game schedule. Right. You got to keep that in mind. They're 1 game short of us. I formation is 2nd and short. Hammonds, an option play, pitches back at the last minute. He will try. I can believe he got past the 35. He needed to get to the 35 for the first down. It was Duke Arnold in to make the stop.
Again, I don't believe we've seen Chris Dunson playing defense in quite a while, Mike. I believe we've had different people playing his position. Right now, we have Jeff Kemp in playing his position.
Kemp
no,
checks out of the ball game, and Perkins checks in.
Perkins.
Kemp was on the last play, though.
Yeah, Perkins in there now.
First down. Ball is at the 36-yard line. 1st and 10 for Slaton. Here's Hammonds taking a long count. I formation. Everybody moves prematurely, and I believe we're going to get 5 yards out of that one. Or else Wilson.
No, well, I for sure saw 57 for their side jump off, Mike. That would be Adam DeLeon, the right guard. I know he jumped off.
Wilson took advantage of that, and he was in the backfield.
Chris Dunson is on the field. He's over here on the sideline, Mike. He's not taking off his uniform, but he's limping just a little bit. I believe maybe they'll just hold him out for just to protect him more than anything.
We'll try to let Gene Gooch give us a update on the stats here following this play. 10-17 left to play in this ball game. Lions leading 35-7. Twin receivers go to the left side. Offset I formation in the backfield. I'll have to hand it to Slaton. They have a lot of formations, a lot of looks. Here is the fake and the play action pass going down the middle. Way downfield, incomplete, great defensive play, incomplete pass intended for Whaley, and the man back responsible for that was Kyle Williams.
That was good play on everybody's part. Good arm by the quarterback. He mailed that thing down there. Williams did a great job of playing center field, went up and got it, but Whaley did a good job, too, of running and through it, completing his route, because as the ball came off of Williams' hands, he still tried to make an effort to catch it, Mike. That was just a good football play.
2nd and 15, wide receiver right, one goes left. Hammonds up over the ball. Go from a pro I to an offset I. In motion now, left to right. Here is Hammonds with a quick pitch. Going to Solis. Big hole to the left side, 45, 50-yard line. He's got the first down and 6 yards to spare. In to make the stop was Duke Arnold. Also helping out on the bottom is Williams.
I believe we've also got another defensive end in there, Mike. Let me make sure I believe this right. I believe this is Cook, number 60, playing the defensive left end. Yes, that's David Cook.
He's been on this whole series, David Cook.
Good.
And we've got 9:50 left to play. Gene, I promise you, we'll get to you in a moment here. Wide receiver right, one left, I formation in the backfield. Hammonds up over the ball, sends the man in motion, left to right. Here is a give to Thomas, the fullback, up the middle, past the 50 to the 45 to around the 42-yard line. All right, Gene, if you will, fill us in on the third quarter stats.
Okay, I'll go ahead and carry it all the way through right now. We've got Slaton carrying the ball 32 times for 145 yards. Of those, Solis has 24 carries for 151, so they've lost some yardage except for Solis. In this, they've got 10 first downs. I'll give it back.
He lacks about 20 yards to make up that average. He averages around 175 yards per ball game. Here is a 2nd and short. Solis in motion from left to right. Quick pass. Actually, it's going to be thrown pretty far downfield. Intended for Whaley, incomplete. Continue, Gene.
Okay, they're passing now. They're 4 for 19 for only 50 yards. If we look over on Vernon's side, we've carried the ball now 27 times for 161 yards. Willie Cherry has 19 carries for 125. We're 7 of 17 passing for 136 with 10 first downs.
And the Lions, of course, lead 35-7. Smith lines up on the right side this time. A balanced line, strong to the right side. Twin receivers now end up on the right side. I formation of the backfield. Here's the pitch back going to Solis. Big hole, 40-yard line, tripped up at the 35 by Lee and falls down to the 30, maybe to the 29.
Coming up off to make that stop, though, Kieschnick and Kyle Williams, but as you said, Lee's the one that makes the initial stop, but Solis still gets about 6 yards after that initial hit.
8:51 left to play in this game. Stick around. We do have the scoreboard coming up following this ball game. Scores around the area and specifically across the state. Twin receivers to the right side. It is Solis with the ball again. 30, 25, ducks his head, gets a couple of more yards down to the 20. He is close to the first down.
Michael Lee, Sean Tom Fanner hits him to knock him out of bounds. If he did indeed to go out of bounds, anyway, they do move the chains. He gets the first down. The ball somewhere around the 17, 18-yard line now, Mike.
And Slaton really moving the ball against these Lions. Also is Doug Jeffrey in on that previous play. He'll check out now. We may see a few new faces starting to check in. Tommy Freeman in defensively. Secondary stays intact, though. Hammonds up over the ball as the quarterback sends a man in motion from left to right. Rolls to his left. He's got a lot of running room. He may decide to run. He throws at the last minute. Incomplete. And they're going to call pass interference against the Lions. It will go against, I believe, is that Arnold out there? No, 31. That is Kieschnick. It'll be a pass interference call against Kieschnick. So Clint shrugs his shoulders as if to say he was close. I don't think I did it, but it'll stand anyway. 8-13. And that will give them a first down. Did you ever see the interference call? Was it actually made?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
The first down from the spot. Now the ball is on about the 15, 14-yard line. I can't tell exactly. First and 10.
And we've got the single back offense. Hammonds throws in the end zone. Touchdown. Slaton over on the left side. Whaley caught the ball. Back defending.
That's
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez?
Yes, Gonzalez.
They just threw the fade route, and there was not any. It was an athletic mismatch. Just Whaley appears to be quite a bit taller than Gonzalez. They just threw it up high, whereas we took advantage of Willie Cherry's jumping ability into the second quarter. They just threw it up high, and there wasn't any way Whaley that Gonzalez could compete with Whaley on jumping up for that pass.
It makes it a 35-13 score. They're probably going to go for 2 points here. As they come up over the line of scrimmage, they'll show two tight ends, actually a slot to the left side. I formation. Here is Hammonds. He wants to throw into the end zone again on the left side. Incomplete. Throws it in the dirt. No good. And the score stands 35-13. The Lions lead with 8:08 left to play the ball game. This is Vernon Lion football. And welcome back to Slaton, Texas. Mike Klappenbaugh, Dr. Mark Reynolds, and Gene Gooch. The Lions are still leading 35-13, but Slaton has just scored.
Well, they just did so, Mike, with a 15-yard pass from Hammonds to Whaley. They went for 2 extra points. It was not successful, but that did cap off a 74-yard, 9-play drive and making the score 35-13. We're expecting an onside kick.
And Dusty Smith will try that onside kick, lining up, slanting his position to go from right to left. They've got all the guns up. It is fumbled by the Lions. Loose ball, and Slaton may have it. I don't know. It's a big pileup.
They've got it. I already see the striped shirt pointing north, Mike.
They got it. It was a planned play. Everybody knew it was coming, and Vernon still lost the ball.
Well, again, it wasn't on lack of effort by Vernon. They just got the good bounce. They being against Slaton, the ball just bounced, Mike. It was one of those good onside kicks. He kicked it, and it started bouncing and jumping, and it's a very live ball, and just fell just right for them to make the recovery. The ball on the 46-yard line in Vernon territory.
Don't count these Slaton Tigers out yet. They trail 35-13, but they still have plenty of time left, over 8 minutes. Twin receivers go to the right side. Solis with the carry, 45, tripped up, and a nice play. Let's give credit to big number 63, Tommy Freeman. A 4-yard pickup. And a big score that will make a lot of folks happy around the Greenbelt area. Chillicothe has defeated Groom. This is a final 6-man football, 44-26. Chillicothe defeats Groom, and they go on into the area competition. And I guarantee you, getting by Groom means they may go a long way.
Oh, go Eagles, go Eagles.
And here is a split man to the left side, wide receiver to the right side. 2nd down and 8. Hammonds wants to throw quick, looks left, now throws right. It is up for grabs. Great defensive play by Jonathan Sims. Incomplete pass intended for number 22,
Stevenson Williams, I believe.
Yes, Williams, the last name.
Stephenson Williams, however you say it. But at any rate, good job by Sims, Mike. It looked like for a minute he was going to get beat on the deep fade route, but he does such a good job of rebounding. He goes back and goes high in the air and knocks that ball out of play.
Stephons, I believe the way you say that.
Okay, Stephon.
Stephonz. Stephon.
Mr. Williams.
There you go. 3rd down and 7 yards needed for the first. Man in motion from left to right. Here is Hammonds to Solis. Past the line of scrimmage, ducks his head at the 40, gets to the 39. It was Lee, Freeman, Morris, and Fanner in to make the stop. All getting credit there. 7:10 left to play in the game. These Slaton Tigers not willing to give up here, even though they trail by 22 points. So basically the first team defense still in. We've got Henry as the tight end to the left side. Freeman, however, is playing that tackle position. Wilson on the other side. Morris is the nose. Here is a quick gift to Thomas, the fullback up the middle on a 4th down, and I believe he's got the first down. Only needed about 3 yards and got about 4 or maybe 5. And on the ground, getting up rather slowly, is Thomas, that senior 281-pounder. I guarantee I don't know how tall Thomas. Do they list the heights on Thomas? 75, listing 5'10". I'll tell you what, he doesn't look that tall, so he's very broad.
Yeah, he's pretty broad, pretty wide.
They're listing 5'10". Twin receivers go left, tight end to the right side. 1st and 10 for Slaton. I formation, Hammonds looks, going to throw way downfield, intended for Whaley, incomplete, guarded by, is that Cherry? I believe it's Cherry.
Yeah, Cherry and Michael Lee both
Michael
back
Lee.
there, yeah. Good coverage by the defense.
So the Slaton Tigers going for the 6 points. They have been throwing long here in this 4th period. 6:20 left to play. It is a 2nd and 10. Duke Arnold checks out.
Now again, you'll see probably Shanton Fanner probably at the defensive end position.
We've got Henry on this side, on the left side. And is it?
Yes, it is, because we got
We're on the right side.
Keishnick and Thomas at linebacker.
Twin receivers line up on the left side. Hammonds fakes to Solis, will throw. It is incomplete over the head of Dusty Smith.
Was there a flag thrown, gentlemen?
Yes, it is.
Right
Right
into
at
the middle.
Yes.
Yeah. Thought I saw it fly. Probably holding in that place.
Did we give you a chance to finish up with the stats, Gene? I'm not sure we completed all the stats there.
Yeah, we got all the way down through 1st downs, and look and see what the penalty was on this.
They're talking to Detrick Morris, so apparently he is going to go against Slaton. Holding is the call, the preliminary call against Slaton, and that will move the ball back upfield. They're looking at the 36-yard line, and we'll move it back upfield from that point. They'll put the ball, actually it's going to be 10 yards upfield to the 46-yard line. 46-yard line, 2nd and a bunch. Over 20, let's call it about 23 or 4 yards for the first down. Boy, what a
Goodness
shift.
gracious,
2, 4,
guys.
5 people went
Describe
into
that
the
quick.
shift.
Describe
I
it.
don't know what that was. Started out as a tight formation, ends up as a pro I set. It's the best way I know to say. Here is a quarterback keeper. First time he has kept the ball. Hammonds had a big hole on the right side, 40, 35. He is back to the original line of scrimmage and gets a couple of more after that. 13-yard pickup.
Play-by-play man's nightmare, Mike. I knew there was people going every which way, and next thing you knew, the Hammonds had the ball running up the middle.
5 people shifted on that play. 5 people. This time they line up with a pro I formation. 1 left, 1 right. Hammonds, long count. He will give to, actually an option play. Finally pitches back good to Solis, and they will contain him and strings it out. Duke Arnold in to make the stop.
Great defense by Duke Arnold. It's hard for somebody to take on Solis one-on-one and tackle him, but that's exactly what Duke Arnold did. Threw him down, Mike, for the loss. Lost 4 yards on that. Good job by Duke Arnold from his defensive right end position.
5:15 left to play in the game. The Lions lead 35-13. 35-13, the Lions lead.
4th down and 10.
This is a big play for the Slaton Tigers. The Slaton Tigers came into this game 7 wins, 1 loss, and 1 tie. The Lions 8-2. Triple receivers go right. Man in motion now, right to left is Thomas. Now reverses that, goes left to right. And here is Hammonds going downfield. It is up for grabs, incomplete. Great defensive play by Jonathan Sims.
Oh, Sims is
Pass
amazing.
intended for Williams.
He is amazing.
He has really come on defensively for the Lions.
So check this. Check our lion mascot out. Look what it's got in its mouth.
A tiger halfway in the mouth.
Oh.
That's a baby tiger.
Yeah, it's chewing on a tiger.
Oh, Lord. And that was 4th down, so the ball turns over. The Lions now will have it 1st and 10 with 4:47 left to play in the game. Lions with a comfortable 22-point lead. It'll take 3 touchdowns for Slaton to get back into this ball game, but they will not give up. It is Matt Ballou as wide receiver, as a split in rather to the left side, and it's Mark Allen wide receiver.
To Montez. Montez has been finding some big holes running up the middle. This time again, Matt Ballou comes out to the left side with Mark Allen, and they're going to have twins to the left.
2 minutes, 24 seconds left to play in this ball game.
Yes.
Montez with the ball, 50-yard line, 45, down around the 41-yard line. Who's got the first down?
Oh, he's looking great, Mike. He just better get some good yardage on this fella. He got 9 yards on that, Mike, and another first down. We're going to call him the chain gang all by himself if that's what that chain gang means, move the chains. That's what Marcus Montez is doing. He'll be the first to admit, though, he's getting some good help from his friends out there. Jeffries, Garrett, Winship, Matt Ballou, several. I'm trying to get everybody out there. I believe we still have Hester at center, Pierce.
And we've got 2 minutes left to play in this ball game. Twin receivers line up to the left side. Offset I formation. Enlow still the quarterback. They give this to Marcus Montez. 40-yard line. Hit hard. 2-yard pickup. Tackle made by number 80. That is Munoz.
Wanting to bounce it outside that time, Mike, and not able to get too much yardage, but next thing you know, he does get a couple. Also, still have, see, who is that out there? Number No, I'll get my name straight here. That's still Tommy Freeman. That's the strong guard.
And time is running down. 1:25 left to play, and the Lions are going to roll this one down and will win it. They're leading 35-13. Ballou. And
tight end goes right, in low, blocking signal, gives to number 22. Who did you say that is? Billy Gaines. Billy Gaines up the middle to the right side, gets about a yard on the play.
Yeah, first carry for the night.
Oh, was it?
For Billy, yeah.
Tried to get a little quick opener, Mike, running inside from that offset fullback position, but closed up pretty good, picked up a yard or so. Third down is still about 6. 50 seconds left to play in this game. The Lions are going to sit on it as long as they possibly can before running the play. Third down and 7. So the Lions are going to win it and beat the by-district champs here tonight. They are in the playoffs for the 11th consecutive year. They're going into the area competition. If it's against Littlefield, we'll be back home at Lions Stadium next Friday night. Ballou and Allen line up left. Here's Enlow. Rolling to his left. He wants to keep it. 35, 30, 25. Knocked out of bounds and around the 22, and he was hit late, extremely late. Is there a flag there?
No, I really think what it was is 81's the one that whipped with him out of bounds, and 81 went down, and Enlow kept such good balance, he stepped back up over him as 81 was trying to get up, Mike, so I don't think it's anything flagrant.
21 seconds left as they knocked Enlow out of bounds. First down, though. Enlow is very powerful running that ball.
He's got such great balance, you just can't knock him off his feet.
Well, T.J. Smith now checks in as the new quarterback, and a great job for Chris Enlow. Number 18, quarterback for the Lions, and T.J. Smith gets his opportunity. Checks up over the ball. He sends Allen and Ballou's left. Takes the first snap tonight. Gives it off to Marcus Montez. Tries the near side. Gets the line of scrimmage. Maybe picks up a yard or two. And that will be the last play of the ball game. 10 seconds showing on the scoreboard clock. 35-13. The Lions will win here tonight. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. The ball game is over. The final score, the Vernon Lions win 35-13. We'll be back in 2 minutes with the final wrap-up. This is Vernon Lion football.
Minutes away from kickoff time. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment. This is Vernon Lion football. And once again from Memorial Stadium, Vernon Lions taking on the South Lake Carroll Dragons in what should be a very exciting ball game. Of course, the Dragons are 12-0. The Vernon Lions are 10-2 for the season. They have met at this particular point in time in the playoffs a couple of times. Of course, last year, a big ball game in Bedford, Texas. The Lions lost that ball game 39-35. Well, we'll turn the microphone over to our good buddy, Dr. Mark Reynolds. Mark, you've been studying the South Lake Carroll Dragons. We had an opportunity to see them last Saturday night. Fill us in.
Okay, Mike, the South Lake Carroll Dragons, coached by Bob Ledbetter, last year's defending state champions with a perfect 16-0 record, including a regional semifinal victory over Vernon Lions in front of an overflow crowd of 17,000 plus at Pennington Field. Of course, that score, we came on the short end, 39-35. The last time the Dragons were defeated was 42 games ago, right here at Memorial Stadium, Wichita Falls, the 15th game of the season of 1990, the state semifinals by a score of 11-6 at the hands of the eventual state champion Vernon Lions. This year's South Lake Carroll Dragon team brings an unblemished 12-0 record into this regional semifinal game against the Vernon Lions and a #1 ranking by all the polls. They're the champions of District 8-3A. They had a 3-game non-conference schedule, Mike, and their first game was their closest encounter. 4A Coppell defeated them they won over 4A Coppell 15-13, but it was a very close game, obviously. Gainesville, they defeated them 44-13, defeated Azle 52-6, started their district competition against Springtown 31-7. Bridgeport beat them 41-15, Aledo 49-0. Lake Dallas 52-7, Fort Worth Castleberry 55-0, Decatur 51-0, wound up district competition against Lake Worth, defeated them 35-0, opened up the by-district round 63-7 over Clyde, and of course last week the game that we carried over Reagan County 41-0. Offensively, they've scored 529 points. That's a little over 44 points per game. They returned 5 starters from last year's state championship team. They're expected to start 10 seniors and only 1 junior on offense. Their line averages 208 pounds. The Dragons operate from multiple offenses, especially variations of the wishbone. And yes, like all the teams we've seen this year, they do use some one-back offense. They're averaging 358 yards total offense per game. That breaks down to 298 yards rushing and 60 yards passing. The only starting junior on offense is 170-pound quarterback Chris Brown. Brown is very quick, fakes well, and runs the option very, very well. And he seems to be more than adequate as a passer. Also typical of the Dragons offense, they utilize a lot of different running backs. However, the undisputed leader and big gun of the offense is 175-pound senior Dane Johnson. Johnson's a preseason first-team All-State selection both offensively and defensively. He has 1,315 yards rushing on 147 carries. That's just a little less than 9 yards per carry average. He's averaging a little over 109 yards per game in rushing. He scored 18 touchdowns. Also, senior running back Mark Byerly. He's a 170-pound senior again. He has 981 yards rushing and 19 touchdowns. The Dragons have provided most of their offense rushing the football, but really haven't needed to pass, so this game, part of the game, may be suspect. We really just don't know. Defensively, they've given up only 68 points. That's a little less than 6 points per game. They returned 6 starters from last year's team. They're expected to start 9 seniors and only 2 juniors. 4 of those players do start both ways. They use a 5-2 defensive alignment. The front 5, again, averages 208 pounds per man. They're allowing an average of 84 yards running the ball each game and an average of 93 yards through the airways. That's an average total offense given up per game of 177 yards. The defense is very quick and gets lots of people to the ball very fast. Excuse me. Again, the key player is Dane Johnson. He was second-team defensive back last year as an All-State. And this year, again, he's a preseason first-team pick. He has returned 2 interceptions for touchdowns this year and returned 2 fumble recoveries for touchdowns this year as well. You may also remember him last year as a tackler who stripped away the ball from Dexter Butler, resulting in a fumble on about the 5-yard line on their end of the field, preventing the go-ahead score by Vernon late in last year's thrilling game. Joining Johnson is Joseph Stanier. He's a 220-pound senior defensive tackle. He's also a first-team preseason All-State defensive selection. Kicking game, the punter is handed by junior Derek Sargent. He's averaging about 40 yards per punt. The remaining kicking duties are handled by the junior quarterback, Chris Brown. He consistently kicks off to the goal line with a lot of height. It almost looks like a punt. He also kicked the winning field goal with 3 seconds on the clock in the season opening game against Coppell to give the Dragons that 15-13 victory. The main thing, Mike, is this is the game, I reiterate, according to everyone. The first game in this stadium was a low-scoring affair, 11-6. In last year's game, the second game of the matchup was a high-scoring barn burner, 39-35. Both teams played before packed stadiums with overflow crowds. Their record, of course, is 1-1 against each other. But Vernon has 46 points, and they have 45. So Vernon has a slight edge in all this matchup. And right now we're waiting for both teams to come on the field. The anticipation is kind of getting everybody, Mike.
It certainly is, Mark, and we'll be back in 2 minutes with the kickoff. Right now, let's take this break. This is Vernon Lion Football. Welcome back to Memorial Stadium in Wichita Falls, Texas. Mike Klappenbaugh, Dr. Mark Reynolds, and Gene Gooch. We're about 3 minutes away from kickoff time for the regional championship football game between the Vernon Lions and the South Lake Carroll Dragons. Both teams have representatives meeting out at the center of the field. We'll have the flip of the coin in just a moment. And while we are doing that, we'll turn the microphone briefly over to Gene. Good afternoon to you, Gene. Your pregame comments.
Well, good afternoon, Mike. It's really great to be here again today. It's a wonderful afternoon when all the Vernon fans are up on their feet. I would expect them to be on their feet most of the game. The wind has picked up just a little bit. From time to time, you can see a south breeze the way the flags are blowing. So that may have a little bit of an impact on the kicking game at least, and somewhat on the passing game. Although down on the field or on the carpet, it's not you can't detect the wind near as much as you can up here where we are in this catbird seat. Of course, we've got a great view of the game from up here, and you can hear the fans. They just flip the coin, so I'll throw it back to you.
All right, the Vernon Lions have won the flip of the coin. They have elected to receive. They will defend the north end of the playing field, and the South Lake Carroll Dragons will be kicking off defending the south end of the playing field. So let's look quickly at the offensive starters for the Vernon Lions. At the split end, it'll be Brandon Favors, a junior 180-pounder. At tackle, number 77, Jeff Garrett, a junior 225 pounds. At guard, number 52, Randall Winship, a junior 195 pounds. The center, number 71, Chris Dunson, a senior 230 pounds. At the right guard, number 63, Tommy Freeman, a junior 235 pounds. And at right tackle, number 78, Justin Pierce, a junior 230 pounds. Let's go down to the field for the national anthem. Continuing with the starters offensively at tight end, number 83, Clayton Henry, a junior, 195 pounds. The quarterback this afternoon, Chris Enlow, a senior, 190 pounds. At the tailback, it'll be Willie Cherry, a senior, 195 pounds. The fullback will be Butch Keck, a junior, 175 pounds. And the wide receiver, Gerald Frank, a junior, 160 pounds. Those are the probable starters offensively. Let's turn quickly to the 5-2 defensive alignment for the South Lake Carroll Dragons. At nose, number 60, Gerald Holmes, a senior, 215 pounds. The tackles, number 73, Brandon Story, a senior, 205. The other tackle will be number 68, Joseph Stanier, a senior, 220 pounds. The defensive ends, Brad Davis, a 205-pound senior, and number 54, Jason Moreland, a senior, 180 pounds. The linebackers, Ryan Boyle, a senior, 175 pounds, along with Kyle Smith, a senior, 190 pounds. The corners, Derek Sargent, number 23, a senior, 165 pounds. Derek Walton is the other corner, number 28, a senior, 160 pounds. The safeties, Dane Johnson, number 10, a senior, 175 pounds, and Chad Baller, number 30, a senior, 155 pounds. Those are the probable starters defensively.
And my course, this is high school football at its best. The stadium's not quite completely full, but it doesn't like much, Mike. Vernon's side is almost completely full, maybe is, and just a little bit on the top outsides on the other side of the field, so we've got to be approaching about 13,000 fans by now.
And the stadium holds 14,500, and I guarantee you $8 a ticket. They are getting their money's worth here this afternoon. Both teams out on the field, the Vernon Lions in their maroon uniforms, the South Lake Carroll Dragons, white jerseys, green numbers, black pants. And this ball game is officially underway. The regional championship game, this game we've been waiting for over a year. And the kickoff at the 40-yard line, end-over-end kick. It's a rather short one, but it's high. It's taken at the 11-yard line by Cherry. He's hit at the 15 and down immediately. The tackle was made by number 34, that is Todd McGrath.
Well, Mike, the kicker, Chris Brown, kicked it from his left to right. Tried to kick it across the grain. Looked like it was going to actually fall right into Billy Gaines' hands, but Cherry stepped right in front of him, and as soon as he made the reception, he didn't get a chance to even take one step. McGrath right there to make the tackle on the 15-yard line.
This is KVWC AM, KVWC FM in Vernon, broadcasting this afternoon from Memorial Stadium in Wichita Falls, Texas. Twin receivers go to the left side, one wide to the right side, Enlow up over the ball to start this offensive drive for the Lions. Here is a fake draw, roll to his right, complete at the 12-yard line, 15, 17, 18-yard line. It is Billy Gaines starting in place of Keck at the fullback spot. He darted out to the right side, a pickup of around 3 or 4 yards.
Yeah, Mike did the little play-action fake, and then Billy Gaines just runs a little old flat-out pattern, just runs right out in the flat, and a little down-and-out pattern, and just not a big pickup, Mike, but that kind of makes the defense start thinking about certain things right away.
We said that Butch Keck would start. It is Billy Gaines, a junior 180-pounder at the fullback. This time we'll send Favors to the left side. It is Gerald Frank to the right side. A split, an offset I formation in the backfield. Here is Enlow giving up the middle to Gaines. Gaines tries up the middle and then darts out to his right, gets one on the play.
They tried to run the quick trap play, Mike. I had number 52, Winship, the quick side guard, trying to pull right in front of the running back, Gaines, but the hole closed down pretty quick in typical Dragon fashion. Still third down, Mike, about 7 yards needed.
And it was Kyle Smith, the linebacker, in to make the stop. Beautiful afternoon. We were expecting some windy conditions, possibly even some precipitation earlier in the week, but it's a good day for football. Twin receivers go right. Tight end lines up on the left side. Third down for the Lions. Enlow up over the ball. Fakes the draw play. Drops straight back. Wants to pass over the middle. It is incomplete. Intended for Favors.
Way overthrown, Mike. I'm not sure who exactly intended for it. His Favors is well overthrown. It looked like we had a receiver going deep down the sideline, Frank, but the ball not even close to him.
So we set up the first punt of the afternoon. It'll be Chris Enlow that normally does the punting chores. We have 10:34 still left to play in the first quarter. No score. Back to receive is Dane Johnson, number 10.
And Baller, Mike. Both those guys very dangerous return men.
And it is Chad Baller. Here's a low snap. Oh, it's blocked. It's blocked at the 5-yard line. And it's still loose. It's in the end zone. It's recovered by South Lake Carroll. Touchdown.
Return men.
And it is Chad Baller. Here's a low snap. Oh, it's blocked. It's blocked at the 5-yard line. And it's still loose. It's in the end zone. It's recovered by South Lake.
You can't make mistakes. You can't give easy scores, big turnovers. Of course, that's what South Lake Carroll does so well. We played right into their game plan exactly by letting that happen. Block the punt. Again, Chris Enlow didn't even have a chance to get the punt off. Blocked, wound up on the ground, rolled on about the 3-yard line and went into the end zone. And one of the South Lake Carroll Dragons able to make the recovery for the touchdown.
Not able to give credit. I did not see who it was that finally pounced on the ball. It's Chris Brown who will try the extra point for the Dragons. The kick is up, and it is good. It's a 7-0 ball game. The Dragons out front with 10:26 still left to play in the first quarter. This is Vernon Lion football. 10 minutes, 26 seconds still left to play in the first quarter, and the Dragons are on the scoreboard 7-0.
Mike, again, those 3 plays and punt for Vernon, and unfortunately that punt was not successful. One of the South Lake Carroll Dragons able to get through and block the punt. Chris Enlow standing on about his 5-yard line when it was blocked. It went into the end zone and recovered by one of the Dragons. We did not get his name who recovered the fumble, but it was for a touchdown. Chris Brown did make the extra point, so the score is 7-0.
And Brown will kick off, and back to receive is Cherry in the middle. He's got Gaines to his left and Lee to his right. And this is not the way the Lions wanted to start off this regional championship game. Here is Brown, end-over-end kick. It's going to go back to Cherry, but it is in the end zone, 5 yards deep. He's going to run it out, though. He's up to the 5, the 10, breaks back to the right side and down around the 13. Maybe he got up to the 14-yard line.
Maybe, Mike, and I don't think he quite did, and I think that was the second mistake that Vernon's made, catching the ball with that much height back about 6 yards deep in your end zone, then trying to return it. When you know you can get it on the 20-yard line, he returns it to about 20 yards, but since he started 6 yards deep, he winds up on the 14-yard line, Mike.
And it was Todd McGrath coming in to make the stop. He did so on the initial kickoff as well. Chris Enlow coming up back into the huddle, and we have only 18 seconds showing on the 25-second clock. Late getting back, we have only 14 seconds. They're going to have to hurry. Favors goes out wide to the left side, 1st and 10. They'll spot it at the 14-yard line. Man in motion is Gaines from left to right. The give is to Cherry. Cherry breaks one tackle. Now he goes back to the left side. He went to his right, back to the left, got to the line of scrimmage, and a no-gainer. It was number 25. That is, it must have been
number
23.
85, Mike. That's Davis out there on the stop. Also 28 Sargent coming in to make the stop as well. Typical Dragon defense. Boy, they really swarmed Cherry, Mike. He did everything he could just get back to the line of scrimmage on that play.
So it'll be 2nd and 10. They spot it just inside the 14-yard line, deep in Vernon territory. 5-2 defensive alignment put up by the Dragons. We'll send Favors to the left side. Frank lines up as a wing to the right side. Offset eye in the backfield. Enlow up over the ball. He will fake to Cherry, keeps the ball. He breaks one tackle, crosses the 15, up to the 16-yard line, picks up 2 yards.
Yeah, ran the option this time, Mike. Ran the option to the right side, fake to the fullback, kept the ball himself. That's Enlow, and turned it up, picked up a couple of yards, Mike, maybe about 2 yards. 3rd down, though, and still at least a real long 8.
Henry checks out, and Sherman Coker, number 84, comes in as a tight end on a 3rd down and 8. Sherman Coker back in the ball game, as a Vernon Lion suited up due to a shoulder injury. Was out about 4 or 5 ball games. Wide receivers, we've got 2
unbalanced line
to the left side. Enlow rolls to his left, looks downfield, wants to throw long. He's got a man open. Favors, incomplete at the 30.
Flag down on the play as well, Mike, though. A flag down on the play. We wound up with a kind of unusual formation, unbalanced line, and we also had our chain gang in there. That's the big guys. Andre Wilson in there on the offensive line, Shanton Fanner, Detrick Morris.
And I did not see, but where the flag was thrown, could have been an interference call.
I believe they're going to call offensive pass interference is what it looks like they're indicating right now. They really is Dane Johnson.
Well, there are 4 officials that are huddled together trying to make that determination. We have 8:56 still left to play in the first quarter. The ball is still at the 26-yard line. The other officials are discussing the possibilities.
We did not see any kind of infraction look like against the intended receiver, Favors, Mike. So the ball, it was away from, it was in that area, but away from him. So
And both crowds are exceptionally quiet as the officials are discussing these possibilities. They move the ball over to the right hash mark at the 16-yard line. And what's the deal? I never saw any indication.
Well, they may just wave the flag off, I guess, Mike. Maybe
Whatever it was refused. I did see a refusing.
Okay. Or waved it off one, but at any rate, it's 4th down. They put it right back at the original line of scrimmage. It's still 4th down and 8. And Chris Enlow has got to be a little nervous going back to punt this ball again.
Stand back at his own 2-yard line. Here's the snap. This time it's a good one. Almost blocked, and it partially blocked. Possibly, at least he got off the side of his foot. Bounces at the 35 and rolls out of bounds around the 40. Did he get a piece of it, or was it just off the side of his foot?
I don't know. Mark Barley's the man that came through the middle, Mike. That was a 23 or 4-yard punt, but he came right through the middle, and if he didn't get a piece, he sure caused Chris Enlow to rush his punt. But so they're in excellent field position again, Mike. They've got the ball on the 40-yard line.
And, of course, Chris Brown is the quarterback. Kyle Smith lines up as the fullback. We've got Mark Barley and Dane Johnson, actually a single-back offense. Look right now, twin receivers going to the left, man in motion now from left to right. Brown gives off to Dane Johnson. It's going to be looking for a pass, wide open at the 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, touchdown. Dane Johnson with a halfback pass. It was complete to Chad Baller. Left to right. Brown gives off to Dane Johnson. It's going to be looking for a halfback pass, wide open at the 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, touchdown. Dane Johnson with a hovering.
Baller came right on up, Mike, and let Baller go right by him. And sure enough, Dane Johnson found him wide open. A good catch by Baller. I know he had to be looking right against that sun, but he looked it all the way in and made it a touchdown. It fell right at his arms about halfway through the end zone.
So it's a 13-0 ball game, and Chris Brown will try the extra point. He is a right-footed soccer-style kicker. Here's the snap. It's low, but he manages to get it on the tee. The kick is up, and it's good. It's a 14-0 ball game. The Dragons are leading the Vernon Lions with 8:42 still left to play in the first quarter. This is Vernon Lion football. 8 minutes, 42 seconds still left to play in the first quarter. The Dragons are leading the Lions 14-0.
Mike, they got that second score. It was a 40-yard drive, if you want to call it such. Only took one play. It was a 40-yard halfback pass from Dane Johnson to Chad Baller. Brown's extra point attempt good again, making the score 14-0 with only 8:42 still left in the first quarter.
And of course, back to receive is Cherry, Lee, and Gaines. Cherry will stand back at his goal line. Lee and Gaines at their own 5. Here's the kick by Brown, end-over-end kick, and it's a boomer again. Here is Cherry catching it 7 yards deep. This time he will touch it back, and the Vernon Lions will have the ball 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line.
Well, that's good because we do get it at the 20, at least a little better field position to start off with, Mike.
So the Lions go on the offense, and South Lake Carroll Dragons have had one or two plays, one offensive play,
One
I believe,
offensive
and
play,
had
that's
two,
it.
two scores
That's
on
right.
the board. So the Lions now on the offense, 1st and 10 from their own 20. Chris Enlow, the quarterback. Is it Gaines? Gaines, they're going to go. Yes, Gaines is the fullback. We send Frank to the right side, Favors to the left. Here is a fake option play and a fumble. Cherry loses the ball at the 10, and he's back to the 8 and barely got on the ball. The pitch was not firmly, the handle was not found by Cherry, and he was lucky to fall on that ball.
Well, they did do some unusual rolling. Actually got down between his legs and his feet and was kind of stumbling, but he finally managed to fall down the ball. But, Mike, we lost a big time, lost 12 yards on that play. And so now we're down on the 8-yard line, 2nd down and 22.
Way back in our end of the playing field. We'll send Frank and Favors to the left side. And 87 is Allen. He's in at the right side this time. Man in motion is Gaines from left to right. In low on a draw play, gives to Cherry. He spins, finds his way up to the 9-yard line, gets a couple, and that's all. In to make the stop was number 73, Brandon Story.
I believe he's only going to get maybe 1 yard, Mike, possibly 2, but still a long ways, 3rd down and about 20 yards at least still needed for the 1st down, and the ball way down in Vernon's territory, just inside the 10-yard line. The worst place to be with South Lake Carroll. They're so opportunistic.
And it's still in the first period. 7:30 left to play in this first quarter. Dragons lead 14-0.
4-man front.
Twin receivers go left. Enlow rolls to his left. He's looking downfield, got plenty of time to throw. It is intercepted at the 25, 20, 15, 10 by Johnson. Still on his feet at the 5 and fights his way, stays in bounds at the 4-yard line. Dane Johnson, number 10.
Mike, he saw that coming. The play took so long to develop. It was not a quick developing play at all. Had lots of time for the quarterback Enlow to throw the ball, and it also gave the secondary for Southlake lots of time to read the pass. And of course, Dane Johnson doesn't need much time. He stepped into the play, Mike, caught the ball on just about the 22 or 3-yard line, and then just put his running back uniform on and took it down to the 3-yard line.
So it's 1st and goal to go. It is a wishbone. The give is to Johnson. Fights his way on the right side. He's in for the touchdown. He was hit about 2 yards out and second. It is a wishbone. The give is to Johnson. Fights his way on the right side. He's in for the touchdown. He was hit about 2 yards out and second with 7:08 left to play in the first period. A lot of football yet to be played here this afternoon.
Well, again, in all big games, when you have two teams, they talk about turnovers, not giving the teams the early breaks, and of course, that's exactly what's happened. Everything that Vernon did not want to happen has happened in this first 5 minutes of the game, Mike.
They show 22, and now they change it. It's a 20-0 ball game. Now Chris Brown will boot it, and it's good. It's a 21-0 ball game with 7:08 left to play in the first quarter. The Dragons lead the Lions. This is Vernon Lion football. 7 minutes, 8 seconds left to play in the first quarter, and the Dragons are leading the Lions 21-0. Chris Brown will kick off. And back to receive will be Cherry, Lee, and Gaines. Here's the kick, and end over end, and again it goes into the end zone. And Cherry will let it go this time out of the end zone. Touchback, 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line for the Lions.
Okay, Mike, of course, that last score by Southlake Carroll was a pretty easy score. It was a 3-yard, one-play drive. It was set up by an interception by guess who? Mr. Dane Johnson intercepts the ball somewhere around the 23 or 4-yard line, returns it about 20 yards to the 3, and then gets a call as an offensive back from the 3-yard line, carries it in for the touchdown. Chris Brown perfect on his third point after attempt, making the score 21-0.
Here's Michael Lee checking in offensively, and Billy Gaines checks out. And we send favors to the left side. Frank lines up as a wing to the left side. Lee is in at the fullback. Here is Enlow changing Lee, going from left to right. He lined up in the wrong position. Now Enlow gives to Cherry. Cherry tries the right side, passes the 20-yard line up to the 22, gets a couple, maybe 3 on the Cherry. And to make the stop was Ryan Boyle.
Of course, Vernon's not done anything to really move the ball at all, Mike. We've tried some draws. We've tried a couple of options that have been very well read by the defensive players for Southlake. Also, one of them resulted in a fumble that we did recover, but it was a 12-yard loss on that and made it like 2nd down and 22. So Vernon needs to do something even this simple, just to start moving the ball down the field.
Gerald Frank lines up right. Favors lines up left. Here is an option play. Enlow can't find anywhere to go. He will eat the ball, and the tackle made by 72, that is Brian Hatcher. Well, he was not scheduled to start.
And it might have even been a busted play. I couldn't tell for sure. They had the least, if it wasn't a busted play, they had it set up off that little quick trap where they hand the ball off to the fullback, going right off the center's hip and following the weak quick side guard. But the handoff not made, or it was going to be just a fake off of that. But anyway, Enlow found no place to go after that.
6:02 left to play in the first quarter. It's a 21-0 ball game. The Lions have the ball. 3rd down. Man in motion is Frank from right to left. Enlow, play action, rolls to his left, sets up, throws. It is almost intercepted again, this time by Voller. It was intended. Was that for
I was
Gaines, or?
I believe it was for Henry, actually, Mike. The tight end was in the deep flat. We had Gaines underneath and had behind him Brandon Favors, but the ball not there. Southlake is playing situation defense. They put an extra defensive back in, Mike, and go to a 4-man front when they think Vernon's going to throw.
Well, Dane Johnson and Voller are back to receive. They stand back at their own 46-yard line. Enlow will punt again. The snap is a good one. Kick is, it's an end over end. It's not a high kick. It's taken by Johnson at the 48. Breaks one tackle and forced out of bounds around the 43-yard line, and a flag flies late. I believe it's going to be called for late hitting.
31-yard punt is not a very pretty punt by Enlow. Johnson does a great job of playing shortstop to get over there and field that ball. Mike catches it on the bounce. We had a chance for it to maybe bounce on down the field, but Johnson not going to let that happen. Scoots over there real fast, gets that ball, and already into Vernon's territory. And if that penalty is against Vernon, as we might think it would be, they're going to move it deeper into Vernon territory.
Gene, you were commenting during that commercial break. How much time offensively have the Dragons had?
Of course, they've only had 2 plays, and it's approximately 15 seconds have gone off the clock, and here they're about to get excellent field position again on us. And of course, now we've run off 12 plays, and at this point we're at -3 on offensive yardage.
And they do put 15-yard penalty, Mike. That was a personal foul against one of the Vernon players, and so they mark 15 more yards off. Southlake now on the 28-yard line in Vernon territory.
We'll get the defensive starters for the Lions for you in just a moment as the Carroll Dragons come up over the ball. 1st and 10 in Vernon territory again. There's a little bit of a delay. We've got Morris, Dunson, and Wilson making up the front 3. Clayton Henry and should be Duke Arnold in at the defensive ends. Get the other folks for you in a moment. Chris Brown gives to their running back on the right side, Mark Byerly, and they get him with a no gain right up the gut.
Yeah, Andre Wilson in there to help make that stop, Mike. I believe we're going to see him, Vernon, doing a few things a little bit different defensively. I believe we're going to see maybe like Shanton and some of those guys playing already defensive end, Mike. We'll have to see exactly how they line everybody up.
Well, they do have Fanner out here on the right side, don't they? Well, maybe. Yes, they do. Lines him up on the right side as the defensive end.
Freeman's playing the defensive left tackle in place of Dunson.
And they've got a wishbone in the backfield. Long count this time, 2nd and 9. Brown gives to the first man through. That's Byerly playing the fullback position instead of the running back. They stop them with a, well, I don't know where they got. Maybe he got 2 yards on the carry. 1 or 2 yards, and that's all.
Not much.
Right defensive side of the line.
Yeah, not much, Mike. Not much at all.
The 3rd down, let's call it 8 yards needed for the first. They spot it at the 26.5-yard line in Vernon territory.
Of course, what we were talking about is Vernon has their strong suit is their defense, and they've really effectively removed Vernon's defense from the game so far, having the ball on the 3-yard line for 1 score, and then having the halfback pass that took everything out in that other one.
Twin wide receivers to the left side. Wingback also lines up to the left. Here is the give to Dane Johnson. Goes to the right side, has some blocking. Fumbles the ball. Picked up by Sims. He's got it at the 25 and down at around the 26-yard line.
I believe Michael Lee is the one that made the tackle to jar the ball loose. I'm not positive, but I believe so. But Sims right there from the left cornerback position to pick up the ball, Mike. Again, we know our defense can play with those guys. They just really haven't had a chance to do so yet. They've only been on the field up until this series 2 different plays against them, and one of them was a trick play, and the other one was just 3 yards, so what can I say? But
they don't even have the butterflies out yet, do they?
No, not at all.
All right, so we've got 4:16 left to play in the first quarter. The Lions are down 21-0, but they have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 26.5-yard line. First big break for the Lions this afternoon. Frank goes right, Favors goes left. Gaines in the ball game as the fullback. Cherry, of course, the tailback. Here's the give to Gaines. He's hit right at the line of scrimmage. Absolutely nothing going on that one. Big wall of white shirts. Coming in to make the stop was Joseph Stanier.
Now, again, Stanier, defensive tackle, 222 pounds. Preseason All-State pick, Mike. Supposed to be one of the best defensive linemen in 3A football, and he showed why on that play.
Well, they actually going to say he lost a half a yard. Call it 2nd and a long 10.
We're still not sure why Keck has not been in the game. His expected starter has not played 1 down.
We've got Favors going left. Frank goes right. And premature movement, the snap of the ball, and we may have the defense offsides.
I believe so, Mike. Again, Dunson started playing center for us a couple of games ago, and he did a good job of picking that up. When you caught the other team trying to get their hand in the cookie jar too soon, he jumps in and snaps that ball. And we have Chris Dunson to Chris Enlow, and it does get us 5 extra yards there.
Dunson made a premature indication of that. He wanted to make sure the Vernon crowd knew it was coming up field 5 yards. And it's up to the 31-yard line, so that improves the field position for the Lions. They're near the left hash mark. They're going south. Their backs to the north.
Still about 2nd down and 6, though, Mike, with that 1-yard loss on that 1st down carry. It's going to bring up 2nd down and about 6.
Gaines is still in as the fullback. Frank is to the right side. Favors going to the left side. Here is a quick pitch going to Cherry. Cherry finds the going tough. He wanted to go to the right side off tackle. Could not find any running room. Couldn't get it out to the outside. Gets back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe got a yard on the play.
They just wanted to run the sweep to the right side, Mike. And again, just outstanding job by Southlake of closing all the holes, staying in there, filling in where he couldn't see any really particular hole to dart through. And he only gets a couple of yard gain, Mike. third down and still about, well, at least about 5. Only got about 1 yard gain.
Again, if you joined us late, it's 21-0. The Dragons leading the Vernon Lions in the first quarter. Here is Enlow. Giving off to Cherry. Big hole on the left side. 35, 40. Knocked out to the right side. To the left side it is. The 45. He's down around the 46, 47-yard line.
And a little delay play, Mike. Again, they were in the 4-man front expecting the pass. They go ahead and do a little situation defensive there and put down 4 down linemen instead of 5. And this time Vernon managed to find a hole. Handoff from the right side goes all the way across to the left side of the offensive line and picked up the first down yardage.
Mark Allen checks in, replaces Gaines, so we've got 2 good wide receivers in the ball game. They'll send Allen to the right side. Favors goes left. Frank goes left as well. Single back offense. Sherry is that single back. 1st and 10 at the ball at the midfield stripe. Here is Enlow rolling to his right. He sees some daylight, cuts the ball, breaks 1 tackle. He's to the 50, the 48, and knocked out of bounds on the near sideline by Dane Johnson.
Well, he was wanting to throw the ball downfield to Mark Allen, Mike, but Allen very well covered on this side by Sargent. And Enlow does a good job of just keeping the ball, and he invaded Kyle Smith, a defensive linebacker, to get outside of him. But by the time again, Southlake really pursues well, kept him from making the great big gain, 2nd down and 4.
And we have Allen back in the ball game. Gaines checks back out, so Favors and...
We'll have to see who they've got in there, Mike.
They'll send Favors and Frank to the left, and Allen goes to the near sideline as a wide receiver.
1 back offense.
And Cherry is that single back. 2nd and 3. Frank in motion. Fakes the draw. Enlow drops straight back. Throws over the middle. It is, pass interception. Pass interference. Frank was the intended receiver. Dane Johnson hit him way too soon.
That's exactly right. Had him, Gerald Frank going across the middle, went up for the ball, but number 10, Dane Johnson, comes in a little bit too early, trying to get the interception, but instead gets the interference call.
And that will help the field position for the Lions immensely. And the Lions have not been on the other end of the field all afternoon long. But wait a minute. All right, they're going to mark it off from the line of scrimmage, 15 yards upfield. That is the penalty yardage. That is the proper assessment. From the line of scrimmage, 15 yards downfield to around the 32-yard line.
And it'll be about 6 or 7 yards short of where the interference occurred, but still not bad at all, Mike. We do have the ball now on the 32-yard line. It would have been on about the 25 at the spot of the interference.
2:24 left to play in the first quarter. Favors goes left. Frank is in the ball game. Split to the right side. Gaines back in the ball game. 2-back offense. Enlow up over the ball. Tight end lines up to the right side. Gaines in motion now from right to left. Quick pitch goes to Cherry on the left side.
Oh,
and
good
he
tackle.
has tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Good tackle made by Jason Moreland. Lost 4 yards.
Jason Moreland, one of the 2 juniors starting on defense, Mike. An outstanding job. He cut through there real quick. Managed to break that block and catch Cherry and behind the line of scrimmage for about a 4-yard loss.
So it's 2nd and 14. They need to get to the 21-yard line for the first down. And this time late, only 19 seconds, and Enlow is not even in the huddle on the 25-second clock. Mark Allen checks back in, 13 seconds. They have not even called the play yet. 10 seconds, and they break the huddle. Favors and Frank go left. Allen goes right. 5 seconds on the clock, and Enlow's got to call a timeout. 1:40 left to play in the first quarter. 21-0. The Vernon Lions are trailing the Southlake Carroll Dragons. We'll take a 60-second break. This is Vernon Lion football. 1 minute, 40 seconds left to play in this first quarter, and the Dragons from Southlake Carroll are leading the Vernon Lions 21-0.
Well, Mike, of course, Vernon really does need to sustain this drive, go down there and get a touchdown, and then we'll be kicking off if that all eventuates and turns into a reality, and maybe we can cause them to start on their end of the field. Maybe they can make some mistakes on their end of the field, but of course, a lot of stuff's got to happen, and of course, Vernon needs to score right now. We need to go ahead and get the ball in. It's a big 2nd down and 14-yard play for the first. The ball resting on the 36-yard line.
A lot of maroon on the home side, filling the home stands almost completely. Just a little bit of empty space on each end of the stadium, but a big crowd, 10,000, possibly 12,000 plus here in the stadium this afternoon. 2nd and 14, the Lions up over the ball. Enlow fakes, drops back, wants to pass over the middle. It is incomplete. Actually, it was hit by number 84, Sherman Coker. He was the intended receiver. Bobbled the ball, tipped up. That was up for grabs.
Yeah, the ball might have been a little bit behind him. I couldn't tell exactly, Mike. It was very crisply thrown by Enlow, and it did go off his fingers. It went high up in the air, And I think finally did go out of bounds about another 8 or 10 yards upfield. Third down and still 14 for the Lions.
And had that not been tipped as far as it was, Mark, there were a lot of white shirts in the area. Well, Gaines checks back in, and Allen checks out. We send Frank and Favors to the near side as wide receivers. Unbalanced line, strong to the right side. Here's Enlow, rolling to his right, breaks one tackle, will throw. Way downfield, it is out of bounds. Incomplete, intended for Frank.
That was Enlow. He did the right thing there, Mike. He knew there wasn't anybody open. Good coverage downfield by the Dragons, and the pursuit was about to catch him, so he just went ahead and threw it away. So that does bring up a 4th down, and still 14 needed, Mike.
4th and 14. Enlow will punch the ball in. A strong kick into the corner. No chance for a run back. Hits at the 5, and what a tremendous punt. Rolls out of bounds at the 1/2-yard line.
Man, beautiful, beautiful kick, Mike. Beautiful kick. I didn't get any help from his coverage. They were looking upfield trying to find the ball, but it just, hit on about the 5-yard line, headed right for that little orange pylon, but just before it got there, it veered off in the field of play to the out of the field of play. They'll actually mark it inside the 1-yard line.
And that is what Vernon needs to do with these South Lake Carroll Dragons.
Exactly right. Again, what we want to put them in a position where if they have a mistake, it'll hurt them, Mike.
The secondary consists of Tommy Gonzalez, Kyle Williams, Michael Lee, and Jonathan Sims. Here is Brown giving to Johnson, finds the going tough. I believe that's going to be Duke Arnold. Was that Arnold, or was that number 34, Thomas?
Well, I see number 31 for sure getting off this pile. That's Kieschnick. Kieschnick making on the stop.
Okay, that was Kieschnick who made a fine tackle against Johnson, 2-yard pickup. So Kieschnick is in there in place, I assume, in place of Chad Thomas. Yes, we got Fanner in, and now
No,
Kieschnick.
actually Chad Thomas is in, I believe, too, but Fanner's playing defensive end, so Kieschnick and Thomas playing the linebackers.
We'll get the other folks for you in a moment. It is 2nd and around 7. The give is to Byerly. Byerly on the left side. He is tackled at the 10-yard line by Gonzalez, and also Lee comes in to help out.
Yeah, but again, it's at the 10-yard line, Mike. He got some good running room. Bust that thing out. It'll be close for the first down yardage. I believe they'll call a timeout to measure.
Dedrick Morris is the nose. We've got Andre Wilson and Chris Dunston are the tackles. So we will have a measurement in South Lake Carroll territory.
Bring up a 3rd down play, Mike. It's about a football length or two-thirds of a football length short of the first down. It'll bring up a 3rd down and about that much. And we'll see what South Lake does. Vernon right now has Tommy Freeman in and big guy number 74. I believe that's Perkins in. Jeff Kemp at one of the down linemen.
So we are doing some different things defensively, as Mark has already indicated, than what we've seen in games past. So it's a 3rd and short and literally inches to go. The South Lake Carroll Dragons come up with 2 tight ends. Wishbone in the backfield. The give is to Johnson. Johnson tries the right side. He's got the first down. Passes the 15 up to the 17-yard line.
Typical Wishbone power football, Mike. Run all those other backs through the hole. One of the running backs, the fullback, and take that other halfback and put him right behind them, and they just power through, get the first down yardage easy. Of course, with Dane Johnson, if he gets just a little bit more break, he'll take more than just the first down. He'll take it all the way to the end zone.
17 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Again, our score is 21-0. The Dragons lead the Lions. 5-2 defensive alignment this time. Here is Brown giving to Johnson. Johnson tries the right side, does some running, now breaks up to the 20. Knocked out of bounds at the 26-yard line. Most of that looked like it was lateral at first and then broke upfield, and he got at least 9 yards out of it.
Yeah, he just makes things happen. They were in the one-back defense, Mike, spreading everything out to the offensive right, defensive left, had all their wide receivers spread out to their offensive right, kind of strung us all out, and then just run the power play or the sweep play to that side. Just a little old sweep handed off to the running back Johnson, and he just picks whatever hole he can find. Of course, he's very good at that. This is a dangerous situation, a 2nd down and short. They can do whatever they want to. It's very hard to defend those kind of things.
Only 3 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Here is a fake. It's going to be a play-action pass. Over there, wide open. It's caught at midfield, 45-40, and down around the 35-yard line. The pass was caught by number
Reed.
87.
That's Reed, number 82, Mike.
Is it
Caught
82?
catching the ball, yeah. Oh, they caught us. They did the play action fake. Again, it's like you're talking about on a second down and short. You can do whatever you want, and the defense doesn't have any kind of inkling of what's to happen. And now, instead of having Southlake backed up in their territory where they can maybe force him into some mistakes, they've moved over into Vernon's territory.
And that's the end of the first quarter of play. Our score, Southlake Carroll 21, the Vernon Lions nothing. We'll be back in 60 seconds. This is Vernon Lion football.
This portion of Vernon Lion football sponsored by Gibson's Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Fighting Vernon Lions.
Your college choice could be the most important decision you'll ever make. During college, you'll probably decide on a career, broaden your intellectual span, and meet new friends. You should consider your college choice carefully. At Vernon Regional Junior College, we're large enough to offer a wide variety of programs, yet small enough to provide support and encouragement. Visit VRJC and see for yourself how we offer the best in quality education. Cross the bridge to a richer future at VRJC.
We began our second quarter of play, 21-0. The Southlake Carroll Dragons have it 1st and 10 in Vernon territory at the 34-yard line. Line up in a wishbone. The give is to Byerly, who lines up as the fullback, crosses the line of scrimmage, past the 30, down to the 28-yard line.
Again, just powered regular wishbone football. Byerly, they have guys playing all kinds of positions. Byerly plays the running back. They've got him playing the fullback position now. And I believe now they're going to take him out of the fullback position, let him play running back possibly, and let Smith come in to play the fullback position.
And that's what we were expecting, the way to start with Byerly and Johnson. Johnson gets the call this time on the left side, almost squeezes through at the 25 and forced down around the 23-yard line, but he's got the first down after a 5-yard pickup.
That's another one of the typical wishbone plays, the counter play, where they fake to the running back, usually the fullback going over the right side of the line, and the quarterback turns around to the other side on the left, hands back to that running back. That was Dane Johnson going over for big yardage. 3 new players coming in for the Southlake Dragons.
Zach Stewart, number 6. They will send him to the left side. Number 11 is Jared Piper. He lines up to the right side. Single back now, man in motion, left to right. Long count by Brown. The give this time is to Byerly. Byerly gets nowhere, is thrown for a couple of yards lost. 5 yards to be exact.
Yeah, Michael Lee from his strong safety position came in. He read that play well, dove right at Johnson's feet and took him back for the loss, Mike.
10 minutes, 50 seconds left to play in the first half. And again, the Carroll Dragons are leading the Vernon Lions 21-0. Second down. Ball is at the 26-yard line. Beautiful afternoon for football. A little bit nippy, but certainly the sun is shining. It's a great day for football, but certainly the Lions find themselves in a hole. Triple receivers go to the left side. Tight end lines up to the right side. Now a no-back offense. Man in motion from right to left is Smith. Here is Brown throwing. It is intercepted at the 25-yard line. The 30, the 35, 40, and Lee stumbles to the 45-yard line.
Michael Lee saw that coming all the way, Mike. He saw it coming. He knew it was there. Saw it coming. They were trying to throw a little quick pattern out there to Dane Johnson, Mike, as all the other guys were trying to go deep, and the ball behind, just excellent read by Michael Lee to step in front. I wish we'd have had the chance to take it all the way to the end zone, though.
Well, he did a great job stumbling and just keeping his feet and momentum going. 44.5-yard line. The Vernon Lions have their next break in the ball game, trailing by 21 points, but still a lot of time to play. And Inlow comes back into the huddle, and what is this, a timeout? Let's see. Officials called this, and I'm not sure what, it's an official timeout, so we'll keep it right here. We're not going to, I can't imagine what it is.
They want to move the ambulance for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Well, the ambulance doesn't seem to be in any kind, oh, maybe it's a reflection. It must be the sun is reflecting off of the white paint, and the Southlake Carroll Dragons say, hey, we can't see. You think that's it?
Well, maybe it's the clock then. I don't know. Maybe I just speculated if that's what it was, the ambulance, because the ambulance driver guy looked like he was fixing to move it, but now it may be the 25-second clock. Maybe it's not working or something.
That could be it. Maybe the official on that previous play saw that it did not work. We've got 10-17 left to play in the first half. While we're resolving this situation, let's turn the microphone over to Gene and fill us in on the first quarter stats up to the minute. Gene?
Okay, Carroll Dragons have now carried the ball 11 times for 36 yards. In that, 6 of them for 25 is Johnson's. They're 2 for 3 on passing for 80 yards. Have 4 first downs, 1 penetration, an interception, and also a fumble that they've lost thus far. Vernon, on the other hand, has carried the ball 12 times. They've got 12 total yards in that. We're 1 for 7 passing for 2, so we're looking at 14 yards offense to their 116 yards of offense. We've got 3 first downs, of course, 1 interception, and 3 punts for an average of 28 yards a punt.
Now, Mark, you were listening to the public address announcer. Did he say the 25-second clock was not working?
Well, actually, the referee has a field mic, and he said turn off the 25-second clock, and it's not off, but I guess they're not going to use it.
Here is Enlow on a 1st and 10. Rolls to his left, sets up. It is complete to Frank at the 38-yard line. He is mauled at that point, but he does get the first down and about a 17-yard pickup.
Well, you talk about making a catch in traffic. He went up real high. I don't believe Gerald was very tall, but he went up as high as he could get his little body up there and stretched out there and had all kinds of green numerals around him and made a good sure-handed catch, brought it down for the first down.
And again, we have 10:09 left to play in the first half. The Dragons are leading the Lions 21-0. Lions have new life, 1st and 10 at the Dragon 38-yard line. They will send Favors and Frank to the left side. Tight end is Sherman Coker. He lines up to the right side. We've got Gaines in as the fullback and Cherry the tailback. Enlow barking signals. Draw play, give it to Cherry. He's hit at the line of scrimmage, breaks 1 tackle, crosses the 35, down to the 33, and a tackle is finally made by Kyle Smith, the linebacker after a 5-yard pickup.
Of course, Southlake, as their typical swarming defense, has done a good job of keeping Cherry pretty much under control. He broke that 1 run, Mike, but other than that, they've done a good job of kind of keeping him under control. But you can just, like with Cherry all the time, if you just keep handing the ball, sooner or later he's liable to break the big one.
Michael Lee checks into the lineup now, replaces Billy Gaines. Michael Lee is a tough runner. 2nd and 5, he lines up as the fullback. And we've got Frank lined up as a wing to the left side. Favors is the split man. The give is to Cherry. They try the right side. Lee blocking by Lee. Gets them past the 30 down to around the 29. And they're going to be short of the first. They pick up 4.
Yeah, they had the wing back, Frank, on the left side, and then they had their fullback in that offset eye to the left side, and that was Lee. Lee comes in motion. As soon as he crosses center, they call a snap count. They run the off-tackle play to the right side, and Willie Cherry gets right in the hip pocket of Michael Lee as they cross there, but it's 3rd down. They're still having trouble with that 25-second clock.
They have it rolling down, and now they reset it at 25, and I'm not sure whether they're saying that the 25-second clock is working or not. He is saying something to the scorekeeper. Are they?
He's saying, he's looked over at this side and looked at Coach Britt, and he said, Coach, the 25-second clock is an official clock. So apparently they've got it operating now, and it is. They're ticking down at 20 seconds now.
8:46 left to play in the first half. Twin receivers go to the left side, and it is Lee still in the ball game as the fullback. They send him in motion from left to right. Quick pitch goes to Cherry. Cherry can't find any running room and is hit behind the line of scrimmage. A 3rd down and 2, and he lost 2.
Mike, I thought that was going to be a good developing play. It looked like if Southlake thought the ball was going to go to the left on this side, all of a sudden they kind of crowded this side, but then pitched to the right, but Southlake not to be denied. They saw him for the loss now. 4th down and about 4.
And it looks like the punting team coming on the scene. The ball is at the 31.5-yard line in Carroll territory with 8:09 left to play in the first half. So, do we have, Favors says, do I stay on or come off? He's not sure whether he was supposed to be on the field or not.
Oh, I don't believe we're punting. I believe we got the chain
we're
gang in there, Mike. I believe we're going to try to make something happen with the tandem formation.
Strong to the left side. The give is to Cherry. He dances past the 30. He's got the first down to the 26-yard line. Tackle. Let's keep our eye on the young man getting up off the bottom of the pile. That is 32, Kyle Smith.
Yeah, linebacker position. They just ran the tandem eye formation, Mike. The power offense that time. Willie Cherry gets behind those big blockers and manages to get in there for the first down. They're going to leave, I think, the big guys in there on the line to block, Mike. That's Freeman. Detrick Morris is in there. Shanton Fanner. I believe also Andre Wilson. They call these guys the chain gang.
And they line up. Favors to the left side as a split man. They have Frank in as the wing, and Michael Lee is the fullback, sending him in motion. The give is to Cherry on the right side. Is hit behind the line of scrimmage, breaks 1 tackle, past the 25. They'll spot it at the 24-yard line, a pickup of only 1.
Finding it real tough to find much running room, Mike, as he goes over to the right side and really not anything there, so he's forced to cut back inside But Southlake does a good job of stopping it. One of their players are a little bit slow getting up, but he does get up off and runs off the field on his own power. Number 68, that's Joseph Stanier. That's, again, one of their preseason All-State picks.
Well, they call an official timeout again, and I'm not sure what that was for.
I guess just to get that player off the field, Mike.
Maybe that's what it was. 7:09 left to play in the first half. Again, our score is 21-0. Southlake Carroll leads Vernon in this second period. Favors goes wide to the left. It is Frank in motion from right to left. In low gives fakes to Cherry. He's got a pass, sets up on the left side, throws. It is tipped and almost in the hands of one of the Dragons. The intended receiver was Sherman Coker.
Well, of course, Inlow not able to see it. He's laying on his backside looking up the blue sky, but running that pattern that goes across the grain, the same pass that Brandon Favors caught for a touchdown, about the second or third touchdown, I believe, last week against Amarillo Road, was open again. It's a difficult pass to throw, a right-handed quarterback rolling left, throwing against the grain, but Favors was open in the end zone.
And Mark Allen checks back into the ball game. Favors will line up to the left side. Wait a minute, now they regroup. They broke the huddle, then went back into it, and they will send Allen, Favors, and Frank all to the left side. Tight end to the right side, 3rd and 9. In low. Play action. In trouble and stumbles and falls. A big rush was put on by Joel Holmes, the nose man. Inlow trying to reverse his motion, going from left to right, and stumbled and fell with a 12-yard loss.
Well, the play they were trying to run was the one that they scored with right before half with Slaton, Mike. They faked the ball to Willie Cherry, going to the right side, and then try to have all the action coming to the left and do the throwback pass to Willie Cherry going down the sideline on the far right side. That's what they were going to do, but unfortunately, number 60 did not cooperate. That's Joel Holmes, Mike. He was right there to tackle Inlow for the sack, for the loss.
And it's Inlow having to stand back at the 50-yard line to do the punting on 4th and long, about 20 yards needed for the first down. The snap is good. Inlow gets his toe into it. It's not a real far punt, but it will be a fair catch called at the 10-yard line. And, we had a Vernon line to touch. And who was that? Was that 83? If it was, that's Clayton Henry. Actually, a fair catch called, and then Henry got an arm on him.
Yeah, Baller called for the fair catch, an obvious fair catch, and Henry didn't hit him, but just touched him, Mike, and you can't touch him. You have to give him that cushion, and that'll cost him a little yardage. I don't know how much it'll cost, but it'll cost him some yardage.
And Baller knew the rules. Immediately he pointed toward Clayton Henry and said he can't do that.
And again, it was after he'd already caught the punt, Mike. He had fielded it right on the 10-yard line. They'll move it up. It's not flagrant, obviously. He just barely touched him, but he did touch him, so it improves their field position by 5 yards. The ball now on the 15.
What we've said all week long, and actually for the last 2 weeks, you make a mistake, Southlake Carroll will turn it into points. Wishbone in the backfield, 2 tight ends. The give this time is to Byerly. Byerly tries the left side. He's up to the 15, the 18, and gets 3 yards on the play.
Looks like Andre Wilson was lots of other help guy in there to make the stop. I see Shanton, Detrick, a whole bunch of guys, Mike. Again, we'll try to see what kind of defense we've got. I believe Freeman's going to be probably playing quite a bit of defense and let Chris Dunson not have to play as much defensive tackle. So it looks like Tommy Freeman's at the defensive left tackle right now.
Of course, Morris is the nose man. Wilson lines up on the right side as the tackle.
And Shanton Fanner playing the defensive right end.
And we've got a 2nd and a long 7. Here is Brown giving off to Byerly again. He finds no running room up the middle, darts out to the left side, past the 20, up to the 23, and maybe to the 24.
Vernon did
7 yards.
Vernon did a great job of seeing that play develop, Mike, but Byerly bounced off the tackle. They closed in on him, but he bounced off and got outside and picked up some yardage. 3rd down and just almost a first down. Just 3rd down, about a yard short.
5:04 left to play in this first half. The Carroll Dragons lead the Vernon Lions 21-0. Those scores came very quick in the first quarter. Again, 2 tight ends, Wishbone backfield. Chris Brown, the only junior, barking signals for the Carroll Dragons. Long count this time. And the give is to Johnson. He's hit behind the line, and big Detrick Morris makes a big stop. At least a 1-yard loss, possibly more.
Boy, Detrick saw it coming, Mike. He almost jumped off sides. Detrick was trying to flinch through there. You could tell he was just reading. He knew what was going to happen or something. But he managed to stay on sides as they were doing the long count, and he goes through and makes a tackle for the loss. We should probably see Southlake in a punting situation.
This is the first punt of the ball game for the Carroll Dragons, right? And it should be Sargent back. Yes, Derek Sargent, number 23. He'll stand back at his own 9. Watch out, though. They can do strange things here.
Vernon looks like they're going to block it, Mike.
Michael Lee is back to receive. Here's the punt. It's a spiraling kick. Gets a lot of hang time. Lee will take it at the 42. Laterally runs to the far side and is down at that point. Ran about 25 or 30 yards, but all of that toward the east side of the goal of the out-of-bounds line.
About a 37-yard punt, only about a 1-yard return. Michael Lee did a good job. Again, we're trying to block, Mike, so we didn't have a wall set up, and Michael Lee just had to make everything happen on his own. But the main thing is he did feel the punt and kept it from rolling back. We do have the ball on a 43-yard line.
3:49 left to play in the first half. 21-0. The Dragons lead the Vernon Lions. Stay tuned for our halftime show and interviews. We'll be talking to Christy Moore, who represents the Vernon Chamber of Commerce, a special ceremony that's coming up Monday night in Vernon, Texas. You'll want to be a part of those special activities Monday. She'll tell you more about it. The Dragons now want a timeout, and we'll pause for 60 seconds with 3:49 showing on the scoreboard clock in the first half. This is Vernon Lion football. 3 minutes, 49 seconds left to play in the first half. 21-0. The Dragons lead. And we have a first down situation facing the Vernon Lions, and the Dragons wanted a timeout. And Doc Reynolds, I'm not sure why they were requesting that timeout.
Well, they may not just have all the defensive personnel on the field if they wanted their Mike, and of course they realized Vernon could get things cranked up and it could hurt them, so they wisely called the timeout, get things like they wanted them.
Well, they'll send Favors to the left side. Frank goes to the right side. We have Gaines in as a fullback. Long count by Enlow on the 1st and 10. They fake the draw play, and Lowe drops back, throws across the middle. It is incomplete, intended for Favors, right across the middle.
Ball over the top of his head and not thrown in front of him. He had to actually kind of stop and go up above his head. Dane Johnson right there, but still a very difficult catch, maybe a catchable ball, but we'd like to see Enlow put the ball out in front a little bit of Favors so he could get out there and actually catch the ball on the run.
3:43 left to play in the first half. The Dragons still in that 5-2 defensive alignment. They joined us late. The Vernon Lions in their maroon uniforms, maroon jerseys, while the Dragons have on white jerseys and green numbers. 2nd and 10. Favors goes to the left. Again, they fake the draw, set up a screen. It is complete to Cherry at the 40. 42, hit at the 43-yard line, knocked down at the 44 with only a 1-yard pickup.
Mike, I believe that was number 38 coming in to make the stop. If so, that is, let me find the name. Ryan Boyle.
He's a linebacker.
Vernon looked to be in good shape. We looked like we had 4 maroon shirts to their 2 white shirts, and yet Boyle managed to penetrate that screen blocking and make the stop, Mike.
Mark Thompson was in on that previous play. He took the place of Brandon Story. He had one of the defensive tackles. He checks out of the ball game now for the Carroll Dragons. Mark Allen checks in for the Lions. He lines up as a wide receiver to the right side. Favors is a split in to the left side. Gains in at the fullback. They fake the draw again. Enlow drops back, wants to throw. He's got Favors in mind. Throws, and was it inbounds?
Yes.
It was inbounds and stayed. A nice footwork by Brandon Favors. Caught the ball at the 29.5-yard line.
And while Enlow did get hit after he threw the ball, he had enough time, an adequate amount of time to get the pass off. He did get pounded after he let go of the ball, Mike, but a beautiful catch by Brandon Favors to move the chains. 27-yard pickup and a first down. The ball on the 29-yard line in Dragon territory.
2:52 left to play in this first half of play. Well, I guarantee you the first quarter was a nightmare for the Lions, but they have regrouped, and they look like a different team here in the second quarter. We need some points before we go in at halftime, though. Favors goes left. Wide receivers, twin receivers go to the right side. Here's the draw play to Cherry. 30 to the 25, hit with a 4-yard pickup.
Well, the South Lake is just so quick. It looks like Cherry's fixing to be loose and break the big one, and all of a sudden those guys with the green numbers just close in on him, Mike, and instead of what we're used to seeing a big game with Cherry, they only get maybe 3 or 4 yards.
It was Story in to make the stop, number 73, a senior 205-pounder. And they continue to administer that 5-2 defensive alignment. This time it's Allen and Frank splitting wide to the right side. Favors is to the left. Here is Enlow running to his right. In trouble, slips and falls. And then, of course, to make some reassurance on that, number 85, Brad Davis, in to make the stop.
Well, that just kind of almost happened to ourselves. We was running to the right, a controlled rollout, Mike, and all of a sudden, as Enlow saw the kind of pocket, wasn't really a pocket, a moving screen kind of collapsed around him. He tried to plant his feet, and he fell.
Well, that's at least twice that he's done that. I wonder how slippery that field really is. You were down on the surface before the ball
it's not,
game.
Mike, but one thing he's got is, his shoes taped, And a lot of times when you're stopping, you may set a heel down, and that's where all that tape is. You don't get any kind of traction.
And Favors splits to the right side along with Frank. Here is Enlow faking the draw again, dropping back. Has plenty of time to throw. Overthrows Frank out of bounds.
Well, Southlake doing a great job on coverage, Mike, keeping most of Vernon's players covered. And always the primary receiver seems to be covered, and Enlow's having a hard time maybe finding a secondary or third receiver. If they are open, they're not open at the time he's looking at them. So Southlake doing a great job of making Enlow make the wrong decisions on trying to find the open receiver, or just doing a good job of just generally covering the ball.
1:28 still left to play in the first half. Allen goes back in, replaces Gaines. Carroll Dragons lead 21-0.
Big fourth down play, Mike. We're going to get some points in this quarter. It's going to have to happen right here pretty quick.
They'll send Frank and Favors left. Allen goes right. Single back is Cherry. Enlow drops back. Oh, he's in trouble. Rolls to his left. Reverses the movement, and he stumbles and falls again at the 45-yard line.
Well, he saw things happening real fast, Mike. Number 34, Todd McGrath, was coming at him, and while Enlow can outrun most folks, he saw that Todd McGrath was coming real quick, then saw somebody else with a green shirt, and he tried to turn, reverse his field, and lost his footing again.
I think you're right. I think those ankles taped on the outside of the shoe is a problem for Enlow. Mark, I hope they do something about that at halftime.
Well, of course, a lot of our Vernon players have that type of taping done, Mike, but it seems to be like when he's trying to pull up where you might be going down on the heel, he's losing his footing.
So the Carroll Dragons go on the offense with 1:08 left to play. And they will show an unbalanced line this time, strong to the left side. And triple receivers to the left. Here is Brown rolling out, throwing. It is complete. Yes, it is. At the 50-yard line, stays in bounds, falls down with a 5-yard pickup. Complete to number 6, Zach Stewart.
There was an unbalanced line. We had a guard and a tight end, lined offensively on the right side of center, and then everybody else lined up on the left side. And that's where they delivered the ball over there. 5-yard, 4.5-yard pickup.
Willie Stewart. Checks in as the corner, and Gonzalez checks out. We got Sims on the left corner. Here is Chris Brown rolling to his right this time on 2nd and 5. Throws. It's complete at the 39-yard line, immediately down at that point. The catch was made by Jared Piper.
Great catch, good timing pattern. He found the little hookup zone there in the seam of the zone, Mike, underneath, and a good timing pattern threw it underneath, made the great catch, and timeout's called by Southlake. They want to try to score again.
33 seconds left, and we'll keep it right here. With 33 seconds left to play in the first half, our score is 21-0. Southlake Carroll Dragons are leading. And, Gene, you might fill us in on some one-sided stats, I might say.
Well, we'll look at Carroll. They've carried the ball 14 times for 44 yards. Byerly has 7 of those carries for 20, and Johnson 7 for 24. You look at passing, they're 4 for 5 for, let me see, there's 96 yards. So they're up there to 140 yards offense with 5 first downs and, of course, 21 points on the board. Vernon, on the other hand, has carried the ball 21 times from scrimmage, minus 2 yards. Cherry, 13 of those for 22, and you look at Chris Enlow, 6 times for minus 24, and, of course, those came with 14 on a loss on a drop back, and, of course, we had 10 on a loss on a drop back by Enlow. He is 4 for 13 for 47 yards passing, so we're plus 45 yards with 6 first downs. It looks to me like Carroll's they're penetrating our offensive line, putting a lot of pressure on Enlow, and that's kind of negating some of that offensive power that we have, and that little bit of pressure has made a lot of difference.
Well, our defense has really done a good job, Mike. They have 140 yards of total offense, 44 of that running, 96 of that passing, but that's 140 yards, but 40 of that was a halfback pass on that very first offensive play of the game for them, and kind of caught us napping and stuff there. So really only about 100 yards of total offense by the Dragons who take that one play out.
Here's a 1st and 10. Brown at the 40-yard line, looks left, runs right. He's got a wide open space and just simply runs out of bounds at the 28-yard line. He knew where he needed to go for the first down. Got an extra yard to spare. 11-yard pickup by quarterback Chris Brown.
Well, just a little bit of luck and some good athletic ability kept Brown out of trouble, because there was Detrick Morris just fixing to tackle him up, Mike, and here comes Clayton Henry from the other side, and those two guys kind of wind up running into each other, and Brown gets away from those two guys. They land up on top of each other.
We need to hold them here, guys. We're trailing 21-0. And one more touchdown going in 28-0 would certainly make a big difference in the attitude toward these Vernon Lions. If they can hold them here, with just 26 seconds. It'll give them at least something to talk about in the locker room. Here is Brown rolling to his left. Nobody to throw to. Throws one in the dirt. That is incomplete.
Yeah, we're going to get a penalty call against Vernon, Mike. Detrick Morris doesn't like it, but
oh my goodness. And he better watch out, Mark.
But as Chris Brown let go of the ball, Detrick Morris really made him pay for it, and the referee thought it was not a clean hit. And now the South Lake Carroll Dragons are coming over there acting like they're going to do something about it.
Oh my goodness, we've got Wilson throwing his helmet down. Guys, don't do that. We've got Morris almost shaking his fist at the official. It was Andre Wilson throwing his helmet down on the ground. Now and then one of the Carroll Dragons came over as if to say, let's go and let's do something about this.
Now one of the Vernon coaches has actually gone out on the field to call the players in and says, you get here in the huddle and y'all better calm down.
Well, we can't handle any of that. Trailing 21-0. And it is the quarterback, is that right? It is the quarterback down, Chris Brown?
Sure is. He threw that pass. He rolled out to the left, had Andre Wilson coming in on him and Detrick Morris. And he threw that ball, if you recall, it skipped and bounced out there to the wide receiver off the ground. And he does get up off the field now and walks off under his own power.
It'll be Jerry Piper in as a replacement for Brown.
But a huge penalty from that point, Mike. 15-yard personal foul against the Vernon line. And now they mark this ball down. It'll be marked down on the about 14-yard line.
You know, that referee was just about a second away from throwing Detrick Morris out of the ball game, and we cannot afford that. He looked at him right in the eyes. You could see even from the press box. He said, he was just saying, one more time, Morris, and you're out of here. Here's Piper, wants to throw, and he throws to Johnson. Johnson to the left side. It is going to be thrown for a loss, 5 yards, back to around the 19-yard line. That's pretty gutsy for Piper to throw on his first time out.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that was Piper. I believe that's number 21 in there, Mike, if I'm not mistaken. He's the backup quarterback, Mendoza.
Is it Mendoza? I'm sorry, Mendoza.
I believe so, but anyway, yeah, and he calls timeout. He's very alert on that play. He wants South Lake to have a chance to score at least a field goal attempt. Of course, their field goal kicker, the number one kicker, is Chris Brown, the young man who was injured. And he did get up and walk off the field under his own power. I don't actually see Chris Brown right now to see if they're still tending to him or what's going on. But
well, he's not sitting on the bench on the back near where you would think somebody would be if they were injured. And we have only 10 seconds left to play in the first half. 21-0, the Dragons are leading. And I tell you, I don't believe I've ever seen our Vernon Lions get out of control like they did on that last play.
Well, of course, they've got to be frustrated, especially our defense. Our defense has done a good job, Mike, and to feel like to look up there and see behind 21 points and really not their fault. I know they feel pretty discouraged right now.
Well, that gets the South Lake Carroll crowd going as well. When they see their quarterback down, I guarantee you they roared and stood on their feet as if to say, hey, we're after you.
Brown's back in at the quarterback position.
And they send actually a one-back offense here. Here is Chris Brown in trouble, and he's thrown for a big loss back at the 30-yard line. A big rush by Wilson, by Henry, and Morris.
Yeah, Morris stayed off of him this time, but Wilson and Henry got there right at the right time.
And time runs out, and that's the end of the first half of play. Our score, the South Lake Carroll Dragons 21, the Vernon Lions nothing.
Vernon High School proudly presents the 1993 Roaring Lion Band. Band is under the direction of David L. Mooney and Gary Woodward. Drum majors Erica Moore and David Russell. Flag captains are Christina Nail, Bubby Watson, and Krista Bishop. The Roaring Lion Band would now like to bring back a number requested by many of you fans. The tune is The Horse. Lion Band. From Vernon, Texas, presenting the colorful, the entertaining, the 1993 Lioness Drill Team. Drill team is under the direction of Lucinda Scott and Deanne Clifton. Field captains today, Lynn Bryant and Tiffany Mercy. Junior lieutenants, Robin Byer, Christy Carr, Allison Freeberg, Jennifer Jarrett, Lindsay Karcher, and Kendi Kishnick. Lioness will now perform to the music of Rockin' Robin. Hurry up! long-standing tradition at Vernon High School to select an outstanding fan, a member of the band, and a lionette each week. This week, we salute the marcher of the Lion Band is Wade Brumley. The lionette of the week is Tina Metcalf. The Vernon Lion Band selected as outstanding for the week, Randy Perkins. And now, for you Vernon Lion fans, your favorite, the Vernon Lion Fight Song.
This portion of Vernon Lion Football sponsored by Gibson's Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Fighting Vernon Lions.
Your college choice could be the most important decision you'll ever make. During college, you'll probably decide on a career, broaden your intellectual span, and meet new friends. You should consider your college choice carefully. At Vernon Regional Junior College, we're large enough to offer a wide variety of programs, yet small enough to provide support and encouragement. Visit VRJC and see for yourself how we offer the best in quality education. Cross the bridge to a richer future at VRJC.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium in Wichita Falls, Texas, the site for the regional championship game between the Vernon Lions and the South Lake Carroll Dragons. The Dragons will be receiving. They will defend the north end of the playing field. The Vernon Lions going on the defense, and they'll be kicking off defending the south end of the playing field. Well, Doc Reynolds, we're trailing 21-0. Do the Lions have a chance?
Of course they do, Mike, but they can't do anything like they did in that first quarter play where we give them 3 easy scores. That's what everybody keeps saying again and again and again is when you play a team like South Lake, you can't let them score easy. They've been a very opportunistic team. They like to get you down early and then take advantage of it. And that's exactly what they did. Our first series, we get the ball, I believe, on about the 16-yard line or so, and next thing we're a 15-yard line. Next thing you know, we're punting from just right in front of our own end zone. They block the punt and recover it for a touchdown. We get the ball again, this time on the 14-yard line, and end up throwing we end up punting it this time. But anyway, the next time we go down, we throw an interception, and they return it all the way to the 3-yard line. It just takes them one play to score. That's their first offensive play right there. No, that's the second offensive play. The other score, what it was, we punted to them, and they had the ball on the 40-yard line on Vernon's end of the field, and they throw the halfback pass, and they score, make a real easy play. And that's basically even the scoring drive. So they block the punt into the end zone, a 40-yard drive, one play, halfback pass from Johnson the baller, a 3-yard drive, one play by Dane Johnson carrying it in, all set up by an interception by Dane Johnson. So 21-0. All that occurred in the first 5 minutes of the game, Mike, and since then, Vernon has held them scoreless, and of course they've held us scoreless. So,
and we have looked bright on defense, and to some extent we have really come through with some big plays.
Well, again, they have 38 yards total offense, and you take that 40-yard halfback pass away, which is a little bit unusual. We've held them to under 100 yards of offense, which our defense has done a pretty good job.
Now we should expect to see Dedrick Morris as the nose, Chris Dunson and Andre Wilson the tackles, Duke Arnold possibly even some change up there, but let's go ahead and give Arnold the billing right now. Duke Arnold and Clayton Henry make up the defensive end. Chad Thomas and Shanton Fanner are the linebackers. Jonathan Sims, Tommy Gonzalez, Kyle Williams, and Michael Lee will make up the secondary. Here is Morris kicking off. End-over-end kick will go out of bounds and around the 6-yard line. No chance for a run back, and a flag will fly to give the South Lake Carroll Dragons an option, and probably they'll ask the Lions to kick it off one more time.
Well, again, that will be their option to take it there, I believe, or take it, so they put it on the 30-yard line. Anyway, Dane Johnson's going over to the officials, and they're trying to make their mind up whether they want to make Vernon kick it again or not.
Well, I believe they may start at the 30-yard line.
Yeah. That's a good field position for them, Mike. And
they have 3 options on the kickoff when it goes out of bounds. Take it where it goes out of bounds, take it on the 30, or have the kickoff team to kick it over again.
And penalize the kicking team, have them kick it over again. That's right.
So the ball is at the 30-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Carroll Dragons at that point. We're getting ready for third quarter action. It's a 21-0 ball game. The Vernon Lions are trailing, and they go on the defense. Here's the wishbone with 2 tight ends for the Carroll Dragons. Chris Brown back in as quarterback. Gives to Johnson right off the bat. Scampers through a hole to the right side up to the 30, to the 33, maybe to the 34 for a 4-yard pickup.
And he's hit by Clayton Henry and held him up just long enough for Michael Lee to come in and finish him off after he picked up about a 3-yard gain.
Let's check out the linebackers. Do we have Keeshnick in, or is it Thomas and Fanner?
I believe yes and yes and yes.
Okay, Keeshnick is in along with Fanner, and then we've got Thomas as one of the, Shanton Fanner is one of the defensive ends.
Right.
Here is Brown giving off to Johnson. Johnson's hit behind the line of scrimmage, a 2-yard loss. Wilson and Fanner in to make the stop.
Yeah, so just as you indicated, Fanner playing the defensive right end, and the handoff to running back, and there's Shanton from the defensive end with Wilson. That's the defensive right side of our line, and they throw him, Mike, for the third down and still about 6 needed.
Tommy Freeman was also in on that previous play. Willie Cherry sneaking in now in the secondary. Do we have enough guys, or do we have 12 out there? I believe we got 12 out on the field. Somebody running off the field in a hurry, and it is Cherry. And we almost got 12 on the field. Here is a completed pass to Dane Johnson at the 37-yard line. Makes his way up to the 40, a 7-yard pickup.
And a first down as well, Mike. Again, we had some mess up, or some people not knowing exactly what to do on the Vernon secondary, and just defense in general had too many men on the field. Willie Cherry finally steps off the field right at the last moment.
I saw Gonzalez go on the far side. I thought he was going to run off the field, hoping that he could get off in time and we'd end up with 10 men, but Gonzalez managed to get on his man at the last second. 1st and 10 as the South Lake Carroll Dragons trying to pass, and a big rush by Wilson forces Brown on the ground, and it'll be considered a lateral because it was behind the line in a backward motion, but it goes out of bounds.
Yeah, he was going back and trying to just dump it out to Dane Johnson, but it was definitely a lateral, and the ball goes out of bounds. Dane Johnson not able to even get a hand on the ball as it went out on the 31-yard line, Mike, and so that's going to cost the South Lake a little bit. First down and about 20.
Well, it's second down.
Excuse me, yeah, second down and 20, excuse me.
Ball is at the 31.5-yard line. They'll send twin receivers, actually triple receivers, to the right side. Single back offense is Byerly. Here is Brown rolling to his right, throws up the middle. It is caught at the 40, and immediately down at that point, the man to make the tackle was Kyle Williams.
Yeah, Kyle Williams, number 10, taking down Dane Johnson, number 10. Had a long time. Johnson went over and just kind of hovered over right behind where the linebackers usually line up, Mike. Again, they needed about 20 yards. Kyle was back deep in coverage, and he came up as fast as he could, but not enough to keep Johnson from catching the ball, but does keep him from making much yardage after the catch.
We have 10-12 left to play in this third period. It's a 21-0 ball game. They'll send twin receivers to the right, one to the left. Single back is Byerly. Brown wants to throw quick, does so. It is incomplete, intended for Piper on the near side.
And then look right there beside him was Dane Johnson. Were they fixing to try to set the flea flicker?
Looked like it.
I don't know. I don't know if it was or not, but he was right there behind him. I don't know.
Well, it's a 4th down and an obvious punting down for the South Lake Carroll Dragons. So the Lions have held them in the first offensive series in the second half.
Of course, last week against Reagan County, we saw them do the fake punt, Mike.
Right about this point on the field, too.
Very capable, and they were leading like this, doing it at the same time.
Sargent will stand back at his own 26-yard line. He will kick it away, and it is Michael Lee. Lets it go back. Oh, my goodness. It's going to roll back and makes an exceptional kick out of it back to around the 17-yard line. We lost about 15 yards by Michael Lee not making a grab on that.
It'd have been a very difficult catch, Mike. He's back as single safety. They punted the ball away from him at a line drive, and he'd had a hard time getting over there to field it cleanly because it was coming hard and fast, and if he'd have made a mistake, of course, then they'd have had the ball probably right there. One of the things that Southlake does is they send two deep guys back there. They have to only cover half the field. That way they field a lot more punts. They don't let it hit the ground.
So we have 9:46 left to play in the third quarter of play. As the Lions go on the offense, they'll send Favors to the left side. Frank goes to the right side. Two back offense. This is again to Cherry, and he will be literally shoved back to the goal line. His forward motion will be stopped somewhere around the 12 or 13-yard line. And, man, they really had him figured out on that play.
Yeah, they're going to stay on the 13-yard line, about a 3-yard loss, Mike. Second down and 13.
So the Lions going to have pull out a bag of tricks and do something offensively. They send in Mark Allen, which could be an indication of a typical pass play as they send Gaines out. They'll have Allen and Favors as wide receivers, and probably Frank. He goes out to the left side along with Favors. Single back offense. Cherry is that single back. 9:06 left to play in the third period. Inlow dropping straight back, looks left. He's got a man open. It's complete to Favors at the 26. He's up to the 30 and then digresses back to the 28.
Yeah, but still enough for the first down, but that's what I was afraid of, Mike. He was going to retreat enough. He had caught the ball almost on the 30, and he was trying to get a little running room, running back towards the 25, and I thought he was going to retreat too much. He ended up losing about a yard on retreating, but still kept enough for the first down.
Got 14 yards on the pickup, and Allen still is in the lineup on this series. It gives the Vernon Lions a little bit more running room. Keep in mind, we've got this halfback pass that they've been working on all week long. They've got to run it sometime in this ball game. Twin receivers go to the left, one to the right. Here is a draw play given to Cherry. Oh, he finds it going extra tough. Brandon Story had that one figured out and got him behind the line of scrimmage, a 1-yard loss. Big 205-pound senior.
Yeah, also Stainer right there beside him, helping him out, Mike. The draw not working at all. Those guys just do such an excellent job of watching and reading. They probably have certain responsibilities that they always look back for things like the screens and the draws. And anyway, they do a good job. Second down and 10.
A beautiful afternoon for football. I guarantee you people can't complain about the weather. A little bit nippy, but certainly with a good coat on and hat, they're enjoying themselves, and certainly we'd like to see a little bit more points on the scoreboard. A fumble. It is Inlow picking the ball up, trying to make something out of this. He will be thrown for a big loss. He is lucky he hung on to that ball.
You know, between the exchange between quarterback and center, I believe that's the first time we've seen that happen, and we were worried about it quite a bit last week with a new center, Chris Dunson, and Inlow working. But it's the first bobble we've seen between them, but it got on the ground and was bouncing around that old AstroTurf. Luckily, it bounced away from the green shirts, and Inlow able to recover it. Big loss on the play, though, Mike.
Lost 9 yards. Third down and 19. Moves it way back to the 18-yard line in Vernon territory, and we've got to do something here, or it'll be punting time. Allen and Frank go to the right side. Favors goes left. Cherry the single back. Inlow rolling to his right this time. Has two receivers down there. It is caught by Allen at the 31-yard line, but not enough for the first.
Sure not, Mike. Not anywhere near enough for the first. The planned route just to run that out, and he picked up a good yardage, but it still brings up fourth down and about 8 yards.
Is that the first pass catch for Allen? I believe all
so.
year long.
That's what I was trying to think, Mike. I believe it is.
I don't remember. I remember them trying to throw a couple of passes to him in the Amarillo River Road ball game, but I don't believe he caught him.
And a couple at Slaton as well, but I believe that's his first reception.
All right, fourth down and 7, and Inlow back to punt. He will get one, not a good one again. It's a kind of a wobbly-looking kind of punt. However, it gets a good Vernon roll. Oh, my goodness. Back to the 10-yard line, 8-yard line. It hit at the 30 and got about a 23-yard roll. No, a 27 or 8-yard roll. It'll be a tremendous punt for Chris Inlow, which looked like it was going to be a less than average. Back to the 7-yard line. They spotted at the 7-yard line officially.
Outstanding punt. Got it on back there, Mike. 57-yard punt.
Well, that's what we needed. The Lions needed something like that to put these Carroll Dragons back on their end of the playing field. 6:23 left to play in the third period. First and 10 for the Dragons. They come up over the ball, and they'll show their wishbone offense with two tight ends. Chris Brown, the quarterback, barking signals. A trap play. This one goes from right to left. Byerly with the ball, goes up to the 10-yard line, and gets about 3 yards on the play. in to make the stop was Wilson.
Again, Southlake uses all kinds of different running backs, Mike. They switch them in and out and play different positions. Their main go-to guy, again, Dane Johnson, but they use any of those backs at any of those positions.
They come up with a wishbone again. Two tight ends, 2nd and 7 at the 10-yard line. Brown, quarterback option, finds the left side, will keep the ball at the 15, 20. He's got the first down and falls across the 20 to the 22 and a half.
So as he saw one of the Vernon lines come across to get the pitch band, he knew he was going to keep the ball himself, Mike, and he turned it upfield. Good read by the quarterback, Chris Brown, the only starting junior on the offensive Dragon team, and turns it upfield for the first down. They'll mark it on the 20, almost the 23-yard line.
Got 12 yards on the pickup. So with 5:46 left to play in the third period, Lions are still trailing 21-0, but they have kept these Carroll Dragons from scoring in all of the second period and all of this the third period thus far. It's been a rather fast third quarter. They send Baller way out to the right side this time. Wishbone to the backfield. Fakes to the fullback. Option play. The pitch back goes to Byerly. Byerly is knocked out of bounds around the 28-yard line.
Michael Lee coming up from the strong safety and actually knocks Byerly loose from the ball, but of course out of bounds, so not a fumble, even though he does get separated from the ball.
A flag is down at the 25-yard line.
Cedric Morris, our unofficial referee, is already indicating it'll be against Southlake.
Morris has had quite an afternoon. I'll tell you, he's been very active. Some of it not real positively active, but he has been active. Well, Cherry checks in, replaces Gonzalez at the corner, and they'll move the ball against Southlake Carroll.
I believe a holding call, Mike.
Oh, Gene, how many penalties is that, and how much yardage against Carroll thus far?
Okay, penalties, that's 3 for 30 yards. Vernon has 3 penalties for 35.
So not neither team really penalized to a great extent here this afternoon. First down and 20. Here is Brown, given to Johnson. Tries the right side, gets up to the 15-yard line, picks up 3 yards on the play. Going pretty tough on that one.
We're getting a little bit of southerly breeze, though, finally. It was kind of out of the west, and it looks like it's a little bit more out of the south from time. Well, Cabo looks like it's out of the west again, but I'll see some paper and trash on the field blowing, so the breeze has everything picked up down the level of the field a little bit. It's kind of swirling around a little bit.
And at the first part of the ball game, the sun probably was a factor. Now that it's starting to set in the west, it should not be a factor as far as catching the punt or catching the ball going from south to north. Here is Brown, the quarterback, keeping the ball up to the 20 to 25 and runs out of bounds at the 26.5-yard line.
Well, they're doing a good job. Whoever our man who's supposed to take the quarterback, they're taking him out of the play, Mike, because we have a person responsible for the pitch man, and as soon as they see that option going, our guy who goes to the pitch man goes immediately, but it allows Brown to turn up, and so they're doing a good job of containing whoever our containment is for the quarterback. I believe it should probably be our defensive end. I'm not positive about that, but whoever it is, they're doing a good job of keeping him off the quarterback.
We have 4:45 left to play in this third period. 21-0. Carroll leads. Here is a fake to Johnson. A pitch back goes to Byerly. 25 up to the 30. He's shy of the first down by a couple of yards after getting 4 on the play on the far side.
Yeah, this time they definitely took the quarterback. They were going to take him out of that play no matter what this time, but they did get the ball to the pitch man, Byerly, and he picks up good yardage, Mike. Be 4th down and 1. We'll see if Southlake decides to punt it or go ahead and try to get the first down. I wouldn't think that they would punt, but you can never tell about Southlake.
Well, the ball is at the 31-yard line. They're into the playing field. They lead by 3 touchdowns. Sargent goes back in the punting formation. Lee is back to receive for Vernon. He'll stand back at his own 34. The punter will stand back at his own 18. The ball is spotted at the 31.5-yard line. Sargent will punt it away. Vernon going for the block. Couldn't quite do it. Lee calls for a fair catch. Fumbles the ball. Picks it back up. Oh, my goodness. Don't run, Lee.
Well, when you
have a close.
Well, but see, he made the fair catch, Mike, and he fumbled the ball, so I'm not real sure either. Maybe he has the option to run if you fumble it on a fair catch. But
they didn't they didn't throw a flag there, but I know we've seen that happen. I believe to Kyle Williams one point in time where he called a fair catch and took off running. They penalized.
Yeah, again, I'm not real sure how that works, but he fumbled the ball, and that is what happened. They called a penalty for that.
Did they?
I didn't see a flag. Delay of game. I didn't see it either. They called delay of game.
They certainly did.
But he did fumble the ball. That's kind of unusual. I'm not sure why they should do it. If you call the fair catch and you fumble it, the other team has opportunity to get it. Maybe you ought to have the opportunity to run it.
Well, the Vernon fans don't like that call, but it will stand at the 31.5-yard line instead of the 36.5. The Lions will have it 1st and 10, and they will send Frank and Favors to the left side. And Mark Allen, wearing number 87, by the way, instead of number 11, he's out at the right side as a wide receiver. 3:48 left to play in this third period. Quick pass to Allen. It's caught at the 38-yard line and then falls up to around the 39, maybe the 40-yard line. 8-yard pickup.
Yeah. I've been wanting to see some of that kind of stuff happening all the time, Mike, when you got guys who can catch the ball like Allen, and especially if you keep throwing that quick, short underneath stuff, eventually it might get you that deep pattern as it makes that defensive back flinch up a little bit, especially if you get a little pump-and-go fake. We need something like that to happen, trailing 21-0.
Allen checks out and Gaines checks in. Again, we have not seen Butch Keck in the fullback position all afternoon long. We listed him as a starter, but he has not played except on some special teams. 2nd and 2 for the Lions. Here's Enlow dropping straight back. Plenty of time to throw. Throws across the middle. Frank makes a miraculous catch at the 35-yard line down at the 34. What a catch by Frank.
I don't know how he caught it, and he had to be looking at the sun again, Mike. 36-yard pass play effort covered up by Dane Johnson. Went up there in traffic, just completely concentrated on the football and the sun. You could tell he's looking right at the sun. I don't know how he caught it, but just had the soft hands. He kept the ball as it fell on his hands. He made the adjustments and pulled it in for the first down.
I think he may have been shaken up slightly because Favors hollered over the sideline and said, hey, get somebody in for him, but he will stay in. He splits wide to the left side along with Favors to the left. Allen is back into the right side, single back offense. Enlow looking to the right side in trouble, throws to Allen. At caught at the 31, he's down at the 28-yard line. Picks up 5 yards.
And again, those little short patterns like that make things happen, Mike. Look at there. See, he got 6-7 yards, and Chuck could have been a sacker or just throwing the ball away. Just keep doing that, moving that ball down the field, and eventually might break something loose.
And Allen stays in the ball game with 2:17 left to play in the third period. Lions are trailing 21-0. Regional championship game on the line. All the scoring came in the first quarter.
In the first 4 minutes and 58 seconds of the first quarter.
Due to mistakes by the Vernon Lions, not necessarily by the positive play of South Lake Carroll. Here is Enlow, plenty of time. Throws is complete to Favors at the 17, the 15, the 10, down to the 8-yard line.
Looked like they were trying to drag everybody all different directions. 21 or 20-yard pickup, depending where they mark it, Mike. But you can see Frank heading towards the corner of the end zone. They said, oh, we better get back with Frank, and that left that little soft spot open right across the middle for Favors. He makes the catch. Enlow puts it on the money so he can make the catch. First down, 1st and goal. Mark it from the 8-yard line, Mike.
And the chain gang comes in. The big guys come in for the offense.
Well, they're going to have to hurry. There's 15, 14 seconds on the play clock.
They're going to have to call time. There's no way they can get it off, Mark. 10 seconds. They're not out of the huddle yet. 8 seconds. Enlow. It's going to have to hurry. 4 seconds. He has the call time. He's disgusted, but he calls time. We'll take a 60-second break. This is Vernon Lion football. 28 seconds left to play in the third period. 21-0. South Lake Carroll leads, but the Vernon Lions have the ball. 1st and goal to go at the Carroll 8-yard line. Chris Enlow having to call a timeout. 25 seconds clock down to 2 seconds, and now they're back with 2 tight ends. Tandem strong to the right side. The formation of the backfield. The give is to actually Enlow keeps the ball. 5-yard line, 3-yard line, and that dummy almost fumbled the ball, Mark. He did not touch that ball, and it scared him to death. Down to the 3, a good play by Enlow.
5-yard pickup, Mike. They ran the option, fake the ball to Cherry on the dive play, then he keeps the ball himself and comes out. Now we see Butch Keck coming into the ball game. First time, I believe, first time offensively for Butch Keck.
2nd down. The ball is at the 3.5-yard line in Carroll territory. Keck makes up the tandem back. We've got Lee, the fullback, and Cherry, the tail. The give is to Cherry on the left side. 2-yard line, 1-yard line, over to go, touchdown. Back, we've got Lee, the fullback, and Cherry, the tail. The give is to Cherry on the left side. 2-yard line, 1-yard line, over to go, touchdown.
Came up to meeting Dane Johnson, but Dane Johnson couldn't stop the determination of Willie Cherry as he punches it in finally from the 3-yard line.
And the Lions are on the scoreboard, 21-6. And Rich Gooch will be kicking the extra point try. He is a right-footed soccer-style kicker. has the ability of kicking a 45, 46-yard field goal. He'll try for the extra point here. It's up, and it's good. 21-7. We'll be back in 60 seconds. This is Vernon Lion football. 49 seconds left to play in the third period. The Lions have just scored. It's a 21-7 ball game. Carroll still leading by 14.
68-yard drive, 6 plays. The final was a 3-yard run by Cherry. Several outstanding pass plays in that drive, Mike. Good on the extra point attempt. 21-7.
It'll be Dedrick Morris kicking off from the Vernon 40-yard line. Back to receive is Baller and Johnson. A kick back to the 8-yard line. Johnson picks it up at the 8. I thought his knee was down at the 10, the 15, the 20, the 25, and falls across the 30, maybe the 32. And I could have sworn his knee was down at the 8.
Well, it looked like it, but the referee was right behind him, and he took his arm, or wound the clock up, showing that it was a clean catch. There's a flag also right back where Dane Johnson cut up field, Mike. One of his players held.
I believe it's going to be...
I believe it's number 30. Baller's the one who held. At least he was closest to the area. That's just purely guesswork, but he was right in the area where they threw the flag.
Well, that's around the 22-yard line, so they'll mark off yardage against the Carroll Dragons from that point. So that will put them back in a hole, as the Lions have just scored with 41 seconds left to play in this third period. They'll move the goose egg off to the scoreboard, and it's a 21-7 score.
Well, that's about where Dane Johnson actually fielded the ball, very near it, and where his knee could have, if it would have been down, that's about where they'd have downed it anyway. So it's going to work out okay. Dragons on the 12-yard line on their end of the field.
Byerly checks out of the ball game for the Carroll Dragons. We've got Morris, Dunson, and Wilson up front, the front three. Banner makes up the defensive end. Along with Henry, here's the give to Dane Johnson up the middle to the 15, the 17-yard line. And he gets about 6 or 7 yards on the play.
Got Dunson, Wilson, and Clayton Henry on the stop. All three of those young men taking to bring Dane Johnson down.
23 seconds left to play in the third period. The clock is still rolling. They are going to have trouble getting the play off and may let it go ahead and wind down. 14 seconds.
The 25-second clocks must be off again, Mike, because they're on 0-0, and I don't think they're going to try to get the play off.
6 seconds, and that will be the end of the third quarter of play. Our score, the Dragons 21, the Lions 7. We'll be back in 60 seconds. This is Vernon Lion football.
This portion of Vernon Lion football is sponsored by Gibson's Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Fighting Vernon Lions.
If you're looking for an affordable, attractive community college with a motivated faculty, challenging instructional programs, and a variety of campus activities, then Vernon Regional Junior College is the right place for you. We offer a variety of strong academic and vocational programs to prepare you for immediate employment or for a successful transfer to a senior college or university. VRJC is a fully accredited 2-year college with a co-ed enrollment of approximately 1,900. Cross the bridge to a richer future at VRJC.
Ready for a fourth quarter action. 12 more minutes of football for the Vernon Lions and the South Lake Carroll Dragons. The Dragons lead 21-7. The ball is at the 17, 18-yard line. The Dragons have it. 2nd and 3. The give is to Johnson. Tries the right side. He is thrown for a loss.
Yeah, Michael Lee comes shooting through. Mike throws him for about a 4 or 5 yard loss. Dane Johnson, that one-back offense, they had 2 wide receivers, not really out very wide, just outside the right side there, just past where the tight end would line up, and they try to run that direction, but Michael Lee, nice through there, throws Johnson for the loss. Actually about a 6-yard loss. So it's going to be third down about 11.
Willie Cherry comes on as a corner late in the play, just barely giving Gonzalez time to get off. 3rd and 9, and it is Brown in big trouble. A sack by Morris, by Kuchnick. And let's give some
Well, the first guy to get there actually was Chad Thomas, Mike. Number 34 was the first man to get there and make Johnson pull the ball down and start covering it up and looking for a place to go. And, of course, the only place he could go was down. Those other guys you already mentioned took him to the ground. Michael Lee needs to do a good job of fielding the punt, and he's already thinking the sun's tough, boy, the sun's tough.
He's got his hands up trying to shade his eyes from the sun, and that high punt will be a problem as Derek Sargent stands back in his own end zone. He's 5 yards deep, 4th and long, an obvious punting down for the Carroll Dragons. 10:41 left to play in this ball game.
Timeout.
They're going to call a timeout, and they did not have enough men on the field. 21-7.
They also got the clock running, Mike, and that's why they knew that.
10 minutes, 37 seconds left to play in the ball game. 21-7. It's a 4th down and 14. The ball is at the 7-yard line, deep in Carroll territory. Sargent will kick. Lee will receive. Lee stands back at his own the Carroll 42-yard line. The snap is a good one. The punt is a spiraling, booming punt over the head of Lee. It bounces around the 45, bobbles back to the 35, finally gets a handle at the 30 and hit from behind, literally from behind at the 33-yard line. Flag flies late.
Mike has an outstanding kick, 58 yards, and really most of that in the air, and he just took one step. They had their kind of quick kick formation on, meaning that he's just going to punch that thing out. He didn't really wind up and kick it. He thought Vernon was coming for the block. Outstanding kick.
And I believe the penalty is going to go against Vernon. Illegal. No, it's an illegal block against Carroll. Wait a minute. No, he made a mistake. Illegal block against Vernon. There was a blocking above the waist from the backside. And that is against Vernon. The official giving the wrong indication, and they move the ball back downfield. Vernon will have the ball at the 24-yard line.
Well, it's a good job by punter for Sargent, yeah. They did an outstanding job of punting, and then good coverage by their team there, Mike. And so they forced Vernon back. We could have had the ball maybe around midfield. We wind up down on the 24-yard line.
So Chris Enlow goes on the offense. He'll send 2 wide receivers left, 1 right. Tries to throw a quick pass, pumps once, throws again. This one intended for Allen. Goes up. It is intercepted. Intercepted.
Ball underthrown, Mike. Just a little bit underthrown. Allen trying to go down the sideline. That's Walton, I believe, number 23. No, that's Sargent, excuse me. Derek Sargent, 28's Walton. Number 23, Sargent in good position. Allen tried to play defensive back and knocked the ball out of his hands, but not able to do so. Here's a big break again for the Dragons.
A big break. It's down at the 47-yard line in Carroll territory. Carroll leads 21-7. Regional championship game on the line. They'll send 1 wide receiver to the right side. Split in, goes left. Here is Brown pumping to the right, goes left. Nice fake intended for Piper. Overthrows him incomplete.
Yeah, I tried to throw a little quick something out to the right side, but that was just a fake. Then turn back and try to throw the deep go route to Piper as he's running down the sideline. Pretty good coverage, though, from underneath by Gonzalez and then by Michael Lee from his safety position covering him deep.
So time now becomes a big factor for the Lions. They have how many timeouts? 2 timeouts left. Carroll Dragons have 2 timeouts left. And the Lions had to use one because of the 25-second clock, which may come back to haunt them a little bit later on in the ball game. Split in, goes left, wide receiver right. Wing back lines up left. Now in motion from left to right. Here is Chris Brown, the quarterback, giving up to Johnson. Tries the right side on a sweep to the 45, up to the midfield stripe, and gets a lot of running, but most of that lateral 3-yard pickup.
In there to make the stop, Kyle Williams for safety position, and also Clayton Henry from the defensive end.
Well, these Vernon Lions have had a great year. They are not willing to give up. Very few times have they found themselves behind, and when they do, that gets them even madder. And if they can control the emotion, they still have plenty of time. 10 minutes, 4 seconds.
Well, again, I really still sincerely think the Vernon Lions match up real well with South Lake Carroll Dragons. As you can really see, again, all that scoring coming in the first 4.5 minutes of play, and just by mistakes on Vernon.
Brown throws across the middle, incomplete, intended for Piper. If that had been on target, Mark, that would have gone for big yards.
Sure, and it had been a first down, the main thing. Detrick Morris making Brown throw that ball behind him. Brown extremely upset with himself for not throwing that ball where it should have been. Of course, Detrick Morris had a little something to do with that.
So Michael Lee will have another opportunity to return the ball again. The sun may be a factor. He'll stand back in the shade. He'll stand back at about the 10-yard line. Coach Black, I believe, is saying, back up, Michael. You can always come up, but you can't go back.
Yeah, it's easier to run up on it is business to run back on the ball.
Sargent, standing back at his own 37, will punt it away. This time not near as good of a punt. Bounces at the
All right.
25,
Good
and
Vernon
knocked out
roll.
of bounds to the 27. In fact, it may have hit a Carroll Dragon about the 25, but the official says no, it goes out at the 27.
Yeah, just got a good Vernon roll. 22-yard punt, Mike. Ball. He was trying to punch it away from our return man, Michael Lee, get it past him as he tried to kick it to the corner and let the ball roll. Maybe his coverage could help him out down there, but the ball made that wrong turn and bounced back in Vernon's favor for a little bit of yardage. So Vernon gets a little bit of a break there.
How about this series with that halfback pass? We haven't seen it yet. Sure, he can throw the ball. The play is designed to go back to Enlow. Let's see what happens here. 1st and 10. Here's Enlow dropping straight back. Wants to throw over the middle. Plenty of time, and then hit from behind. A sack. And it is big number 54. Wait a minute. Oh, my goodness. We've got a scuffle going on. 54, Jason Moreland in for the tackle, for the sack.
Well, he was trying to say that the ball was fumbled, and he got the ball, Mike, and that was number 60, I believe, actually in there trying to do that. That's Holmes, if that is.
And I guess with Enlow, it looked like just a wrestling match, which I guess it was.
Just literally. The referee should have gone ahead and stopped that because the ball was already down. He'd already blown the whistle. Should have pulled them apart sooner.
That's when somebody gets hurt.
Well, and just fatigue your quarterback when needing to throw the ball here. When he gets tired, he's out there trying to wrestle to hang on the ball.
21 yards needed for the first. It's 2nd down, and the ball is at the 16-yard line. Lions are trailing by 14 points.
You'll see South Lake in a 4-man front now.
And 2 twins go to the left side. Enlow dropping back. Wants to throw a quick one. Can't do it. Now throws over the middle. It is, who was that intended for? Frank was the nearest one, but he was nowhere within 10 or 15 yards of that pass.
No, nobody there, Mike, at all. And the coverage of ball, either a broken route or Enlow seeing not having time to find a receiver and just throws it away. But 3rd down and still 21, 22 yards needed for the first. And Vernon not getting much out of this drive. We've got to do something.
Now we've got a shadow starting to appear on the field. The westerly stands in the press box providing a shadow about midfield all the way to the 50-yard line. It tapers off as we go to the south. And they'll send twin receivers to the left side. That's Allen and Frank. 3rd down and long. Enlow rolling to his left. Under pressure, throws. It gets hit immediately. Way downfield. Almost intercepted by Dane Johnson, intended for Frank.
Yeah, just tried to throw deep coverage, and Enlow hasn't even gotten up yet.
A penalty is, the flag is down, though. That's about the point where Enlow was hit.
Moreland, number 54, the junior, really hit Enlow hard. But we'll see if they call a personal foul on him.
They did. They called roughing the passer. Roughing the passer was the call. And that will help Vernon to some extent.
Well,
8:56.
If it's just a 15-yard penalty, it should get us about 3rd down and 10 or so.
This is KVWC AM, KVWC FM in Vernon, broadcasting from Memorial Stadium in Wichita Falls. 15 yards mark up to the 31-yard line.
And so instead, though, is it an automatic 1st down or not?
I believe it is.
It is.
Automatic
It is an
first
automatic.
down, and that was a big, big play.
Okay, so it would not have been enough. It would have been about a 3rd down and 8, but it's an automatic 1st down. So Vernon Lions get new life. 8:56 in the 4th and final quarter of play.
And we're trailing 21-7. If you joined us late, guarantee you, if you joined us at all, you're staying with us on this ball game. Allen going to the right side. Frank and Favors to the left side. Enlow dropping back. He throws a screen pass complete to Cherry at the 30. And then the blocking pretty well diminishes at that point up to the 35 and picks up 4 yards.
It looks like, again, things are really well set up, Mike, but those guys, those Dragons with the green numbers on their shirt, they just do an outstanding job of just raking havoc with everything. Looks like we've got a screen where he can bust loose, and somehow they get through all of our maroon shirts and make the stop.
Don't you think that everybody on Vernon's side is saying if we could just have the first quarter over, if we could just play the first quarter over.
Just 2 or 3 plays over.
Unbelievable.
Oh, Lordy. But that's what the South Lake has done in their whole career, and especially this year, Mike.
They broke the Reagan County back early by that kind of play. Twin receivers left, 2nd and 5. Here is Enlow drop. Oh, it's intercepted at the 42-yard line up to the 35, 30, 20, 10-yard line.
Oh, man.
And it was Ryan Boyle intercepting the pass, and you're right. Right from the backside, knocked him down.
Somebody trying to come up and block from South Lake, hit him from behind as he cut and actually knocked him down. I think Vernon would have had a chance to tackle him before he got to the end zone, but it would have been a little closer to the end zone. Oh, boy, when the South Lake needs to come up with a play, they do. They're just outstanding, Mike. They're just a very well-coached team. I don't make it sound like they've had all the luck. They make most of their luck. They blocked that punt. That's not luck. That takes a good preparation and planning on their part, and they blocked that opening drive for Vernon punt and put them in the end zone.
First and goal to go. The give is to Johnson. Johnson to the 5-4-3-2-1 touchdown. A sweep to the right side. Nothing fancy on that. Student body right, and Johnson was hit about the 2, and then second effort got him in the end zone.
The ball, when they get a chance, they're just like sharks on a feeding frenzy. When they get you just a little bit down, they don't wait a second to jump on you. Right there, they had us down there, get down there, and they immediately score. They don't waste any time. They just put the points on the board.
And they almost appear like they know what play it's going to be before it's even called. They're just up there on the ball, real crisp, real sharp, well-refined, well-oiled machine. 27-7. Carroll leads by 20, and Chris Brown, the quarterback, will do the kicking. That is a utility man if you've ever seen one. He's just a junior. Here's the kick. It's up. It's good. 28-7. Carroll Dragons lead. This is Vernon Lion football. 7:54 left to play in the ball game. South Lake Carroll has just scored 28-7 our score.
Mike, that was a one-play drive again, 8 yards, set up by an interception by Ryan Boyle. That 8-yard run carried in by Dane Johnson over the right side. Brown's extra point, good, 28-7.
And Chris Brown will kick off from the Reagan County, South Lake Carroll 40-yard line. Chris Brown, an excellent football player, coming back next year to this team. Here's the kick, end over end, and Cherry will let it go. Actually, that was kicked out of the end zone in the air. Touchback, Vernon Lions, first and 10 from their own 20. Well, I'll tell you what, these Lions are going to have to score and score quickly. Gene, you said 130-something total yards offense for the Lions thus far.
131 for Vernon, only 189 for the Carroll Dragons, but again, they've been able to score. They're real quick. Of course, one score came with only 3 yards to plunge in, and then, of course, right there, only 3 yards to score, only 8 yards to score. So, you know, it hasn't taken a lot of yards for them to put points on the board. And, of course, the block punt generated no offensive yards.
Butch Keck back in as a fullback. It is in low up over the ball. He'll send twin receivers left this time. Drops back, has a draw play given to Cherry. Big hole up the middle, and then it closes in, but he breaks a tackle. 25 and tripped up, not quite to the 25-yard line. Tackle made by Chad Voller.
Well, Cherry again making some outstanding runs and moves, Mike, but you just can't elude all those guys. They just really pursue, get to the ball, and eventually they stop you before you make the big gain.
Keck checks out, and Allen checks in. 28-7 with 7:28 left to play in the game. The Dragons lead by 3 touchdowns. Allen goes right, Favors and Frank go left. Single back is Cherry. Here is in low throwing. Oh, my goodness, throwing quick and almost, well, actually was batted down by Brian Hatcher and almost intercepted. That big man would have gone in for 6 points.
They were trying to run the rocket screen. We saw that pretty much earlier in the season, but I don't recall seeing it very much in quite a while, Mike. But the rocket screen, they usually set that up to the wide side, usually to the left side with Brandon Favors, and he's at the wide receiver, and he's runs back in, just a real short slant in basically, but just almost really right down the line of scrimmage, and they try to get some blockers out in front of him and let him, it winds up being kind of a midfield screen.
And there's a timeout call. Vernon wants the timeout with 7:13 left to play in the ball game, 28-7. The Dragons lead. This is Vernon Lion football. 7 minutes, 13 seconds left to play the ball game. The Lions have the ball on their own 24-yard line, 3rd down and 6. In low up over the ball. Keck in motion from left to right. In low drops back, wants to pass. Long one over the middle. It is incomplete, intended for Frank at the 45.
Had 2 men actually end up right there about where the ball hit the ground. Frank and Favors, both of them, Mike, but not sure who is actually intended for. Possibly Frank. Ball thrown deep, but still pretty good coverage by South Lake.
That was about a 50-yard pass in the air from the point where Enlow let it fly.
Of course, now it's a 4th down play, Mike. 4th down and about 6. And Vernon's going to line up in punting formation. We'll see if they actually punt.
Well, I'll tell you what, they don't want to give it up, but they are deep in their own end of the playing field. South Lake Carroll has proven they can score. And here's a pretty good punt by Enlow. Not a lot of hang time, but Johnson gets it at the 30, backtracks to the 27. He's up to the 30, the 35, 40, and forced out of bounds around the 47-yard line.
Kieschnick knocks him out of bounds, Mike, as a 45-yard punt. and there's a flag on the far side of the field. It winds up being well, let's see where they mark it. Wound up about a 24 or 5-yard return as well.
Stay with us. We have an extended post-game show lined up after this ball game. Of course, we'll give you all the stats from this ball game. We'll also talk about some of the games played last night. 6 of the 8 games played in Class 3A were played last night. We'll give you the scores of those, the possibilities, and the matchups, and even some insight as to who we think may come out on top in the various regions. So they mark off big yardage against the Carroll Dragons all the way back to the 28-yard line. Was that a illegal block? Is that what it was? Illegal block against the Carroll Dragons. So 6:55 left to play in this ball game. Dragons came into this game 12-0. The Lions 10-2. They lost to Pampa in non-district play and to the Owl Park Hawks in district play. Now they will spot the ball. They had a little trouble finding out where to put that ball exchange. I don't know, maybe there was something wrong with that football. They had it placed, and then they're going to exchange it again. I'm not sure what the situation is, but they take an extended timeout. This is an official timeout.
Well, it may be that also each team uses their own balls, Mike, and maybe we wound up one of Vernon's balls on the South Lake side of the field.
That's probably that's probably right. Okay, we've got wide receiver to the left side. South Lake Carroll shows a wishbone offense. Here is Brown rolling to his right. Option keeps the ball, and he will be thrown for a no-gainer on the far side.
All they're doing,
bounced by Morris.
All they're trying to do right now, Mike, is run the clock out. Of course, they want to move the chains and stuff, but you'll just see more of that kind of stuff. Not very risky plays. Definitely you'll see him stop before he gets to the out of bounds, or he'll take the tackle inbounds. They want to keep the clock rolling, and just make sure even if Vernon does have a chance to score, they just get one score. Since they're leading by 28-7, it'll take more than 3 scores by Vernon.
The South Lake Carroll Dragon up front guys, Joel Holmes, Toby Cotton, Brian Gilmore, Joseph Stanier, and Brandon Story have done a great job for the Carroll Dragons. Here is Brown giving to
Smith.
Is that Smith? Was that Kyle Smith? I guess it was.
Playing fullback, the fullback in the wishbone, and a flag comes in right as soon as that happens, Mike. Holding's going, probably holding, right, Gooch.
And we've got 6:06 left to play in this ball game. Well, it's been an up and down year for the Vernon Lions. They started out strong, had a couple of weak spots to happen in the middle of the season. In fact, when district play got underway, our quarterback Chris Enlow was out for 2 ball games. Had a little bit of confusion during that point in the Vernon Lions season. We regrouped. Seemed to be peaking right at the right time. The last 2 or 3 ball games, everyone seemed to be clicking, and we had no excuse as far as players not healthy and not at their peak. The game plan was there. It's a beautiful day. You can't blame it on weather. It's just a hard-fought ball game, and South Lake Carroll takes advantage of your mistakes.
Well, they declined the holding penalty, Mike. They got 2 yards. They didn't want, even though they penalized them 10, they'd give them an extra down and take more time off the clock. Here is
Statue of Liberty. Brown goes back for the pass and gives to a man coming from right to left. That is Mark Byerly. He goes, actually lost a couple of yards, actually 7 yards on the play, back to the 21-yard line. Lions not fooled on that one.
Yeah, Detrick Morris, especially since he's the guy that made the tackle. He watched it all the way, Mike. That was a real good-looking Statue of Liberty play as far as the faking involved. Really well set up by Detrick Morris right there. 4th down. Should see them trying to punt.
Sargent will stand back at his own 7-yard line. Lee will stand back at his 33. Sargent will take the snap. Spiraling kick. Lee will catch it at the 35. Fumbles the ball. Falls on it at the 33. No chance for run back. Just started running before he had it firmly in his grasp.
That's exactly right, Mike. He was just wanting to run. He could see the coverage coming downfield. He thought, maybe if I can catch it and get started upfield, things good will happen. But he started to actually run, and then ball got to his hands and hit him on the chest, and then, of course, it went to the ground. But Michael made the right decision then just to jump on the ball instead of just trying to pick it up.
28-7 our score. The Dragons lead the Lions 28-7. We've got 5:09 left to play in the ball game. Regional championship game on the line. The winner of this ball game plays Perryton. They defeated Bridgeport 22-15 last night at Lions Stadium. Twin receivers go left, one to the right. Enlow dropping back. Plenty of time. We'll run the ball. 35. Hit at the 38 and smashed in about the 38, 39-yard line. Picks up 6 yards.
Michael, of course, we're going to do some things different here right now. We're going to stick Willie Cherry out with a wide receiver. Let Marcus Montez come at the running back position and try to utilize Willie Cherry's ability to run and make the reception and see if we can't make something happen that way.
What about that halfback pass, Mark? I brought it up all afternoon long. I want to see it before the season's over. 28-7. They say it's worked in practice in terms of Cherry being able to get the ball to Enlow. 2nd and 3. Ball is at the 39 in Vernon territory. They send Allen and Favors to the left side. And 2 seconds showing on the 25-second clock. Vernon calls a timeout. We'll take a 60-second break. This is Vernon Lion football. 4 minutes, 23 seconds left to play in the ball game. It's a 2nd and 3. The ball is at the 39-yard line, Vernon territory. The Vernon Lions have the ball. They'll send Cherry to the right side. 2 wide receivers go left. Here is Enlow wanting to pass quick, and it is complete to Cherry at the midfield stripe. They'll call it the 49.5-yard line.
Boy, I don't know how they got that play off. Cherry had a hard time getting out there, and then Enlow was having a real hard time getting away and get to throw the ball. All of a sudden, they just kind of threw it up, and luckily Cherry happened to be there where the ball came down. They do get the first down. Ball square on the 50-yard line.
So Enlow going over to the sideline, getting his play from Coach Leo Britton. Coach Britton completing his 18th year as the head football coach, athletic director for the Vernon Independent School District. Cherry goes right. 2 wide receivers left, single back offense. Enlow looking right all the way, wants to go to Cherry. It is up for grabs. Cherry in and out of his hands, incomplete. That ball could have been picked off.
Cherry made a real good job of just going for the ball, Mike, because, again, there was some good coverage back there. But Cherry saw it, and I believe that was number 23, Sargent, back there running with him, and Cherry cut inside and actually had a chance to maybe catch the ball. From up here, it's hard to tell what happened, but the ball coming into Cherry's hands, and again, the Sargent also right there with him and might have knocked the ball loose from his hands.
By the way, if you'd like to see a replay of this ball game, VRJC Cable 2 is videotaping this game. It will be aired on Wednesday night. Make note of that, not Thursday, but Wednesday night. Coach's Corner at 6:30, and the ball game to be replayed starting at 6:45. Enlow dropping back on the 2nd down across the middle. It is incomplete, intended for Frank, almost intercepted by Kyle Smith.
Big number 72, Mike. Brian Hatcher comes in and hits an Enlow just as he lets go of the ball.
You can see the enthusiasm out of the Lions now. They're just walking around. You don't see the pep and the go that we saw earlier in the ball game.
Well, they keep these old guys fresh on there. We see a couple of guys check off for South Lake Trail. They bring a couple more guys in. They'll probably just use a 4-man front this time, Mike. And they keep them fresh.
But Dane Johnson has been out there, that number 10 offense and defense. That is a remarkable football player. Enlow drops back, throws a quick pass. It is incomplete, almost picked off again, this time by number 34 in the ball game.
Mike,
that is Todd McGrath.
Yeah, trying to run a little quick out pattern over there to Willie, and the timing not there at all, and McGrath, closest one to the timing. Luckily, he didn't intercept it.
It's a 28-7 ball game. The South Lake Carroll Dragons leading by 21. We have 4 minutes, 2 seconds left to play in the game. It's going to take a miracle.
And it's 4th down, too. If we don't just do something right here, we're just going to turn the ball over.
4th and 10 at midfield. We've had 3 downs and have done nothing on this series. Allen and Favors go left. Cherry goes right. Here is Enlow pumping once. Throws way downfield. It's up for grabs on this one. Cherry brings it down at the 18-yard line, is immediately tackled.
That Cherry, he's just like a basketball rebounder. It's very similar. Oh, there's a flag way back here, guys. I don't know what it is. I hope it's against against South Lake, but there's a flag way back up. Oh, there. Well, I don't know.
Let's see. I did not see it. My eye is following the ball and must have happened after Enlow released the ball. 3:55 left to play in this game.
Well, we'll see what the officials say. I believe it's going to count, Mike.
It's
roughing the passer.
Roughing the passer again.
And they're going to keep the penalty. They'll tack it on at the end of the play. So not only we got the reception about the 17-yard line, now they mark it down onto the 9-yard line, Mike.
If we had held them to a 21-7 at this point, we still would have an opportunity. You score quick, you get an onside kick, you score again. 2 touchdowns possible at this point. 3 touchdowns unlikely. 3:55, and I would assume it's probably happened. It's bound to have happened somewhere. Why not here?
I'd be very nice, Mike. Again, we got a South Lake scored 3 touchdowns in about just a minute longer than this. It took them about 4 minutes and 58 seconds, I think, to score 3 touchdowns.
2 tight ends this time. Tandem set, strong to the right side. Frank the tandem back. Enlow sends Cherry in motion from left to right. Enlow will roll right Throwing complete to Frank at the 6, spins.
Oh, and he fumbled.
Did he fumble? But out of bounds.
Yeah, he made the reception, but luckily fumbled it out of bounds.
Mark, I didn't see the ball out of his hands. All of a sudden, I looked up, and Frank didn't have the ball. I didn't see what happened to it.
Yeah, it was the tacklers, just like you see them do, they strip the ball, Mike, especially when you get down to the goal line. They start trying to strip that ball away from you, and as he was heading to the goal line, they just ripped it out of his hands, but it went out of bounds.
3:42 left to play. 3 minutes, 42 seconds, 28-7. Carroll Dragons lead. But Vernon on the drive, 2nd and goal to go at the 7.5-yard line. Call it the 8-yard line. In low.
And you see Montez as the tailback and Willie as the other back.
Here's a throw into the corner intended for Cherry. We may have some interference. No, they say. Tripped up. Favors. And who was that? Was that
Walton.
33 or 23?
23. That'll be
That's
Sargent.
Sargent.
Yeah.
They locked feet, but the officials said it was not interference.
I have to agree, Mike. The ball was way over their heads at that point in time, but there wasn't anything intentional. Their feet just ran into each other. You could probably make it just as big a claim that Favors ran into Sargent. But anyway, the ball, they were trying to run that deep fade route to the corner and just let it fall in, but it didn't work.
Keck checks in. We have Allen on the right side, Favors on the left side. We have 3rd down and goal to go at the 8. In low, drops back, looks in the end zone, throws one to Allen, out of play, incomplete. It was a little bit long. Allen arguing that he was interfered with, but it was out of play. Would not have counted had he caught the ball.
No, just tried to throw it up there and let Allen go up for it and pull it in, Mike. But now it's 4th down, and still the ball resting on the just inside the 8-yard line.
3:32 left to play in the game. Time certainly against the Vernon Lions here, trailing by 21. It's been a good season. The Lions have managed to go further than a lot of people thought they would, particularly about midseason. Favors and Frank go to the left side. Cherry goes right. Montez, the single back. Inlow drops back, in trouble, breaks one tackle. He's got daylight, he breaks back to the right side. They catch him about the line of scrimmage. And I don't quite understand the strategy there, Mark. I saw daylight to the left.
I did too. I thought, so I was yelling run because I thought he could run on to the left side. The guy who was in the end zone covering our defender would obviously come up once he committed himself to the run, but he would just be one person to try to avoid there. And when he went back to the middle, he had about 8 guys to avoid.
Well, the ball turns over, and South Lake Carroll has it 1st and 10 on their own 8-yard line with 3:24 left. The Vernon Lions do not have a timeout to call. We have Morris and Wilson and Freeman, I believe, up as the front 3. And Brown will give to Johnson. He's got a big hole up the middle to the 20, the 25, on his feet at the 30, spins, 35-40. It's a foot race, 50-yard line, 40-yard line, 30. He will just run out of gas around the 20-yard line, tackled at the 15. Oh, my goodness.
He actually doesn't even run out of gas, Mike. He just tries to wait for one of his big linemen there to come and let him set up a block for him. That big lineman, number 73, that's Brandon Story, and just try to let him come set up a block for him.
Well, after seeing a little bit of display from the Vernon Lions, I guess I don't have a right to say this, but I'll do it anyway. Dane Johnson doing a little bit of taunting to the Vernon crowd. He looked up at the crowd and raised his hand and shook his finger like to say, hey, look what I did.
Yeah, I didn't really much go for that either because I've heard so many good things about him, but of course we don't know what all he's been through down there today. He might have felt, but he did it to the wrong people.
And here is a give, this one to Byerly. Byerly tries the left side hole, down to the 10, to the 7, to the 6-yard line. And we've got 2:51 left to play in this game, 28-7. The Lions will have to concede here, gentlemen.
We'll be playing basketball next week, gentlemen.
Vernon Lion basketball program scheduled to go to a mini tournament in East Texas this next weekend. They may have some football players playing basketball in that tournament. Vernon up over the ball now, or rather defensively up over the ball. Here is Brown, the quarterback for Carroll. Giving to a newcomer. That's Sargent with the ball. Passes the 5 down to the 4-yard line. Lions keep him from scoring with 2:13 left to play in this game. 28-7. 28-7. And a timeout call by Vernon. How can they call it? No, they're waving on a first down. That's what it is. First down, so it's 1st and goal to go at the 3. I didn't realize they could make a first down. So the Carroll Dragons now will take plenty of time in the huddle. Try to use as much time, but then again, they may want to score as well. 1:53, Brown up over the ball, looks at the 25-second clock, lets it tick down. Johnson, Byerly, number 40, scores from 3 yards out. Took it to the left side, nobody there, danced in the end zone. So it's a 34-7 ball game. Lions trailing.
Well, Mike, I don't believe anybody can play with South Lake unless it would be Tatum. Tatum plays also this afternoon. They're the only other team that has the undefeated record coming into this round of playoffs, and Tatum pretty highly thought of by a lot of folks over in East Texas. They beat some good competition, and they may be able to play with South Lake.
Well, Perryton going to have a big matchup next week with them, that's for sure. Here's the kick by Brown. It's up, and it's good. 35-7 with 1:46 left to play in the ball game. This is Vernon Lion football. Minute 46 seconds left to play in the ball game. 35-7. The South Lake Carroll Dragons will win this ball game this afternoon. Chris Brown will kick off. He has had a tremendous ball game. End over end kick is taken by Gaines at the 8, 10, 15, 20. Big hole, 25, and falls. Literally dives up to the 30-yard line.
Pretty good return by Gaines. Mike does get it out to just right past the 30-yard line. That was a 92-yard drive by the South Lake Carroll Dragons. Of course, they got the ball when Vernon had the ball first and goal from the 7 and could not score. We actually lost a yard on one of those plays, and they got it on the 8, a 92-yard drive. Their very first play, Dane Johnson busted for 78 yards. 3 more plays. They finally get into the end zone. The 3-yard run by Byerly to take them in. Brown extra point, good. 35-7. And the Vernon Lions have it 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line. And Cherry, not knowing where to go, 9 seconds. Cherry actually was set up on the right side, went all the way to quarterback Enlow and said, what do I do? Here's a fumble. Enlow picks it up, 25, 30, 35-yard line, makes some run out of this. He's to the 40 and hit at the 39-yard line, fumbles the ball, but he may have been down. That was a non-energetic play if I ever saw one, Mark. It was energetic by Enlow.
Well,
he was doing all kinds of running, but it was looked deemed to disaster from the start when they couldn't figure out where to put Cherry.
Well, Cherry, I'm really surprised. Literally, he was lined up on the right side as a wide receiver, went all the way back to Enlow as if to whisper something to him, and then he sent him back out to the right side.
Well, again, Cherry, he's usually our running back, and they've got him out there playing wide receivers, and they might have just been a mistake, or maybe even the play they called didn't make sense.
Well, it's 2nd and short, about a half a yard needed for the first. They send twins right, one left. Gaines is the single back, or is it Montez? It is. Here's Enlow throwing deep. Overthrow, it's intercepted. At the 20, at the 30-yard line by Sargent, 35, 40-yard line. Backtracks to the 35.
Look at him change the ball.
Backtracks to the left side.
Yeah,
the 40, the 30, the 45. You talk about running under control, Mark. He was not really wanting to go anywhere. He just wanted to hang on to the ball.
Did you see him also switch that ball from, he always kept that ball to the back side of the field where the oncoming traffic would always be away from the ball. When he was running to the left, the ball was in his right arm. As soon as he came back to the left, he switched the ball to his left arm and kept that thing covered up, Mike. These guys are so well coached. They just play football like football is supposed to be played.
The next state champions right here on this field, South Lake Carroll Dragons, nobody is going to come close to them. They only have 3 more games to be the state champs. Like you say, Tatum might have an opportunity, but I wouldn't put my money on them. Here is a loss on the play. Good defensive play. Is that Freeman? Yes, Tommy Freeman in to make the stop with a 3-yard loss. 20 seconds. Got a little bit of scuffle going on now, but the officials break it up. 16 seconds. Clock stops at that point, and they are escorting a young man off the field. Is that right? Number 42 is Lineberger, and I don't know whether they threw him out or not. They may have. Did they throw him out, or was it just an injury problem?
I think it was an injury problem. He went down and got up holding his ankle, and so I think they just escorted him off the field.
5 seconds. That will be the last play of the ball game. 1 second, and the ball game is over. The South Lake Carroll Dragons defeat the Vernon Lions 35-7. We'll be back in 2 minutes with our post-game show. Right now, let's take this break. This is Vernon Lion football. Once again, from Memorial Stadium in Wichita Falls, Texas, the final score, the South Lake Carroll Dragons defeat the Vernon Lions 35-7. A good ball game, but certainly one that the Lions got off on the wrong foot, literally, in the first quarter of play, as the South Lake Carroll Dragons took advantage of the missed punt, or the block punt, we should say, went down to score the first touchdown. Of course, we've got all the wrap-up for you. I believe Gene is still working on the final stats, so we'll turn it over to Doc Reynolds and let him fill us in on the scoring drive.
Okay, Mike. Well, Vernon won the coin flip to kind of recap a little bit, and the South Lake Dragons kicked off down to about our 8 or 10 yard line. They trying to kick it to Billy Gaines, but it actually ended up Cherry fields it, and he takes the ball to the 15-yard line. 3 plays, and we wind up going backwards a little bit, so we punt right in front of our end zone. They block the first thing that they do, Mike. We go back in low to punt, and they block the punt. It goes into the end zone, and we still don't know who actually recovered that for a touchdown for South Lake. We do believe Byerly is the one that blocked it. I even asked their coaches, and they weren't sure who got the recovery, Mike, but unfortunately it was one of the green numeraled white shirts from South Lake that did recover it. They got a touchdown. Mike, that was with 10:26 to play in the first quarter, and then Brown does kick the extra point, making the score 7-0. We get the ball back again, and if I'm not mistaken, we throw an INT. Let me make sure about that. Now, we punt the next time, but we don't punt very deep. They get the ball all the way down to the 40-yard line in Vernon's territory. Their first offensive play is a halfback pass by Dane Johnson, and it was wide open. Hit the running back. Let's see, let me make sure I get that. Chad Baller, number 30, caught it actually in the end zone, 40 yards in the air, 45 or so yards in the air for the touchdown. So it was a 40-yard, one-play drive. Again, a halfback pass from Dane Johnson to Chad Baller. The extra point by Brown, a good 14-0. That's 8:42 in the first quarter. The next one was the interception. Dane Johnson intercepts the ball about the 27-yard line, something like that, returns it all the way down to the 3-yard line in Vernon territory. And then the very next play from the 3-yard line is Dane Johnson carrying over with Brown good on the extra point, making the score 21-0, and we still have 7 minutes and 8 seconds left in the first quarter. So, again, still barely, I think, 4 minutes and 52 seconds off the clock, and we've already got behind 21-0. The rest of the first half was a pretty close game, Mike. Both teams moved the ball a little bit, but Vernon still managed to hold them scoreless. And then finally get into the third quarter, and Vernon finally does get a score. They get the next score. It's a 6-play, 68-yard drive, several good pass plays from in-lows of different receivers. And then the final was a 3-yard run by Cherry, and he finally gets over that goal line. That's with 49 seconds left in the third quarter. Gooch goes in to kick his only extra point, making the score 21-7. In the fourth quarter, things kind of fell apart again. They get the ball down on the 8-yard line, so it's an 8-yard drive, one play. It was set up by a Ryan Boyle interception, and he returns it all again into the 8-yard line, and then guess who? Dane Johnson carries it out from 8 yards out, extra point good again, making the score 28-7. We still had 7 minutes and 54 seconds left in the fourth quarter when that occurred. And then Vernon finally moved the ball again way down deep into territory of the Dragons, got it down to the 7-yard line, if I recall. Had a loss of one play, and ended up with the ball, turning the ball over on just downs on the 8-yard line. So first down from the 8-yard line, Dane Johnson runs 78 yards, carries it down to, I believe, the 14-yard line in Vernon's territory. Took 3 more plays for him to get it into the end zone, but Byerly does do so from 3 yards out. Brown's extra point good, making the score 35-7. That was with 1:46 left in the fourth quarter.
So again, 35-7. And Gene, have we given you enough time, or do we need to give you a little bit more time with the final stats?
No, I believe I'm ready to go. Okay, let's look at Vernon first. We ended up having a +2 yards rushing tonight on 31 carries. Cherry ended up with 17 carries, 26 yards, so that's about 1.5 yards per carry for him. In-low passing stats today, 14 of 39, which is only 36%, but 196 yards. So he had pretty good production yardage-wise on each reception, but it ends us up with 198 total yards. We had the ball 28 minutes and 10 seconds. We had 11 first downs, 2 penetrations, threw 4 interceptions today. He didn't lose any fumbles, punted 6 times for an average of 36 yards per punt, and had 5 penalties for a total of 50 yards in penalties, and 3 third-down conversions. Look over on South Lake Carroll's side, 37 carries, rushing tonight, this afternoon, 159 total yards, 4.3 yards per carry. Johnston, 16 of those for 111, so that put him nearly 7 yards per carry today. Of course, one of them was that long 78-yard run, and if you cross that out, their rushing yards was pretty limited until that very last series. Look at Chris Brown's passing. He was 5 for 10 for 71 yards, 14.2 yards per carry, per catch, and that's a 50% completion percentage. As a team, though, passing, they ended up being 6 for 12 and 111 total yards. So they end up with 270 total yards versus our 198. They had the ball 19 minutes and 50 seconds, 12 first downs this afternoon, 5 penetrations, only threw 1 interception, and had 1 fumble that they lost. They punted 6 times for an average of 39.9 yards per punt, had 7 penalties for a total of 75 yards, and 1 third down conversion. So a lot of their conversions were early in their drives. They end up with 35 points on the board to our 7. As a year, if I've rung these up correctly, it looks like total yardage as a team for the year ends up being rushing yardage, 2,492 total yards. With that, Willie Cherry, carried 196 times for 1,113 yards. That's 5.7 yards per carry for Willie this year. As a team, we completed 129 of 283 passes for 1,657 total yards, almost 13 yards per catch. That's almost 50%. We were 47% on our completion percentage. Enlow completed 104 out of 256. Again, right in that 40 percentile. End up total yardage for the Lions this year, 4,149 yards of offense. So good production, just a little short today.
We'll be back in a moment to look at the other teams and the other scores of the games played last night and those to be played today. We'll do that in just a moment.
This portion of Vernon Line Football sponsored by Gibson's Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Fighting Vernon Lions.
If you're looking for an affordable, attractive community college with a motivated faculty, challenging instructional programs, and a variety of campus activities, then Vernon Regional Junior College is the right place for you. We offer a variety of strong academic and vocational programs to prepare you for immediate employment or for a successful transfer to a senior college or university. VRJC is a fully accredited 2-year college with a co-ed enrollment of approximately 1,900. Cross the bridge to a richer future at VRJC.
Watching VRJC Cable 2, Vernon, Texas.
From New York, where Buttafuoco is a household name, it's College Talk on the College Radio Network, broadcasting nationwide to America's campuses. And now, in a feeble attempt to highlight the issues and opinions of college students, here are a couple of guys who boast the largest Lionel Richie bootleg collection, Jack and Randy.
Welcome back to another edition of College Talk. I'm Jack Slater.
And I'm Randy Tanner.
And boy, have we gotten onto a topic. Well, we're not going to stay on that topic necessarily.
Let's get out of here.
That's right. Release us. We're taking your calls, and welcome to the beginning of another College Talk show. So we'll kick it right off in fine style, 800-398-1221, as we discuss whatever is hot on your college campus. What's the big story? What's the thing which concerns you the most? We discuss just that at 800-398-1221, beginning right this second for the next hour. You can call us toll-free at no expense. How about it?
Sounds good.
Yeah, and speaking of things which we want to do tonight, we're going to be finally giving you the 800 poll, which we have been talking about so feverishly over the past couple of weeks, and but we're not going to spoil that just yet.
No.
That'll be coming up in the later part of the show, but you'll be able to call in and let us know, yay or nay, what you think. Now, we had the last 800 poll. We'll just repeat that. We mentioned it last week.
Do you still have the results with you?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. This actually goes back to October for our first 800 line poll, and that is, should frats and sororities be funded by the college and student fees? Randy was very excited to find out that the majority, 68% of the respondents, said no.
Yes.
You're going to mess people up with that. They said no. 27%, the minority, said
yes.
And 5% of very confused individuals spent our dime to tell us that they had no idea.
I don't know.
How can opinion polls have an I don't know? All right, well, that actually really escapes me how that can happen, but all right. They said, I don't know. Thanks for wasting our dime.
There are some sick people in this world, Jack.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But anyway, never mind all that. Coming up later on, just about, maybe about 50 minutes from now, in the latter part of our show, we will give you the new opinion line question, so you'll be able to call in and vote on that. But in the meantime, 800-398-1221 for whatever topic you would like to discuss. Now, speaking of things coming up, we have a contest which we're doing.
Oh, yeah,
Actually,
that contest.
Yeah.
I'm
it's like,
sorry.
which contest?
I
Come
went to
on
the
now.
Bahamas. I'm sorry.
Is that where your rock is?
Yeah, right.
I was wondering.
Oh, this contest.
Yes.
Let me tell you a little bit about this contest here, Jack. This is one of the greatest things to ever happen to college talk. Possibly the greatest thing in the world, which is kind of sad when you think the whole contest revolves around Beavis and Butthead, and that's the greatest thing that we have to offer. But hey, it's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And
we've got some information
well,
for you.
tell us, Randy, all about it.
Would you like me to tell you?
Oh, you could tell it. We can hear about it. We can do whatever you like.
Well, why don't we...
roll tape?
Roll tape. Let's go to the videotape.
Roll the videotape. Now, for the first time ever,
The College Radio Network
MTV
and Pocket Books
gives you the chance to win
This book sucks.
the latest in paperback technology.
All you got to do to win yourself a copy is to give us a call.
At 800-398-1221 and leave us your best or worst Beavis and Butthead imitation.
And you could win one of 10 free copies of the new Beavis and Butthead book, This Book Sucks.
It's a book you're going to want to have for your collection. 800-398-1221. Call to win.
Now this
Oh,
is
feeling no pain.
not at
Suck
all.
it to me.
Not at all.
Right.
So
So
this is what the contest is about. Let me run it by you one more time. MTV, Pocket Books, and of course, CR and the College Radio Network have gotten together on this one to give you the chance to win 10 copies of the new book, This Book Sucks. From Beavis and Butthead, of course, our idols in Radioland here. And all you have to do
Our
to win
idols.
is give us a call at 800-398-1221 and give us an imitation. Your best imitation of Beavis and Butthead. I don't think, personally, that one exists out there. I just don't think there happens to be somebody besides Mike Judge, the creator of Beavis and Butthead, that can do a decent voice. Now, you try it, Jack. Would you please? Could you?
I have an idea.
Yes.
Randy and I, just to let the audience know, have been practicing this now.
We're pretty good at it.
For about a week. Shall we give it a try?
Let's go.
Can you get into your, all right, who are you going to do?
I'll do Beavis.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
Let's give it a shot.
We need a chick. Yeah. We need a chick who's cool. Yeah. We need a chick that's got tattoos on her butt. Yeah. We need one of those chicks. Like a chick who's older, who's like done it a lot of times.
Well, there you go. I think we did pretty good.
I'm exhausted after that one.
Yeah, right?
Especially when I couldn't hear half the things you were saying.
Really?
That's just because my headphones kept coming out.
Good headphones. Well, anyway, never mind all that stuff. We have a couple other things which we'd like to tell you about. Actually, we'll save those for later. But in the meantime, speaking of all the stuff going on, yes, you can win yourself the new book. But we need to hear from you, and you don't need to call during college talk. I mean, no sense in clogging up the phone lines with B&B imitation.
Considering they're so busy right now.
Well, Oh, just wait. But anyway, so you can call. That's pretty much 24 hours. And what we're going to do is we will select. Now here's the deadline for it. You have to have your Beavis and Butthead imitation on our 800 poll, actually our 800 line, before December 3rd.
Right. We will be picking winners. And what date, Jack?
Well, we'll announce the winners on the 13th, December 13th. So just in time for the final exams for this semester, you get to find out if you can spend your studying time reading the B&B book.
That's right. So you'll go in for your big speech final, and you'll get up in front of the class and go, this book sucks.
Yeah.
This class sucks.
Too bad we didn't have that for coming back from summer vacation when you all had to read those books over the summer. You could have picked... Well, there you go. Actually, you don't have to do that in college.
I've heard a lot of good things about this book.
The summer book review.
Some of the promotional stuff I have in front of me. It's supposed to include... The book will include such things as like maps of Beavis and Butthead's town, some report cards, some copies of their report cards, which could be pretty interesting. Plus,
could have just as easily been ours.
Yeah, right. Well, they say life imitates art, huh, Jack?
Oh, boy. Art? What are you calling art?
Well, not this show.
Yeah, right.
Never do that. So 800-398-1221 during non-college talk hours.
Yes, and there's one more thing.
Yes.
There's one more thing, and that is to bolster the
bolster?
Yes.
What does that mean?
To stir up.
Oh, okay.
To jumpstart.
Rabble rouse.
I wouldn't go that far. To bolster the issues which we discuss on the College Radio Network, on College Talk, actually, we would like you, our listeners, to send us interesting clippings from your campus newspapers. Now, I know you read those. Well,
yes.
I assume that you
Some
read
people
those.
use them as kindling, but
kindling? What, in your fireplace in your dorm?
Well, when you want to, when the dorm and the heat in the dorm goes down, you know, you got to get something to start the fire. As they
right.
say.
Well, yeah. Oh, which brings us to another topic, and that's co-ed campus or co-ed dorms, which we touched on last week.
Don't
actually.
touch me. Go ahead,
please. Right. Well, that's another topic which has gotten people we'll say hot and bothered about whether there should be co-ed dorms on campuses or not.
Why not?
Why not?
Now what?
No, no, wait. We're not talking about like separate floors at my college, University of Hartford.
Oh, he comes out and announces it. It's the first time he said it. So go back, review all of your old college talk tapes, and every time he talks bad about a college, you know
I figured I'd come right out and start talking about University of Hartford.
Are they one of our affiliates?
No. That's why I speak derogatorily about it. Absolutely. So if you know anybody who goes to the University of Hartford...
Lawsuit. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh. You can ask them why their students don't get to be indoctrinated by the College Talk program. But anyway,
what defines a co-ed dorm? Please help me with this one.
Well, first of all, co-ed dorms, I don't mean in the sissy sense of like at U of H, UHA, as it's called.
Yeehaw.
Yeah, no, I don't mean in their sense where you've got, let's say the second floor is divided in two parts. So you've got second floor front and second floor back, which are separated by two steel anti-date, anti-fire doors, anti-social doors.
The question is, who's in the back, Jack?
No, what we're talking about, it doesn't matter. It switches. It switches. Every other floor is different.
Oh, they rotate.
Yeah, well, anyway, so, yeah, well, we're not talking like that. I'm talking, when we talk raw co-ed dorms, we're talking about you share the bathrooms. I mean, it's like at home where your sister or brothers waltz in on you.
Well, what kind of school is like that? Do you know of a school that has...
Yeah, apparently a couple are like that. And
Really?
I'd like to hear from some of those avant-garde institutions which actually do that, which I personally find to be pretty shocking.
That's shocking.
Boy, am I square.
Do you consider a co-ed dorm to be just because they share bathrooms?
That's pretty shocking. Because, well, look at the furor from last week when we had basically men stink.
Yeah.
I mean, no man can be trusted. Thank you.
Rip men anew one day.
Mm-hmm. pretty much. Well, anyway, but I mean, can you imagine that, going from one campus where all men are potential everything, awful, the potential demons.
Yeah.
And that's putting it politely.
Right.
Have that potential from that all the way to, oh, yeah, we cohabitate restrooms. I find that all pretty amazing, actually.
There are two sides to every story, Jack.
No, yeah, but then there's this side, which is what we're telling you about. Well, anyway, 800-398-1221, as we are talking about whatever is important on your college campus, and boy, have we heard, huh?
Impotent.
Boy, have we been hearing about what's important to a few folks on certain college. I'm not going to go into that again.
No, no, no.
I am not.
Don't.
But some of the things which we are going to be talking about tonight is whether you should ask first.
May I hold your hand? But that's basically
exactly
what it comes
right.
down to,
That's right. You laugh, but that's absolutely correct. That's a very good initial statement.
Gee.
Oh, this is good. So far, our female listener is sitting there saying, "Oh, two guys on the air making fun of this." Well, yeah.
Yeah, why not? What's your problem?
Oh, ooh, boy. All right. Well, anyway, lines open during this hour. 800-398-1221. We'll take your opinions on any topic, not even the things which we're discussing.
You can't be too cautious in these days here, Jack. That's why I say you should always carry a gun.
What?
Sure. Arm yourself, kids.
All right. Well, anyway, that is clearly does not represent the College Radio Network, but just Randy's own imbecilic opinions, all on his own. Yeah. Good. I'm glad you're happy with it.
Yeah.
I find that pretty shocking, in fact.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
What you just said?
Why should you feel that people shouldn't bear arms?
Because,
yes.
Well, hey, let's point out a couple of things right now.
Okay.
What do you?
Bernard Getz.
Oh, I didn't even bring that up. You did.
Let's bring that up right now.
Fine.
What's wrong with now? He went to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Judicial system? Does that mean? Did they spell that with a G or something? What's wrong here? I think it's just fine for people to carry weapons.
Yeah, but people don't always have good judgment. Let's put it that way.
Oh, who cares?
Oh, sure.
We have too many people
Yeah,
here.
you get emotional people slinging guns like the Wild West.
Yeah.
Some punk gets drunk at a party and decides he's had enough of this other guy mouthing off.
Mm-hmm.
So when they say take it outside, they mean so they don't put any bullet holes in the dorm walls. so the university keeps their room deposit.
Yeah.
Oh, let's step outside. I don't want to be cited for property damage. I'll just blow your skull off your shoulders.
There are too many people in this world.
With not enough guns. Is that what you're saying?
No, there are just too many people. And even a few mistakes would be okay with me.
Wow, we were going on the out on the limb here.
Why? It's fine.
It is?
Yes. Oh, come on.
Wow.
What? No.
Yeah?
All right.
Go ahead. I'd love to hear you dig your way out of this.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to dig my way. I'm just going to state my point. And, of course, your opinions are most welcome at 800-398-1221. And right now we're talking about the right for an individual to bear arms. Why not? What's wrong with carrying a pistol in your pants, as they say? Nothing wrong with that. You got to protect yourself. Hey, if you don't carry a gun, then you know what? You have to submit yourself to the feminazi safe rides program to depend on yourself to get a ride home.
Oh, boy, do we have a break coming up?
Why not walk proudly across campus clutching your Uzi? Clutching your Uzi in your hand.
What, I have to wait 60 more seconds before a spot break? All right.
I feel an election year for a homie here.
Wow-wee. Well, this is obviously going to go over very well at some southern campuses.
Oh, they already carry their guns whether or not they want to admit it.
800-398-1221. Well, this is going to go very, very easily into our next question, actually our 800 poll question, which we'll be giving you later on in this show.
Some people need to be taken care of, and I think I'm going to start with the producer of this show.
Oh, what? Him?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, obviously a lot's going to go on during this break. We will be back. We will be taking your calls. Yeah. 800-398-1221 as we continue with the discussion and hopefully straighten Randy out. We'll be back in just a minute. Stay with us.
Hi, this is Moon Zappa. When you're a teenager, there are a lot of things going on that can produce stress and anxiety. The pressures of school, dating, and the future in general can seem overwhelming sometimes. I guess that's why suicide is one of the leading causes of death in our age group. But there are healthy ways to deal with the stress, ways of reducing it, and channeling your energy in positive directions. The Will Rogers Institute has a free booklet that can show you how. For your free copy, just write the Will Rogers Institute, White Plains, New York.
The College Radio Network.
You've got America's #1 college talk show. It's College Talk.
Here I go again. Here I go again.
Now, back to Jack and Randy.
Well, I don't know what's gotten into Randy. I think he must have had a bad McGrilled chicken sandwich or something like that.
Hands against the wall, punk! Spread them! Oh, I'm sorry, we're back on the air.
Yeah. So do you live out these aggressions or what?
Oh, absolutely. And if the only way I can get my aggressions out is to shoot a few people, then hey.
Wow, so we're going to rent out Randy for a little addendum to your campus security. Make you feel a little bit more comfortable walking around.
I'm not cheap, though. You have to feed me plenty of donuts.
There you go, the official fuel of most campus security departments. Well, anyway, all right, well, so there you go. And again, all I can say is as far as the 800 poll question coming up, this is going to have a lot to do with that.
Yeah.
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 So if you feel strongly actually about your well-to-do status, and I don't mean from a financial standpoint, I mean if you feel...
Don't ruin it. We're going to ruin it.
You think so?
Yeah.
All
Just
right.
we'll save it
No
for,
more discussion on that.
We
but
will
anyway.
give you the information on the toll-free 800 poll.
That's
coming
right.
up
That'll be
a little
coming up
later
maybe
on.
in about half an hour from now.
Well, we got something else to move on to.
Oh, yes. Well, let's go to one of our favorite publications, the USA Today of college students. The National College Magazine, in their November 1993 article, we touched upon this, or in their November 1993 issue, there is an article titled...
Let's talk about sex, baby.
At Antioch. It's mandatory.
Where is Antioch? Because that sounds very familiar to me. I got you, babe.
I
can't
don't
remember
know
where
it is. All right, I don't know where it is, but nonetheless...
Now, what does Antioch mean? Anti-what? Antioch?
Please, are we going to get into this dissection of names now?
Let's not. Let's just shoot them.
Oh, boy. Well, anyway, what we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, getting back to this, because this also happens to be one of the topics in this month's the National College Magazine.
Jack.
Yes?
May I please nibble on your ear?
Listen to this. This is what I have to put up with.
Oh, I'm going through the article.
We are, yeah, right. We will be taking applications for a new co-host for the program, and you can write into us. Actually, speaking of writing into us, we will be giving you our mailing address coming up in just a little while from now. But what we're talking about now, and you can participate at any point, so you may feel as appropriate, is the idea. Now, this is something which may end up spreading to more than just one campus. This is kind of cutting edge for some. And there's a lot of people who find this to be pretty unacceptable, in fact. This policy about having to ask ahead of time. Actually, it's kind of like ask along the way. Ask every step of the way.
Yeah, but, I mean, well, first of all, you got to play it safe. But, I mean, there's no absolutely safe way to get a date. I mean, no matter what you do, you can ask all you want. But if somebody turns around, I'm not saying male or female, I'm just saying if somebody turns around and, well, let me go ahead and explain.
Yeah, why don't you?
I happen to, even though I don't like to admit it, I saw...
Is this going to be like a confession?
No, I saw Beverly Hills 90210 last week.
Wow, you sort of do look like Brandon.
No.
Yeah.
No, I kind of look like Brenda with my shapely hips.
Ew.
So, so they had where one of their characters named Steve was accused of rape, wrongfully accused of rape. But
how do you know?
I saw the show. Oh. So, but what I'm trying to say here is that you have to play it safe. Is it going overboard to ask every step of the way, can I go out with you? Can I kiss you? Can I hold your hand?
Where do you start?
May I please nibble on your ear?
Would you like to go out and get dinner?
I usually start with, hey, baby, nice tookus. That's where I usually start.
So that's your big way of bringing in the women.
Yeah, look at all the women in the hallway turning around and looking at me.
That's the cleaning service.
Hey, what is that finger? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you must be number one with them. All right. Randy's unbounded popularity.
Do you think it's too much to ask?
Come on now. I don't know. I guess it's a good idea, but doesn't. Well, actually, there is an exception here. There is an exception.
Yes.
Well, if you look into it very carefully, it's not like you do have to ask along the way unless it's mutually obvious that it's okay. There's a loophole.
You can never wait. There's nothing obvious. Nothing is obvious anymore. You have to take precautions every step of the way.
Let me quote. Here it is. Here, let me read you this short part of the article here. Dubbed, quote, Checklist Love by syndicated columnist Clarence Page.
Too much free time. Yeah.
The policy requires students to, quote, get the verbal consent of the other individuals involved, unquote, whenever sexual contact is not, quote, mutually and simultaneously initiated, which means that if you, like, both move towards each other, that's okay.
All right, example. 2 weeks later, they break up. These two people who have just gone at it, if you will. And the man took every precaution, went through this stupid, ridiculous checklist love, and made sure he went through every step of the process. 2 weeks later, they break up. She turns around and says, he raped me. Even though he can say, I went through this stupid checklist, what good has it gotten me? And who are they going to believe? They're going to believe her. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Uh-oh. They're going to believe the caller-eyed folks.
What's more dangerous? Getting infected with the HIV virus from having a sexual relationship?
It's pretty bad.
Or getting blamed for rape for having a sexual relationship?
What we really need to do is just everyone become
stay home.
Stay home on Saturday nights and watch TV or something.
That's right.
Listen to College Talk reruns.
Listening to this show will certainly make sure you don't get stimulated in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, boy. Obviously, not much of your paycheck goes to cheerleading. Nice corporate attitude. Well, anyway, so, I don't know. So you still believe that this is... Wait a minute. So you don't like this at all?
Well, it's important that you make sure, there is mutual consent.
Yeah, but
no matter
how do you define mutual consent?
What are you kidding me? Written in blood and signed by both people.
Yeah, right?
Thank you.
Hey,
fingerprints and everything.
You know what? Actually, that's a great idea. What we'll do is we're going to hand out the College Talk fingerprint love contract sheets. And what this will be is the College Talk sheet to use before any other sheets. And basically, you just have everybody sign this, and what it is, it's consent to do, and then it lists all the things, and you have both people check off the boxes, and then they both sign it at the bottom.
That's not safe, though.
Yes, it is.
I say if you're going to get sexually active with somebody...
And it comes with its own peel-off carbon backing, so each party gets one.
But that's still not safe, Jack. You have to take precautions. If you get sexually active, in order to protect yourself from getting blamed of anything in the future, you should have all sexual content to be done in front of a notary public. Thank you very much.
And you just happen to be a notary public.
Yes. I can be rented out for parties and bar mitzvahs.
So if you can't make it, you want them to videotape it and send it to you.
That's where Big Brother comes right along, and it's time to...
Cameras in each dorm room.
That's right.
With the monitoring station at campus security headquarters.
When it's time for love, you'll turn the camera on.
Boy, not only will donuts become a hot topic, but you wouldn't believe how many people are going to want to join the security team on the weekend. What great movies. What's showing on Channel 50?
Dorm 2C.
Yeah, right. Can you imagine a campus with, like, have 4,000 rooms on it.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it'd be like the best cable system in the world. Oh, here's a guy playing chess with his roommate. That's pretty good.
But as ridiculous as it may seem, there's no other way to be sure. There is really no other way to be sure. Unless you have any suggestions, Mr. Slater.
I think you're whacked.
Why?
Because
people are whacked, not me. I'm normal. But there are people in this world who are, you know, who just want to get a buck and they want to sue. They want to blame somebody for rape.
Well, how about this? Here's a quote. I think the policy is really effective, says Randy, a senior. The goal here is is preventative measures.
Obviously a loser. Obviously a loser who doesn't get any, so he doesn't even need the check.
Comes with a name.
Oh,
Allison, hey, here you go. Allison Clark, also a senior, agrees. It's very clear and concise, and it's also easy to follow. What is really important is that the policy says you can't assume.
But who says somebody's...
All right.
This is ridiculous.
All right.
This
Here's
stupid article in a stupid newspaper.
Oh, boy.
Thank you.
No, actually, he loves it. Now, here's one more quote for you on this. David Yagobian.
God bless you.
Yeah. A senior has been the most vocal opponent. He says, quote, "My biggest concern is, how does one prove oneself innocent?"
Exactly.
Then he goes on to say, these offenses occur for the most part in private. The policy does not concern itself with the rights of the accused.
Who's who's watching? Who's making sure? Oh, come on, this is dumb. Just go for it. If you can get it, you can get it. If you get in trouble, oh well.
800-3981. I can't believe. Oh, you are punchy tonight.
I am.
All right.
Too much.
I would
Java.
say so, yeah.
Got the CRN commissary.
No more vanilla hazelnut double Dutch chocolate.
Yes.
Decadence extreme for you.
A la Speed, yes.
That's right. Oh, good. All right. Well, anyway, we will also be going to a topic which, as you may have heard on last week's show.
Oh, boy. Last week, we're going to talk about this one, kids. So
that's
call
right.
in
Well,
now.
don't forget, you can call in about just about anything you'd like to discuss at 800-398-1221 as we take your phone calls throughout the hour here on College Talk. And it is a toll-free number, so that should make things much easier. Well, anyway, as I said, we will be back in just a moment, and we'll be talking about the latest furor on College Talk. Here's a topic which, for some reason, has gotten the phone lines smoldering, and it may well yet do that again. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned to this station.
This is Max Moore, detective in Moneytown, with another credit card case. I got a call from Solid State University. I'm matriculated right over. High-tech joint. Lots of computer nerds.
Mr. Moore?
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, like what happened is, you see, well, I needed a breeder reactor, fast,
Uh-huh. And you charge it on your credit card.
on all four of them, and,
And you can't pay it off.
well, unless I, like, win the Nobel Prize.
Just as I figured.
What?
Bad credit behavior. Listen, kid, credit cards aren't for everything. Use them with common sense, and don't overuse them, understand?
Uh-huh.
And you need to think about how soon you'll be able to pay the cards off. Get it?
Cool.
Control your credit cards, or they'll control you. Now, go build your dream, kid.
Yes, sir.
Another student on the way to good credit. Want some more tips? Call 1-800-833-9666 and ask for me, Max Moore, detective in Moneytown. A public service of Citibank, MasterCard, and Visa.
The College Radio Network encourages listeners to call in and participate in discussions on the air. We also welcome your letters about the show. Send your comments, questions, or suggestions to CRN, Post Office Box 180, Catskill Bay, New York, 12844. We look forward to hearing from our listeners either on or off the air.
When Pam Smith enrolled in the electronics program at Vernon Regional Junior College last January, she was looking forward to the challenge of a new career in a highly technical field. As a single parent, Pam knew more skills meant better pay in the future. She's pleased with VRJC's convenient class schedules and helpful instructors. Soon, Pam will be an electronic switching equipment technician with a promising future, thanks to her hard work. VRJC offers vocational training in 14 areas. Take charge of your tomorrows at Vernon Regional Junior College.
From the campus of Vernon Regional Junior College, you're watching VRJC Cable 2, Vernon, Texas.
The College Radio Network.
Don't be scared if your brain confuses listening to this program with... All right. It's a normal reaction. Now, back for more College Talk. Here's Jack and Randy.
Yeah, it's the highly edited College Talk program.
Lawsuit.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to College Talk. I'm Randy Tanner.
I'm Jack Slater. Yeah, with a few years added to his life there for just a moment. Thank you.
Nice gray head.
Thank you, as we fight to stay mature and interesting here on the College Radio Network. But anyway, as we mentioned, 800-398-1221, your phone calls, your opinions, and your attitudes can be had nationwide.
We don't need any more attitudes than the ones we already have on the show.
Well, yeah, how about it? Well, anyway, actually, speaking of a few calls, we get some calls throughout the week, and obviously, if you have opinions and you don't find it convenient to call in during the program, you can call in anytime, as you can with the Beavis and Butthead imitations, which we'll be giving you a little bit more information about later on in the program. But we do have a couple of calls which have come in to College Talk, and let's go to those right now. And this actually regarding the discussion we had last week about the all women and all for women and none for men shuttle service on college campus out in Oregon.
Hi, my name is Catherine Moss, and I go to Louisiana Tech, but I'm from Chicago. And I just want to make a response to the ladies that go to the single colleges, and I think that they're wrong in the sense where they say that you get a better education on life, because I feel you don't. I feel like you learn more from a co-ed college, and I also think that they are getting ripped off in the sense where they say they can compete and they don't have to deal with men. Well, that's what life's about, and you can get just as good as education if you stand for your rights and if you do the things that you have to do to get ahead. Okay, thanks. That's all I want to say. Bye.
All right, and actually, the call which we had before, we don't have, that is also in response to a program from a couple of weeks ago, which was regarding how, and see if you agree with this. You know, Randy's got his own opinions, and that is whether co-ed colleges, or actually I should say whether single-sex colleges are superior to co-ed colleges.
Wrong.
Well, there are apparently some folks who feel that way, and they kind of fight to the death on it. Well, you don't agree with that?
Absolutely not.
Well, I sure don't.
Yeah.
It's like I said before, you know, you go to a single-sex college for the whole... If your point by going to a single-sex college is to get away from the other sex, consider yourself an ostrich.
Yeah, right.
You're trying to get away from just the facts.
And get a life.
Oh,
thank you.
Putting it delicately. So, there you go.
Boy,
what?
Women's college, single-sex colleges. Oh, come on. And how come it's only the girls who approve of single-sex colleges for women? You never hear any men saying, boy, that all-male school was the best thing that ever happened to me. We got rid of those women. That's because men are dogs, and they don't think of it in the educational sense.
No
they think
way.
of it, man, I didn't get any, did I?
Oh, boy. Another delicately put topic. How about it?
Well, we're not covering anything up here tonight.
All right. Well, anyway, so there you go. So that's one of the more recent topics which have hit home as far as college talk goes. But yet another one which inundated the lines, as I was saying earlier, was the whole idea of, we'll just say anything which is directed to a specific group, such as a campus shuttle service. But we are not going to be going into that much more because we have, to be perfectly honest with you, as hard as this may seem to believe, plenty of discussion already on this topic.
Oh, yes.
So, but we'll take a couple of more phone calls in regard to that at College Talk, but I would like to get on to other topics because there are other topics which we can discuss. So anyway, but you can call in anytime with the things which are important to you. College Talk takes your calls nationwide at 800-398-1221. Let's go back to the phones, and hi, you're on College Talk. Hi.
Yeah, hi. calling from Lake Superior State University at WLSO.
Okay.
And I just caught your show, the last week's show about the women having the shuttle service.
Right.
And my only question is, why don't these people just, I mean, I can understand the worry about having a female driver picking up a male that might try something. But why not just have one male driver on staff for all the male calls that they get? I mean, I can see that there would be the extra need, but if, like you said, if the guy set up a service like this and refused to pick up females, I'd go to court and they'd get busted in a second.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess it sounds biased, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we got some men's to call in because
Yeah, right. We're being butchered.
we were getting a little beat up here.
I'll tell you what. We have a couple of other calls. Let's get another caller on the air here. And good evening. You're on College Talk also.
Yes, I go to Lake State also.
Yeah?
And I would just like to express the fact that I was totally appalled by that woman's ignorance to the fact of rape. We hear so much about women, and we don't hear about when males get seduced or picked up. And she shouldn't actually think of it in like one-sided term.
Right.
We got to think about males too. And I was just totally appalled by her ignorance and biasness against men.
And they really have no argument, no reasoning to why they won't just say, okay, anybody who needs a ride can call. They don't. They just say, well, it's for women. Well, it's for women. But that's so what does that mean?
I couldn't tell you, but see, I see the fact is it's not only just rape. I mean, I come from a big city, so the fact is, what if a guy's being jumped? I mean, Lake State's a small...
Any kind of assault.
Yeah, an assault, If they don't understand that, we do need help. As a matter of fact, I had gotten assaulted this weekend at a bar. Now, what if I wanted to ride home, and I called for one of those shuttle bus services, and they wouldn't give it to me? I could have been jumped by many people.
Right, and then they have to forward you to, the police, and it's just such a hassle when they can't just pick you up and take you wherever you have to go, no questions asked. But, another point was brought up, and I don't know if you guys heard this, but one of their points were, well, we can't let first of all, we can't let men drive the cars that drive the girls around because the women will feel threatened. And
when they were in high school, in kindergarten,
right.
They had male bus drivers. Did they feel threatened then?
No, of course not.
See?
No, everybody's too damn paranoid is what it comes down to.
Well, there's one more issue which was described, and that is we asked, well, why don't you have male security guards be involved in this program? And they said, no, that's no good. They can't be trusted either because male security guards were brought up on charges of rape also. Well, what kind of security is that?
Yeah.
Well, matter of fact, they probably just didn't screen that person well enough.
And what
look into his background before they hired him.
What are the men on the campus of the University of Oregon thinking? What is going through their brain? Why can't they just wake up?
I don't know.
I mean, it sounds like they did hit some kind of some current when this whole thing first came up, but what is going on now? Why? I mean, how can these men not be appalled by, what is going on this campus?
Well, I'm appalled totally by, like, more than half the stuff that woman had mentioned. It was all one-sided for, there's nothing but women.
Right, exactly.
It totally appalled me. The fact that women are being looked after and the men aren't.
Right,
There are lunatics out here that would just assume rape men just as quick as they would a woman.
Oh, yeah, of course. And believe me, it is a known fact that women rape men. Don't tell me it isn't, because if you don't think that is what's really happening in our society, then you've been locked up in a closet too long.
Too long, exactly. I come from a big city. We hear more about it than they do up around Lake State, which is a small college, or any other small college.
Right.
And they try to hide the fact that women would do this.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's being hidden, and also, okay, just think, out of all the women in the country who are really being raped, okay, how many of them actually come out and say, I've been raped? All right, now let's take the macho image of the male and take the percentage of all the men that have really been raped in this country, and how many have actually come out and said, I've been raped? You're talking
Zero.
Oh, yeah, of course. But it's just not...
Mine right now is sitting in jail for rape. And after the fact that everything that happened, the girl kissed him and said to him, I'll see you tomorrow. Can I call you?
Right.
And now she turned around and pressed rape charges on him. He's sitting in jail.
People have too much free time. That's what it all amounts to.
I'll tell you what, we have yet another call. We'd like to go on the line, so...
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're done?
You don't have to go anywhere if you still got more to talk about.
All right, well, I'll sit back and listen then.
You can. Okay, let's be joined by another caller.
All right, let's do that then. And good evening. Whoops. Or I should say, wait a minute. Good evening. You're on College Talk. Hi.
Yeah. About your